I mean, it was almost demonic techno this week. And I sent Christopher a bunch of stuff, and I sent bunches. I spent spent some time in spiritual stuff and gave everybody good messages because we're going through hell right now. And remember, everybody's exterior.
Has everyone's aches and pains lifted yet?
Getting better. Yeah, I was seasick from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It got better Friday night. But I mean, I was just oddly seasick as hell Wednesday. I was completely useless. It was just like every time I turned around, I was going, "Oh my God!" You know, I was like in a small boat. I was like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah,
and that was
I had 3 days.
Yeah, that's the start of the planetary alignment as well. You know, of the moon in Gemini, and the alignment between the moon, the sun, and Saturn. And now we're going into a new phase of Saturn, and that's also posted on my personal page. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I had 3 days of back pain too. It was just excruciating. Every time I wanted to sit down and do something, it was like, oh, you got to put on the heat pack.
Yeah, my knee hurt, my hips hurt. It's like, what? What is this? I didn't even move. You know, I'm sitting here. Why is it, like internal bone cancer? I mean, Jesus,
Well, I sort of knew what it was. As I said, we've had all that rain over the last couple of days and throughout the week.
Flooding.
In the low light areas, like Sydney's in a basin, so we're below sea level. So there's a lot of areas that do, experience low level flooding. And it's been going on for the last 200 years. You can't stop that.
Right.
But at the same time, it hasn't been significant enough. Even though we've had huge amounts of rainfall, it dissipates quite quickly. But I have noticed that during those 3 days, during all the storms, I could still see the planets behind the clouds. And I think I posted some of those on Facebook on one of my reels, where you can actually see the clouds and the planets directly behind them, influencing the rain.
Yeah, that reminds me of the word reels. I think I did 3 just before we came on. Thank you for reminding me. I'm into auto zombie mode now. It's like, just watching the pretty pictures.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, but it's nice to get chilled out with everybody and just kind of sit there and talk about our clouds because, while I was working, and you said to me anyway, didn't you, Sharon? Because you did text me. You text me. Yeah. Because I said, I'm doing the walking stuff, so now I'll be able to see stuff. And you said, well, at least you're outside. So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think everybody's caught up in the rest of the real world too right now. I notice we keep talking about the time thing. Time does seem to be a little bit displacing faster than normal, and that could be that second star coming towards us and might be displacing.
But I notice it happens at a certain time of the day, Sam. Well, for me, I mean.
Well, start writing it down. If people take some notes, keep a pad and paper nearby. Take the notes, write the times down, and let's correlate a pattern. Remember, we're going to have multiple examples.
I was making it happen then because I kept going, I just want it to be slower. It would be a really good idea if it was slow on these 2 particular hours because you need like an hour within an hour to get done at some of your shifts. So I thought, oh, wow. And
you're always running. Run. You never seem to stop.
What, me?
Yeah, have you noticed? Everything seems like it's on fast forward.
Yeah, it's like nothing. Yeah, everybody's like, no, faster. You're like, what? No, you're kidding me. My hands don't go that fast, because...
And we're not walking through mud. It's not, we're not the Bionic Man going in reverse, so...
Remember the Bionic Man? That was cool.
The $6 million man.
I digress. Do you remember that?
70s.
Him and the man from Atlantis. Like, I couldn't decide which one I liked more. I mean, one was on Tuesday night and one was on Saturday. Gee, no, I'm just thinking about South African TV.
Yeah, I think I got everything from Battlestar Galactica to the A-Team. So.
Oh, do you know what they had? I found a trailer for today, and you guys were just talking about AI movies. Like you can almost not tell it's actually an AI trailer, and it's really clever. It was the Babylon 5.
Oh yeah.
And to me, it was just
I did
really
enjoy that one.
bizarre because I walked up this street and this young lad, I mean, literally, he must have been about 15 or 16, and he was proudly wearing his Babylon 5 t-shirt and his cap that way, but he had his earpods in and that, and he was like, he's on it, and he's so proud, sticking out his
Omen,
chest with
man.
the Babylon 5 stuff on. And I said, oh, you watching Babylon 5? Yeah, man. I've just watched it for like the third time or something. Hi, dude, if you're watching. Well, I don't know who you were, but you're probably not watching. You're probably like that still.
Well, that's
in your
why.
bed with your cell phone.
Well, that's why I've been putting trailers of Doctor Who and Star Trek in our groups, our chat groups,
But
so
did you
that
see
people
how
can
cool
sit there and
Doctor
see.
Who looks as well?
Yeah, but look at what they're promoting too. Like in Star Trek, they're talking about the federations, and they're all fighting their own intergalactic battles, and then there's the power
Everything's
struggles.
incredibly dark and busy, and the female characters are so angry and you know.
And macho, you know. It's so. But my point with that is if they're emulating that on the screen for us to see, how do we know that's not what's happening up there as well?
And that's what we've got to be like expecting, like, or just assuming that that's there, and that's how they want us
Well,
to.
just gauge their strength and their tenacity and the way they think. They don't have empathy when they're fighting, do they? It's kill or be killed, and this is what I'm saying.
Fast.
Correct.
And this
Why
is
do you
what I'm
think
saying.
why do you think there's times that I'm sitting here going, guys, you got to take this more seriously? Why do you think when I talk about that there's a blockade parked over our heads right now, and we're giving up commodities? You don't even know what we're giving up, and the cost is insane.
And how many times do you see in mainstream media, China released another 9 satellites the other day? Hello? Were they really satellites, or was it commodities? Cargo?
Right.
You know?
We know about the tube
question
ship.
these things.
We know about the space tubes.
Star Wars.
Yeah, and when the technology above us in our sightings and our reports for a decade now are matching both Star Trek and Star Wars, it's insane. I mean,
Yeah, I know, it's like, and then you get folk like Gina Marie, and this poor woman has been sending it out for ages. Yes, hello, Jesus, and to just look at her pictures where she's got the definition and the layers of the ship, and you're like, no shit, man, I just seen that in the Aurora, and I thought I was going mad. I thought that I honestly thought, nah, man, Sam's havering. He's telling me that to be nice to me, that you can actually see the ships, like multiple of the ships in the Aurora.
Yeah.
And it's because of the line of sight and the way the light is shining on them. You can get absolutely excited, thinking, oh my god.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't be in the drawings.
No.
They would not be in the published drawings had we not cited them thousands of times.
And that's what is the highlight of all of this.
Sam, sorry, Sharon, that those shapes that I was taking, I thought I was moving too much in my pictures, but really I don't. I try my best to be still. And the thing is that you can see multiple clusters of these things, like clusters, and they're all the same forms. And some of them have got the bow shape, that shape, and then that ship that's got like the bit, and that's like great big wing things on it. And
I had a TRB over my head in 2018, and that's when I went, "You're joking." I hope you can't see me down here. Because to them, I would have been like a speck of dirt.
Well, but remember, they have high definition cameras above and beyond ours.
I know. That's why I went, no, you can't see me.
I'm still chuckling over the release when the United States government released that footage over the Air Force bases and stuff of the Imperial probe droid.
Yep.
And then we recently got another live version of it, and there was like 3 or 4 since in between that and the government release, and they're all matching. and you add a couple of weird extra tubes and cables on the one that we saw, or remove a few, and you literally have from Star Wars #2 on the Hoth planet, which is the Imperial probe droid that Han Solo and Chewbacca shoot at the beginning of the movie. Literally exactly like it.
Hey guys, I see Jesus is here, so I wanted to bring him on and let him tell us what's going on in Utah. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in here with us. Okay,
Sharon, tell us what was going on in Australia too. Oh yeah, floods.
Of course.
My brain is in time retired.
Here he is, guys.
I just walked straight past the car that I was in the other day and didn't even remember where it was parked.
How are you?
Hi everybody, how you doing?
Hello.
Looks like we got on right at the same time, Sharon. I was just getting on my computer when I saw you come in. I was like, well, it looks like we got a full house today. So
yes.
How's everybody doing, Thomas?
Well,
thanks you. I'm fine, man. What about you?
I'm good.
Getting back to the AI.
Interesting day I had yesterday, but it's been relatively boring. A lot of cloud cover. I've never seen as much cloud cover here this often. But yesterday was a very interesting day. I sent you a video, Rebecca. I don't know if you noticed that, but yesterday was freaking awesome. But it didn't last very long. It just came and went and it was gone. But it was so cool.
Yeah, you get excited when you get that like 15-minute little show.
Yeah.
Did you see the clip of the kittens I sent you?
I don't think I have. Yet.
No. I'm talking. No, that was directed to Jillian.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I text
her while she's working to keep her company. I text her while she's working because she says she's bored in the laundry room, and so I sit there and I think, what can I send her? So I sent her a clip of the kittens the other day.
Yes, of course. Hi, Katie.
They're getting big now.
Well, I was bored at my lunchtime. I had stepped outside to eat my Chelsea bun outside, and I thought, I need something to look at that just. I want to see the kitty cats.
Sorry, Jillian, you went outside to eat your what?
Chelsea bun.
What's a Chelsea bun?
It's like a sticky bun, and it's got usually sultanas and things through it.
Like
you probably think of it like a cinnamon roll with sultanas.
My sugar rush, Jesus.
Yeah, and it's usually got
about one of those
sugar
bun.
Yeah, it's about like this
big.
Did
they call those sugar buns
it's
here?
It's in a circle, and it's got
Yeah, it's not exactly like a cinnamon roll, but it's kind of roll.
But it does have cinnamon and stuff. It depends on who makes it.
Yeah.
It's like a bread. It's like a bread.
Yeah, it's actually
the one day for the one shift I had hot cross bun, and the other one I had the Chelsea bun. But I really just need to take like a yum with me, because by about one-ish, when I say like, somebody talk to me for a minute, I'm just outside getting my Chelsea bun and
a honey bun. That's it, Tara. A honey bun. Yes, that's right. No, but so mine is Uncrustables. I love Uncrustables. That's my favorite. It's
Uncrustables.
It's peanut butter and jelly with no crust.
We're really all very motivated by our tummy tum.
Great with coffee. It's my favorite thing. I have it once a week with a cup of coffee. Amazing. Love it.
Gosh,
there's a tiny little bit of protein in there, so I guess that's good. But honey buns, Tara, I love honey buns, but I gotta limit myself on those. But they're really good.
Gosh, I'm boring. I eat 8 slices.
What is that?
Wee baby.
It's an 8 slice.
That cutie wee baby.
And it's got carob on the outside, not chocolate. So, I told you I'm boring.
Hey,
that baby's
those are good too. I'd like to go get me a cup of grapes or something. But anyways, hi Nicole.
Yeah.
How you doing? I haven't. I don't think I've gone back to you on your last message, but I will anyway.
Getting big now, hey, Jillian. They're getting big.
They're gorgeous.
My daughter wants to call them. My daughter wants to call the grey one Havoc, and she wants to call the black and white one. What was it again? Can't
Where's
remember.
Michelle? Get her to come and tell you. She in bed.
Hardship. She wants to call him Hardship because he was the one
Hardship.
that had the rough start. Yeah,
Oh.
I really
you
had to look after him.
Are you frozen, Chris, or are you just? Did you hurt your hand or
No,
something?
he's just listening.
Are you raising your
Hey, Jesus, how you
hand?
doing?
He's doing
No,
one
I'm
of
trying to
those
figure
calls
out
to
the
India.
microphone thing.
No, I thought you were frozen with your hand raised.
Meditating on my
Ladies and
earpod.
gentlemen,
Hello, my name's
Meditating
Christopher
on my
from
earpod.
Vodafone
How
Call
you
Centre.
doing? How are you
I've
doing,
called to
Chris?
tell you
I
about
like-
your insurance.
I'm good. How you doing?
I love your last two trailer videos. They were awesome. I love that. They were awesome.
Yeah,
play some
Rebecca
of these
should play
videos,
them.
man.
I
Play
keep
a trailer
getting-
video.
I'm getting horribly late notifications for everybody. So
Yeah. Yeah.
if I don't react to something because I haven't seen it. I missed you. You put a time lapse. I think last week, and it was like a month or two old. I'm like, what the hell? This is so cool. Why did I miss this? But all my
In one of
notifications
yours
are
is this.
just.
When did you do that one? Is it Saturn and its moon on
The
the?
one I posted yesterday was the one I posted. Well, I posted it this morning around 5 a.m.
Wow.
That was from yesterday's sunset. I was
Oh,
out
that's so awesome.
at the Great Salt Lake.
Yeah, that thing at the
Great-
little fire cloud.
Great
and
place to
everything.
take pictures. There's no obstructions. There's really no mountain range. I mean, there's some mountains, but it's big skies out there. I think I found a new spot, but it's kind of far from me. So, I mean, maybe 20-minute drive, but
It's worth
it's a
it.
nice spot.
Nice. I have a compilation of the videos you sent me. Well, I added the videos you sent me to the videos I already had lined up.
Nice.
Jesus.
No?
So they'll be a part of that clip, okay? The ones that you sent me. So you
Nice.
why don't we go ahead and take a peek at it? So let's see what Utah looked like here lately.
Blowing
That's
up.
how it's been here, Nicole. Nothing but cloud cover. I've never seen it this. It feels like we're in Washington or Seattle or something. There's just so much cloud cover. It sucks. And a lot of rain as well.
Marquez, like there's an O. What's the O?
I added the O after I divorced for a few
Oh.
reasons. This is a Saturn's moon a couple of years ago.
Look
Look
at
at-
that thing
you
bubble.
could- So you can see the two curves. You see the curve behind it, and then the circle in front of it, just like Sam's drawing. Can't even deny that one. 2018, one of my favorites. One of my all-time favorite ones there. How can you deny that one, guys? Come on, how can you deny that one?
Oh, I just got that, but it's smaller.
Yeah,
So
that
that
was
might be a
that was a
version.
little old. That one's a little old. That was 2008.
I like it. I like it.
It's one of those that I
Yeah,
like to
again.
keep alive because
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
You cannot say. I mean, there's the drawing. Come to life right there.
Yeah.
I had to block somebody over this video actually.
Oh,
Somebody who called himself my friend, but I think he was drunk. I don't know what's been happening with people lately that they get drunk and then they kind of go on a little rant. I'm like, you've been holding that
The
all this
truth
time.
comes out. The truth comes out when you're drunk as Zeus.
Yeah.
So
And I honestly,
How do you
I
know that-
had kind of expected it.
Yeah, I got
On
that
some
thing
level.
too. Look.
Because we were so. The thing is that we were so far apart on what we believe is happening.
Yeah.
that I just can't
Me
Uh,
too.
reconcile the differences. We were just so far apart. And that
that's
and a
what
bunch of
happened.
others and a bunch of other stuff. But I I tried to make it work, but it didn't. And, yeah, that's fine.
Aziz,
It happens.
that's not on you, okay? It's a natural phenomenon. We come
No,
in
well,
contact.
you know,
We come in contact with people. We vibrate with them on a level, and as we accelerate or awaken or ascend to a different vibration, they stay in theirs. We can't match theirs. They can't match ours. So that's where we part. New people come in to replace that vibrational field. So let
you
them
know
know.
what? When I lost, this is when I lost it. This person thinks it is his belief that a certain orange man that is creating a lot of chaos right now is actually from a time traveler from Nibiru that has sent him.
Oh my God.
To save America.
Oh, Lord.
Excuse me. I got to get back in my chair.
I knew you were going to love that. See, that's when I just couldn't. I'm sorry, buddy. Like,
Oh my
if
God.
you're listening right now, I'm sorry. I really should have been honest with you. But
I got to
Not
cut pizza.
to know
Please
you
keep
should
talking.
I didn't know how. I didn't know how. I'm sorry. I couldn't, buddy. I couldn't. You have your right to believe whatever you want to believe, but I can't. I just can't. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't
That's
do
it.
Crazy people outside.
Night
Crazy
passes.
people everywhere.
Night passes are been very prevalent recently, guys.
I've noticed that too. No stars in the skies. That's how you know they're
and you
above your
can see
head.
those big dark circles.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam,
Look at that.
I really thought he was joking at first, but he wasn't. He really wasn't. Not a whole 20-minute video I was supposed to watch, but I couldn't do that either. See this was yesterday. Look at that, guys.
Yeah.
It's kind of freaking believable. And I knew it was coming because I saw a lot of yellow was happening. I was like, where's this yellow coming from? My other camera caught the yellow very, very bright. But yeah, this was on the Great Salt Lake. All that you're seeing down there at the horizon, that's the Great Salt Lake. Inland, about almost a mile. The tide is so far, it's so dried up. But I mean, who's looking at that anyway? That's a great place for sky watching. I'm gonna have to go back. I see you added this one in one of your trailers, Chris. That was cool.
But the camera doesn't do the colours justice.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
You know, what we see with our eye is nothing what
Well,
we
well,
capture.
well, the thing is, Sharon, is that because of the camera lens, and you're recording towards the sun, there's a lot of glare there, and there's a lot of glare. And sometimes lenses are good, but sometimes a little darkening. When I go home, I try to, after I have a night of shooting pictures in the sun, I like to go home and just kind of clean it up a little and kind of get rid of
Absolutely.
that.
And the best one is just
because
reducing the
cameras-
contrast.
Most cameras they're just not made to be
Well, they're-
photographing towards the sun. They're not.
No. No, and they're auto focus too, so they just capture what they,
Exactly.
you know. But if you have your own, you can set your ISO to whatever you want. You can check the camera lighting,
Like the
and
drawing.
that's why
I've got a question
Alexander's
for
are
you
very
all.
cool.
I've
He's
got a
got all the
question
good
for you
equipment.
all.
there.
Alexander, I don't know what camera you're using. I think he said it was a Canon or Nikon, but I love what he
They
can
get
do. with-
zooms you've never seen before.
That's it.
What could be making boom noises?
Good stuff, Jesus. Good stuff.
Have you been getting them too?
Huh?
Boom noises.
We've been getting the booms the last couple of days, primarily
No,
late
I
in the
just got
afternoon.
notifications on my one group back in South Africa in Gordons Bay, and the people are freaking out because for the last 3 or 4 hours now they've been hearing what sounds like boom, like
We had that
explosions.
last night. So if whatever time it is in Africa right now, what time would it be there? Late at night?
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
like an
it-
hour
always
or
at
two ahead of
nighttime.
me.
Yeah, because it's at night time. Our loud bangs started happening about 6, 7 in the afternoon. Like sunset here is now anywhere between 4:50 and 5 o'clock. So it gets dark here early, and that's when the booms were starting, about 7. So if they're, what time is it here? It's 10 here, so it should be about 10 o'clock there, I think.
Well, it's actually 1 in the morning here, so it'll be like 2 or 3. But they're saying that it happened, say, somewhere between. It sounds like they said 3 hours ago, so that would make it
about 10
in the evening.
so
Anywhere
that's
from
when
about 9, 10, 11. It seems to be like there's bangs and booms, like explosions.
Yeah, well, same thing here, and I do believe it's the particles in the atmosphere robbing with the planets, because they are coming around and they're actually staying a bit longer. I've noticed you'll see them here, and then 3 or 4 hours later they'll just drift around. I don't know whether it's just my perspective, but I have noticed they are not traveling as fast as they were before we went into winter. So as we've moved up and you guys are getting more of the sun, so you're tilting forward, we're getting less. So I seem to think that they are hanging around us a bit longer.
They go like some are going
if they're coming up from underneath us.
No, they're long above beyond from underneath us. They're over the top of us now, and we are in the middle of them, which is why they're here longer.
Well, that's what I meant. So they were coming up, and now they're in this different position. So that's probably why we're getting more visual.
They spent a short time underneath us, and for the most part, after 2012, 2013, they started coming closer and closer to the middle. Where you folks in Australia, South America, South Africa could see the planets at a different angle, like Jillian did originally. She was seeing them at a different angle, and she sort of like hinted at things that I was going, "What? How could that be?" And and of course with Robert in New Zealand and all of this, and it depends on the angle you're looking at. And what's really cool is you guys do greatly help your angle versus ours up here. It does add to the information greatly.
Well, didn't you say it gives you a mind splat looking at
it messes with you, and until I started thinking about my view all the way back in 2012 when I was looking and seeing the origins of the early planet Nibiru and Saru. Those were the first two that I saw because they were so big. And I was looking south by southwest and south by southeast, and there they were. So they were down below our planet, but I was actually just up here in Montana looking due south.
Yes.
So that really screws with your head and your point of view. Am I looking out in space? Am I looking up in space? Am I looking down below space? And and they did show up in Antarctica visibly first in the live camps, and so you guys had a better view of it. And then Jillian was giving me information, on the suns, and when we were seeing the green dot and the red dot, which everybody was talking about way back then, was the red and the blue Kachina and all of this. And and of course that's long ago been called, and you still hear newbies talking, oh, it must be the red Kachina, and I'm just want to slap them. That was
very common when I first came to Montana Skywatchers. That was very common.
Yeah,
and it is directly related to that.
The lens flares were that red roseola thing at first, and now it's all blue things and green things and multiple blue things. All the flares, everything is different.
I think there's some truth there to the red and blue Kachina. It's just misinterpretation.
It's Saturn and Matim when they were first visible.
Of Nepacity and Saturn, right?
What was most insanely visible of the larger planets in 2012 was Saturn was bright red, and Matim was bright blue, and Nepacity was bright green. They were tiny little dots. And when we first started seeing Saru approach over the top of us, they were those dots under Saru. They're nowhere near in our outreach in 2012, 13, 14, 15. When Atu finally came forward with Yuri, was I giving information again? And they didn't want me to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's
Many,
changed
many
a lot
years.
since they were
Subject, I guess.
tiny, and they have gotten a lot bigger. And it's amazing the difference in the size between Saru and Matim or Isatum. They were dots of color compared to the larger planets in the early years.
Yeah, but
Andrea,
yeah,
I do think there's something there, but I also agree with Rico that he's really leaning into that. Last
I
2
think
weeks,
I-
that's all he's been posting about was the flickering lights.
yeah, but
I do
he's
bel-
been
I
obsessed
pers-
since
I
last
believe
November with them lights.
Yeah, I believe it's it's giving him views, but also I can't help but think look over here while everything's happening over there, kind of shit. And also, I don't trust him. I just don't. I've given my reasons why. I've had my run-in with them, and I didn't.
Who are we
didn't-
talking about?
Mr. MBB.
And Mr. MBB 333.
Oh, okay.
He does. He shows some cool stuff, but I feel he's not forthcoming about a lot of things. But
Don't worry, Jesus. I've had my little quirks with him too, suggesting that it's not right for him to be putting out their information on a narrative that he doesn't truly understand.
Yeah, no, he.
Yeah, you
You know,
would.
he's not an
assume.
expert
Okay.
on anything. He's not an expert on
Yeah.
anything. He's just a reporter. He just takes clips that people have given him and make it public, and then he tries to link it to something else.
So he's farming.
I'm just going to
Yeah,
say
he
one
farms,
thing
yeah.
that crossed my mind
like
was
Skype.
M is a 3 turned sideways, and then you got BB, which is 2-2, 3-2-2, which is Skull and Bone Society, and that's a big deal. 3-2-2 is a big.
Is
I'm
that
just saying.
really? I
Yeah,
was
and then
wondering.
3-3 is 666. I mean,
I've been trying to figure out what does that mean.
it's suspicious for sure.
Well, the Skull
It goes back
Society.
to secret
Most
societies and all of their practices.
most of the presidents of the United
Yeah.
States we've had for decades now have been
Makes
members
sense,
of the
doesn't
Skull.
And these people support the people on Nibiru. These are the ones doing the secret deals and, making
Well,
up
that's what
all
I
of
mean,
the
is
rules
that-
for us.
I got him to basically admit that I was a planet when I sent him. But as soon as he was public, as soon as I was public, he completely denied the whole thing.
And that's
ever
what I mean. And the thing about these people, they can scrub that shit.
Yeah, well, he deleted our entire conversation. Is what he did.
See?
He deleted the entire
See?
conversation. Yeah.
Because he doesn't
Oh,
want to be
I
proven
emailed
wrong.
him. I emailed him a picture of a planet, right? And he said, "Yeah, that's definitely looks like a planet."
Mm.
So when I caught him on a thread saying that Nibiru was full of shit, I'm like, "Hey, man, look, me and you talked about it. You admitted it." He's like, "No, I never said that." So I went to my email. I got a screenshot of him telling me that. I posted it, and then
Yeah.
the next thing, he just deletes the entire conversation.
Exactly. And that's when you jump on it. When you have conversations like that, screenshot it straight away so that you can sit there and go,
Yeah.
but wait a minute, you said, don't backtrack now.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
credibility is on the
I
line
caught him
here.
red-handed. I caught him red-handed, but he won't acknowledge me anymore. So
One of the reasons why we're not getting very much traction here is because we're not going to be sellouts.
no.
We want
Don't
people
waste
to
your
come
time.
to us. We want people to come to us naturally with their own understanding of what we're trying to present to them. And we're not trying to save the world. We're just trying to make people aware.
Yeah,
And this
and
is
we're
why
not,
I get so upset with the doomsday prophecies. I sit there and I think there's people out there promoting Baba Vanga and Nostradamus and this and that and the other thing. But it's all fear-mongering. There shouldn't be fear-mongering. Okay, there's things going on. And like you said, have a look over here while we do something over here. Because we're not going to tell you about what's over here.
No,
We're gonna
yeah,
tell you what's over here.
that's what I think a lot of these channels do. Like right
Well,
now,
now
we
lately,
focus
I've been quoting Baba Vaga and Nostradamus and Revelations lately to give the other side of the spectrum of what I believe is going on the sixth seal. And normally we don't usually carry that as a topic, but there has been so many cross-reference deep dives been going on. I figured I would share that equal information. For the record, I have also been discussing it.
Look, I would more trust in the reliability of what you know about Nostradamus than some of these backyard donkeys that believe every alliteration of every translation is the truth.
No, hey, I'm a front yard donkey. I am a front yard donkey. Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
that's
I'm not
I'm-
dismissing what they're saying.
Right,
and
I agree.
was
Yeah, you're
a-
right. There are a lot of people out there that
but also
And
like
everybody's got a
scripted.
microphone.
They're scripted or they're changed.
Well, yeah,
essentially.
Jillian. I was
You
just
know
gonna
what
go
I'm
there.
Yeah.
I was seeing a report recently that's saying that we'll never
But
get rid
who
of
are the one that's
misinformation
handing for
because
their story this week?
misinformation is so incredibly profitable,
It's so
especially.
clever as well.
I don't know who was it, Andrea or was it Ricola who was just saying that Mr. MBB's channel is like clickbait now. That it's been getting worse. It's been getting worse since the orange man came into power. It's been getting worse.
And we are also having to bite our tongue a little bit more. We are being censored by
Absolutely.
that same
Absolutely.
sphere.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've had evidence that we've been screwed with. All of us have been screwed with in a number of ways in the last few years. I lost my 16-year-old Facebook profile just out of the blue,
it's awful.
and
It's like
more.
Yeah, and all
And-
my
Well,
phones
imagine, Sam,
mysteriously mess up. Really?
If I'm getting your notifications from 5 days ago, could you imagine? I'm in your feed often, right?
right, right.
Could you imagine other people?
Yeah, others aren't getting. Well, like I said to Christopher at the beginning of the show, I saw one of the posts I stuck up on Montana Skywatcher 1 today, and I had 2 likes.
Yeah, me too. It
Well,
was.
Nicole, this is why I think it has to do with the administration because one of the things that he was saying during the beginning of his term in power, coming into power,
And
was that
regime?
this is the way he sold it. He dressed it up as freedom of speech and everybody should have freedom of speech. And ever since he passed that law or whatever, that, there's no censoring, he dressed it up and sold it as, it's for the people. It wasn't. It's just to be able to get away with all the misinformation and the propaganda that we're seeing exponentially increased during these last few months. It has. Like, clickbait is insane.
And computer-generated bots galore.
The amount of misinformation going around right now is insane. It's increased. It's doubled just in the last 3-4 months. It has.
And this is what's perpetrating the minds of the collective at the moment.
Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm all for free speech. I am. But I do feel that it wasn't about that. It was more about being able to dump more misinformation on people and misguide people and keep
And you know what?
from actually knowing the truth.
There's
Confusion.
a receiver in the palm of everybody's hand around the world, and they are carrying their propaganda billboard in their hand.
The Black
Guys,
Mirror.
I can't stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. You have to be very diligent where you get your information from. Be very diligent, and also be careful with what you consume. I mean, I recently, I don't give into. I had a moment where I was like, I really need to change what I'm consuming online. And then so I started to, somebody told me, one of the younger generation types told me, you could train the algorithm. You can, be careful what you consume because it could get you really worked up. If you're watching a lot of political garbage, especially, that gets you really worked up.
Bingo. That would be me.
There's so much right now that's going to get you worked up. And that's the point. That's the point. The point is to get you worked up so you're not thinking straight and you're not thinking about what's really happening. Because an angry person doesn't think properly, doesn't think correctly.
No, they're not living in the
doesn't
moment.
think, just reacts.
Yeah.
So be careful. Try to. I like what you say, Sam. Stay in the middle. Stay in the middle and just kind of see how things play out, you know, and then kind of make a more educated opinion. But be careful what you consume, and be careful what you are, what you take as real, as truth, because God, it is so bad. It is so freaking bad out there.
Yeah.
But we can't underscore the importance of what's going on either. And there's a lot of people burying in their heads in the sand when it comes to the astrology of these planets and the effects on our bodies, and you know, us losing our friends and us all feeling poorly or irritable or anxiety laden or depressed or in pain and all of this. And
What was that quote? This is the new normal.
I hate that term.
yeah, it is the new normal.
Me too. Nothing's normal.
God, I hate it. But they're really clever. These little things that they do to kind of play things, to downplay things, and people are like, oh, okay, that's normal. I had recently, so during the day recently, it was like 75 degrees, right? And then overnight, it dropped down to like 50 degrees. Close pass. I'm thinking it was a close pass of Atu's moon or something, right? But somebody was saying that it got that cold because of the humidity. I'm like,
Okay.
maybe there's
What
some truth to that, but I mean,
No.
talking about a 25, 30 degree drop
Logic.
in temperature.
Logic. What happens when you compress a gas? What happens when you compress a gas?
Temperature goes
Come
down.
on. It gets colder.
Okay, so that's okay. All right, yeah, that's
Okay, so that's why we put gases in bottles. Gases have a lot of energy. You take that energy by compressing them down and reducing their space, they lose the ability to move around, so they actually absorb
You
energy.
run it
and
through a
become
coil and you have a refrigerator or a dehumidifier.
So it's why
See?
during Zatu's moon passing in 2018,
Yeah,
I
You
got
gotta
to where
remember.
I couldn't even hold the camera with my hands because it was so.
yeah,
Frigid
and you got to
cold.
remember the
So it's a
two
pressure.
different.
So it's a pressure thing, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And also
So
a
our
shadowing.
atmosphere-
And also a shadowing, I would imagine, right, Sam?
Yeah.
Well,
All you
As
got to
soon
do
as
is
you lose
watch
the
the
sunlight,
live
too.
next-rad radar flow across, where you see the whole United States, and you can
We
watch
used to
this
see those all the
strange
time.
shadow
We
go
used to
across the
post
planet
them all the time.
regularly.
Yeah, I remember those. We used to post them all the time.
And I
Yes.
stopped doing it because nobody was ever commenting on it. And I had just been, so I've also sort of stepped a little bit farther away from.
Honestly, Sam,
I
the
watched
first
more
few
study.
times that I saw you post that, when I was still new, I'm like, what the hell is he looking at? It took me maybe a few weeks, a few months to kind of understand what you were actually trying to point out.
Still
I
happening.
guess what I'm trying to say is sometimes we have to spoon feed it to someone. We have to remember that a lot of like we've been doing this for a long time, but there's a lot of people out there who barely know
Okay.
what a CME is.
Let's talk about the light shafting.
We have to be a little.
Your
We have to be a little
photograph
patient,
versus
guys.
photograph.
Be a little patient. I've really been telling myself to just be a little bit more patient with people because people are starting. You have to kind of meet people where they're at.
When we see
Exactly.
a shaft light, blue shaft light going up and down from the front of the sun, we know that the light is cutting in from the left, from Tim or in Uri. When that is happening, that rounded light shaft or a straight up and down light shaft is occurring. The half that is in the dark on what's in the sky will also show you the shadow on the planet Earth. The other side of the planet will be illuminated because that's where the cutoff shafting, the cutoff halos, the cutoff refraction, where all of a sudden the sun goes hourglass shape or Oreo cookie with a bite out of it, or a flash of something going in front of the sun, which is, there's many pictures that came out today and yesterday about that as well around the world. When that happens, there is a shadowing on the face of Earth, and that you will see an immediate temperature drop. And you'll also see a solar wave refraction change because the amount of pressure on the Earth from the solar winds. It is not just light, it is solar energy that is actually traveling, and it has a pressure to it.
Oh, sure.
So have you ever seen the photographs where they take aerial photographs when they're having a solar eclipse and they have the dark spot on the
Yeah,
planet?
yeah,
Same kind of effect.
yeah. I love that we can do
You know,
that.
it's like with
I love that we have learned to see the world in a broader way, because that's a big problem with why people ain't seeing what's happening.
Yeah.
But Sam,
Again-
remember?
well, you know those
OKC
double rainbows everywhere.
Yeah, the double decker has Mr.
Even
We talk
triples
about a
at times.
backlit crescent flare. We talk about a backlit crescent flare. Now, if you look in the sun in these photographs where you're seeing this really cool double rainbow, right? If you notice, the sun is directly behind you. That is the sunlight shining through the atmosphere of Earth out the backside at a centralized, illuminated, lensed focal.
Mhm.
But we in space are seeing backlit crescent flares where we know
Mhm.
that we're seeing the backside of a planet. It's dark.
Is
The sun
that
is on
what
the other side, yet we see this rainbow
Right.
shaft out of the center backside, which we call a backlit crescent flare. That's exactly if you were standing on that planet and you were looking in the opposite direction of the sun shining on it, you would see that same double rainbow.
So it's basically
So-
a reverse local bone.
It's a backlit crescent halo, but you're on Earth
So-
looking out.
Yeah,
So
that's
imagine
crazy.
light-
That's
Right.
actually
light hitting the
refractive
circle.
point.
You've got
Wow.
this circle here, light's hitting the circle, and it's just refracting out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
it's on the same-
centralized,
Only we're getting it's just a
centralized
different
shaft out the
view.
backside.
So we're just
Yeah.
seeing we're seeing the opposite side of the backlit focal wing is what you're
Crescent
saying.
flare,
Yeah.
correct.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
That actually
It
makes so
bounces
much
off.
sense. That
Yeah.
is, wow. Yeah, that makes so much sense in my mind.
It's
Sam,
good
and
when
I
you
don't
can
like
use
saying
the
that-
2000, so in 2018 or around that time, Ad2 was crossing the sun from left to right. Do you remember that?
Mhm.
Right at midday, it was
Yeah.
it was crossing the sun.
Mhm.
During
Right.
that time that it was transitioning across the sun, if you took pictures, you could see the dinginess. It wasn't a full-on shadowing, but
It's just like a
you
mist.
could tell, like you could tell that suddenly, even if there was no clouds in the sky,
Mm.
it just got a little bit dimmer, just a little bit.
Yeah,
dimmer.
well, there was far
I
less
always-
light.
I
Going,
never
what the hell just
understood why-
happened?
I never understood why people didn't notice that, because I always noticed, like, why is it like all of a sudden it's just dark? There's no clouds. There's nothing.
We saw that this spring. We saw it in February.
Yeah,
And it
that
was,
was.
plain as day because Yuri was cutting in on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side was Saturn Yellow Moon and Lead Asteroid cutting in when they were tight, close, and now they're both spreading apart because they're going over us. So they're not spreading apart, but our out view has them spreading apart, so we're actually seeing more of the sun. But in January and February, we were way short on light, and everybody missed it.
Yeah, we always we get a lot from people saying, "Well, wouldn't it block the line?" It does very
It
often,
does.
but nobody
Well,
seems
yeah,
to notice. Well,
well,
everybody,
last year,
Sam, everybody
Saturn.
has in their mind, oh, the whole 3 days of darkness, and that's what's going to happen. It doesn't. It doesn't work that way. And maybe at one point we might get, or probably not, but
Oh, we've
it
had
doesn't-
Yuri go in
it's
front
not
of the
the
sun.
same. It's not the same. Like we get shadowing, but we don't get into complete night because of a planet.
Yeah, but
passing.
when the sun is really refractory and very dimly lit, we get clouds everywhere. We get fog. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, Earth, the temperature changes. All of a sudden, the barometric pressure between the dew point changes, where all of a sudden the temperature drops and meets dew point, and then you get fog, unless you're in the desert, in which case, I imagine those guys are getting a shock. Oh, could you imagine being in flatland desert and looking up and knowing what's going on? Oh, my God. You know, well, you know,
What a
or
spectacle.
even Alaska and the Inuit. I can't even imagine what they can see up there. Or some really cool people down in Australia. Can you
No, I
imagine what
can't.
they're seeing down there?
Tasmania, yep.
I can't tell you how worked up I get when I imagine what they're what their view is like.
Oh, and currently the jet stream going around the South Pole right now is insane compared to the North Pole. It's absolutely opposite of what it used to be.
Yeah.
What used to be the North Pole behavior is literally
used to come in this way.
Yeah.
Now it's coming in this way.
Yep.
And it's screwing everything up. All of it's coming up through the Pacific and doing big swirls now, where it used to come in from the Indian, the opposite direction. So that's all mucked up.
Yep. And that happened 2018, 2019, 2020 when the ground direction wind even changed. And now we've got multiple directional winds at different levels on the ground at 500 millibars, at 700 millibars. And it's just insane what the weather is doing. And the jet streams there's opposing forces, and there's these cutoff omega, all this crazy shit with these, what they're calling anticyclonic low pressure systems, which are actually northern hemisphere hurricanes, or they're calling them cyclones, bomb cyclones, which is a hurricane, people.
Yeah.
And
hurricane. Yeah.
Have you looked out your door yet, Rebecca? It's 7 o'clock where you are, or is it 5 o'clock?
It looks really green.
Is it 5 o'clock or 7 there?
It's 7:20.
Okay, yeah, Earth rain.
What am I looking for?
Well, I mean, has your weather changed? Did you get stormy or?
It's just cloudy, but with a green tinge in the sky.
Okay, wow. Look for the open core. It could be close past. Because they've been warning what's coming for 5 days now. I mean, they're saying 5 days of trouble. So what do we got coming?
I know.
Hey, people, store your water ahead of time. Put it. Get some big 5-gallon jugs and put 4 or 5 of them in the basement with you, and some quick snacks, and check on that storm cellar, or go to your bathroom and get your mattresses ready in your safe space. Anywhere from Oklahoma on.
I don't know. I don't even know where I would go for sure. But
because I was
we're all going to Sam's. We're all going to Sam's. Remember? That's
okay.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out the other day.
I'm sorry, that's my bug. That's my bug out.
Plan. That's
sorry.
the plan.
I'm just going up north. I'm going up north. That's what I tell everybody. If shit hits the fan, follow me up north.
Yeah, go up here. We have a short growing season, but
I'll hold my own weight when I get up there, Sam. We'll make it work.
Yeah. Because when it comes to Rebecca, I was thinking the other day, how are they so precise at predicting their weather models and things? So I was looking into it, and I thought, are they actually including the planets that are influencing us, or are they just looking at the surface stuff?
I've wondered the exact same thing, Sharon.
I've wondered that as well.
I wonder the exact same thing. When they're giving us these weather reports, are they taking into consideration those things?
Now, the computer models are run by the G7, and they are no longer allowing meteorologists to do it. They're running off of computer modeling.
Yeah, because that's what it says here. It says meteorologists predict the weather by combining real-time observations with sophisticated computer models that simulate the atmosphere. So they're not even real. It's the same as you, as me looking out the window and going, oh shit, looks like it's going to rain. So it's all. So how do you know these aren't AI generated too?
Well, I remember on one time, Sharon, where we used to get like weekly reports on the weather, and they were relatively accurate. Not anymore.
And now they're 5 days old when you get them.
Yeah, that and they're not very accurate anymore at all.
And that's what I mean.
The only live actual radar footage.
Yeah.
The only actual live radar footage that we see now is old.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how often I get a storm or something that wasn't predicted on the weather report.
Exactly
so often that honestly I don't even look at the weather report anymore. I just kind of go by what I see outside.
Yeah. Well, we have the thing come up on our phone of the temperature and stuff, and there's only occasionally we'll look at it. And on Wednesday, it said it was going to be sunny and beautiful. And what happened? We had thunderstorms, rain for 3 days. And I went, who's making up this stuff? You know, I can look out the window and go, shit, it's going to rain. I'm not going anywhere. Why should I rely on these guys telling me what I can see with my own eyes?
I trust what I can. I trust myself more than I trust any meteorologist these days.
Again, and that's just one of those things that goes through my mind. I think, where are they getting this stuff from? Who generates this? And now it specifically tells me that they just look out the window and get their computer to come along and go, oh, okay, we've got this high here and this low here, barometric pressure here, blah, blah, sea currents, temperatures, and then the computer puts it all together and goes, hey, there's going to be a big storm over there based on this previous data.
Jesus Christ! Wow. So just basically look out and predict the weather, your own weather. That's where we're at
They've
now.
been doing it for hundreds of years. Sailors just look out. Stars, navigate by stars, look at the storms. Red skies at night, sailors' delight. All those sayings have meaning.
Hi, Audrey. Welcome back.
So, yeah, it makes me wonder, do they take into account the effects of the other planets moving about us and what they're doing?
Yeah, and all we get to see is computer modeling now. We don't even get to see real live. We get a layover by a computer generated. Now,
Yep.
like again, Ryan Hall and Max Velocity, they do a pretty good live job, but they don't pull back out and show you the overall systems either. And these rotational superstorms, they're always focusing, well, you know, on this county. And if you pull back and look at the United States and would watch what, and it would, if they would cover that, you would see a much larger scenario going on with these reverse oscillating cyclones that are affecting literally from Texas all the way to Minnesota at the same time. They are that big. And these are these rotational storms, which could be easily laid out to match the bottom of either Attu, a close pass with a snail foot, or Nepenthe core drop as well in these anticyclonic rotational patterns instead of normal cyclonic storms.
You brought a point the other day, or often actually, that they're only reporting locally. Like they don't attribute these storms as more like global occurrences.
Right. And
it's
we watch
like
one end to the other.
local thing, but they're not reporting on how some of these storms start on, you know, southern hemisphere, whatever, and the coverage, it's more of a planetary occurrence than it is
right
local.
And it runs all the way out to Spain, and then all the way across to Turkey and Yemen, and then it hits India, and then it hits China.
Exactly. And in order to get it, you have to look at the big picture, guys. You can't just think locally. You can't just think my weather.
You can't just follow the storms.
That is a problem with a lot of this, is that people are looking too small. You have to learn to think globally, to think, you know.
Yeah, they don't.
Planet size, but no, you got to think entire freaking solar system.
And once these low pressure systems that are wiping out parts of the United States go into Canada, you don't hear word one about them after that. And Canada weather is literally not available. I have the hardest time finding Canadian weather.
You imagine just their weather, how erratic some of their weather is up there.
Well, yeah, they get the storms that go past us over Washington State, over the tip of Montana. Yeah, Canada is weird weather. No, I get my NextRad and stuff, and I don't study Canada often enough. I really should pay more attention. But I kind of stopped looking at the North Pole.
Everybody's always ignored Canada because they don't really mess with. They're just there.
They're nice, good old people. Eh?
Nobody really ever mentioned the Canadians until
jelly, donuts, back bacon, and beer. Eh?
Yeah, that's
Bob and Doug McKenzie. I love Bob and Doug, man.
Yeah, but they're hiding behind a lot of brick walls too, so
absolutely.
That's
and
why a lot of their stuff don't get out unless you know someone that lives there.
That boils down to the UK Canada, and Australia all have a
Mhm.
higher set of
Restrictive rules.
yes, we'll leave it at that rather than saying
No, don't give it credit.
bringing the truth. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, the crown has more rights than the American habeas corpus, but our habeas corpus is currently being shot at the
A bunch of other things.
street level. There's a war going on
I-
against habeas corpus in this country. Well, we've stepped into a fascist regime. That's all there's to it.
I understand our Magna Carta is
Or-
being examined
So,
again.
yeah, I've actually read a good portion of Magna Carta, and
Mm.
which was established in, I believe, the 15th century in England.
Yes.
Was it 1500s or the 15th century?
Yeah, something like that.
1480 or 1520, so
Yeah,
the
I got
brain
photographs of it.
it's not in my brain, but I know about the Magna Carta, which was the basis of our American independence, which is also a basis of Greek and Roman law.
Yeah, well,
Which,
they're
by the
doing
way, they
huge
got
restorations
Greeks
in it
got
right
from
now.
the Mycenaeans, which are gone now.
Mm.
Anyway,
Yes.
Santorini
But
and all
people
of that.
don't. But that's the thing. People don't look into those. They don't read between the lines either to realize just how much sovereignty we have over ourselves.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started.
People don't.
I
realize.
mean, let's talk about gas tax. Just gas tax alone. Because they said,
60% of it,
years
where's
ago
it
in the
go?
70s. No, I can see charging some to clean up the environment, but that money isn't going there anymore. But we're paying state tax, gas tax, and federal gas tax, and our gas would be like 75 cents cheaper, and so 75% or 75 cents on whatever gallon purchase is, whatever percentage that is. That's a lot of money that's going to the government. It's just insane. And then that's just one level of the tyranny of it.
And that's the thing. And they pledged our fuel excise taxes to fix the roads. They haven't done any of that, but they're building all these other major constructions and airports and everything. But all the little people that need servicing, no, it's just like Rebecca's roads. I guarantee you, she fall into a pothole, she'll go to China.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they
southern
turn around like, we
southern
sent
railway
another
system is
country
really
$4
lacking.
billion this week. Aren't we
Yep.
great? And it's like, we're just, it's hopeless in a way. Like, you're not
And
going to
yet
turn
they-
around
Yeah,
and
why don't
start
we?
doing
Why don't we
something
hand that? Hey, let's hand that $4 billion to Social Security.
Yeah.
Let's hand that $4 billion to
good.
the SNAP program or Head Start that they yanked off. They passed that damn bill, that big ugly bill. They
Yeah.
passed it in the House. It's not gone through Congress yet.
horrible.
Knock on wood. Everybody call your congressional office and say, if you vote for that son of a bitch, you are out of office.
Mm.
Call them, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat. Call them in Congress. If you vote for that big damn ugly bill, you are out of office. Anyway, there's my political speech for this week.
Well, they're still grumbling away in Gardens Bay about the explosion because,
Yeah.
there was 3 of them. Boom. And then
Where?
Boom. In Gardens
Africa.
Bay. Back in South Africa.
Gordons Bay.
Cape Town, Sam.
I hadn't heard about this. Was there explosion? 3 explosions in Gordon Bay, South Africa. When?
Just now, like in the last 4 or 5 hours or so.
They're talking
They're
about the
complaining.
booms
Okay.
in the
They
sky.
keep hearing booms, like bang, like
Oh,
explosions. and
okay,
there's
okay.
nothing.
Well,
There's
I was
no-
just talking
No
about with this.
transformers went. They've all still got their power. They don't understand what the noise was. It scared people awake. Other ones were like, "What? How come you can hear it when I'm in Greenways and you're down Mountainside and Panderstel?" And now it's gone
Yeah.
as if a whole area, like all the areas in that area where I was, could actually hear it, like boom, 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 boom. Is that ground
Okay.
movement? Or
Could be a
something
lot of
else?
things.
Well, we real quick take a look at South Africa. Well, there was a Centralized 4.4 in Chad today. Let me get zoomed down here and drop the number equation to all magnitudes.
Because I used to hear
Nothing
like something
No earthquakes
like,
reported on the USGS anyway. There are other sites that usually. Anyway, I don't see any earthquakes on USGS in South Africa. Remember, people, the sky sounds can also be, if we go to Revelations again, they could be interpreted as the sounding of the sixth and seventh trumpet. Remember, the sixth seal was opened in November of last year with the strange full moons and all of that. And the strawberry moon, this is another step into the conjunction of the planets and all of that. So here we go.
I just wondered if that was linked, see, because of the conjunction.
Well,
and the
sky
pushing
sounds
and
are,
pulling, and
we've
must
been
be
hearing it
sky
for years.
sounds then, because
Yeah.
I've actually heard the something that they're talking about, but what I heard sounded more like sonic booms. So I think what they're talking about is actually sonic booms, and they don't realize they're talking about a sonic boom. But that's how it
Things
sounds.
could be popping in or traveling faster than the speed of sound. Things could be tectonic plates down there could be moving. Harmonic rub. Now there's been talk about Antarctica actually icing up instead of melting down.
Yeah.
So the weather and everything there is different.
They're saying it's
and way more
freezing.
chaotic than it used to be. I don't think
cold
anybody's
there.
actually sailing to Antarctica currently because the South Seas are so bad, from everything I've heard, that shipments were
What
being
about that?
stalled.
The mountain collapse, is it in Sweden or something like that? Switzerland? There's a whole mountain.
Yeah,
about
that's
collapse.
wild. That whole side of a mountain. I was
Mm.
watching it on YouTube.
Oh yeah, things are moving,
Yeah.
guys, up and down all over, and we did yesterday and all week. We've had some really large earthquakes. We had some 6-pointers go off, and there
Yeah,
was a
some
6-pointer in
6-pointers.
Greece, and that's
Yeah.
big for under ocean around those islands. So, and the whole planet's doing shit, guys. And remember when Atu goes over the top of volcanoes, they blow up.
Yeah. And
Don't know
No,
why
you know, and
laughing,
I-
but
like I
mean,
said-
why are people not listening?
On the 26th, we finish another alignment planetary wise where we have squares and trines and all kinds of new shit coming. And it's entirely possible we'll see tectonic, we'll see volcanic, we'll see weather, who knows? We'll see sun. I mean, these are different pullings and pushings and that, that's what yesterday was, and that's what today is with these alignments of the planets and Saturn and the sun and the moon. And the moon moving into Gemini and all of that. So this is all stacking up. And, is it the big domino going to push? And are the continents going to all move and wiggle a little bit? Or are we going to have a bunch of new volcanoes? Or, or we're
I
going to
think
have planetary discharge?
what is it? Venus, the moon, and Saturn form a trine.
Right.
So,
You're
yeah.
correct. And
Okay.
then there's a bunch of other squares and trines going on all with the other rest of the normal planets as well.
Yeah.
And we don't know where, how to place that with the extra visiting planets. But you add all that together and, there's some pretty tight, effective forces going on here. Watch the oceans. There's that event that's going on right now that I've been watching all day. What the hell's going off on the Juan de Fuca under the ocean there with that volcano? Because we did see a drop in the water. So
Yes.
that means a plate sank while the plate next to it, the Juan de Fuca, is
Rose up.
probably gone up or something, or will go up. Maybe that sink is a even tighter winding of the spring, going to push something in 2 days and free it. And maybe the Juan de Fuca is going to move, because there was Sacramento, excuse me, dry throat, San Francisco earthquakes today, all the way into the right where it goes off of California under the ocean as well, and that one smaller, I can't think of the name of the place, but anyway.
San Andreas Fault.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Along
right where it submerges north of San Francisco under the water out into the Juan de Fuca, right at that corner. And one of the larger drop was off to the previous era out to sea farther than the Juan de Fuca. So that area is subducted. And there's a listing on the USGS that 40-meter difference occurred. And then on the surrounding, which set off the buoy marker, but it's not showing a standard, wave of a tsunami, like, which is what they're made for. But it registered a difference of 40 meters. Now, a change in a wave usually of 3 to 4 meters is extreme, but we're talking 40 meter. 40. It looks like it dropped. And then on subsequent near shore buoy markers, they are not going off, but they are showing a tidal change, a drop of 3 meters in water height. They didn't go off, but they dropped in height. So that means that area back there out to sea sank, and so the water sort of outflowed at shallower areas, and that's what I'm watching so far, and it's still ongoing.
Crazy.
I'll need to go to bed soon.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know, right? I just saved your video again. I updated it with the pictures you just sent, Jillian.
Okay. Yeah, but
So,
could you see that was a little cube? Could you see that was a tiny cube?
Yeah.
It's
tiny
so weird.
looking.
You catch them really small like that in your
sometimes
pictures
I see them
randomly.
like that too.
It's very strange. I've never
Maybe
seen
they're
one that
miniature
small.
aliens.
Hey?
I don't know.
Well, we've seen smaller cubes. We have seen smaller cubes.
I don't
We've
know.
seen,
They're like
2 or 3
tiny aliens.
cubes in one shot before, so there's got to be smaller ones.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but
okay.
it must have been going away
We
from
talked
us.
about-
Come on, Rebecca. I mean, they can't always be like.
Maybe it's far
I don't
away.
understand how
Right.
they can be big and small like that.
Hey, but Jillian, think of it like this. They're riding around in their little cubes. They're riding around in their little cubes. They're probably thinking they won't notice. They're expecting something like an aircraft, not a cube.
Right.
That's
They're clever.
this little bugger right down inside Scotland.
Oh,
See what
gosh.
happens.
Yeah. Let's buzz the planet.
All right, let me get it pulled up. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This is what Julian sent me for this week.
Look,
Hello, cube.
Isn't he cute?
He's even got a little
Or maybe the
tail.
bottom of it poking through the clouds.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
there's definitely like a long box shape. Look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not a cloud. Definitely. The contrast of blackness is really extreme.
Yeah.
That's how it was. That's how the sky was. That is it.
Mm-hmm.
Only they had a window, huh? Hi.
Hi guys.
Go glass bottom boat between the clouds.
Oh, look. They've got the curtains drawn.
And there's Jillian.
There's Jillian. Hi,
Get her.
everybody. I know I over dramatized the filter there, but I'm trying to show you that it's a solid thingy.
It's a definite box.
Really far away.
Sometimes it's necessary to adjust the colorings and stuff.
Yeah, look at the light. Look where it's going. Look where it's not.
Yeah, we're at a different angle now, man. Everything feels like it's gone a completely different tangent. And this purple stuff. Look at it. This
Yeah, the-
purple.
Yeah, the clouds are different, aren't they?
Like chemical clouds. And they're white out. Beautiful big halo.
So what time was this, Jillian?
That's in the morning, about 9 or 10, between 9 and 10 a.m.
Because it's a common thing now that about the same time we get the halos. Because sunrise now here is 7 o'clock in the morning, sunset's 5 o'clock, so our days are definitely shorter. And on the 21st will be the shortest day of the year. 21st of June.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Yep. I want to see what my point of view at looking at these things are going to
Look
be
how
like.
dry this grass is.
And you said it's
Here
been
it
really
used
hot
to
there, Julian.
What's that?
You said it's been very hot there.
Yeah, for Nairn.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, remember this is
Sorry.
Scotland where it's always wet.
You're supposed to say your name. Yeah.
Well,
Never
they haven't
mind.
had snow for years
Yeah.
there, have they?
Snow. What's that?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because we have friends from Scotland too, and they said it hasn't snowed there for about 10 years.
It hasn't really snowed much. I mean, I've been here 7 years, and it's snowed on and off, but nothing like what. You know, my brother was very dramatist, and he said, "Oh, snow is like feet, like yeah, you'll be driving your truck through that." I said, "I'll be driving a truck. You know, I don't drive."
Yeah.
But yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it never did
And
snow
this is
like
what-
that.
And this is what
It's-
I mean. The ones that are more inclined in their age, that were born and raised there and then came out to Australia, they remember how much snow they used to get, and they say it's nothing like it used to be. Or
Yeah,
the
a lot
last
of people
years of
here
dry,
say that when they're on a good day, when they're being honest, then they'll say to you, "Yeah, you know, it's not like it used to be." Or a lot
No.
of them will say that,
Yeah.
and then other people will go, "Wait a minute, do you remember the year that?" And then it was way back in the 80s, before the system arrived and before things changed and went really weird. And
and that's
I
what
was
I
gonna
mean.
say-
You know?
So many times I drove a pickup. Anyway, different cars, but whatever. I had so many times, you know, driven in really deep snow. Let's say that, you know, and I have not driven in snow in like 10 years, 15 years. It's just,
yeah, you see, when I
it snows
landed
once
here,
in the
they
winter,
said to
about
me,
that
"There's the
much.
snow," and it was in a clump in a bush. And then we were driving down
Nothing
the
like it used to
A96
be.
to come to Nairn, and they said, "Oh, you see them sticks? That's for when they dig us out of the snow piles, the snow drifts." I'm like, "What? Snow drifts? Yeah. Well, you know, it's winter now, like, so you know, there's going to be snow drifts." So what? When? And they said, "Well, you can never tell. It just could be like any day now." And then 4 days after I got here, Lindsay says to me, "Look out the window." And we looked out the window, and she's like, "See there? That's Atu like welcoming you to Nairn, because it was purple snow. It was like purple above us, and the snow was about 2 inches maybe in our garden, but only against drifted stuff." I'd never seen. Like, I'm looking at the snow, going, "That's mental." I remember when I was 12. I think I was 12 when Diana got married. And then it snowed in Johannesburg. Oh, sorry, dry throat. I'm doing a Sam now.
Yep.
Cats.
But you look at reports coming out of Japan now; they've got 4 meters of snow.
Yeah, insane. They got a
You
tunnel
know,
for it.
Hello, I can't even imagine 4 meters of snow above me. No
I get
thanks.
claustrophobic just thinking about that stuff.
Having to dig yourself
Have
out of
you
your
seen
own
that
house.
kind of snow, Sam?
We had up here in Montana when I was living in East Missoula in the 90s, we had 11 feet of 11.2 or 11.7 feet of snow in one weekend. And I did have to unbury my house and my roof and everything. And when you fell off the roof, you didn't even hit the bottom of the snow.
At least you wouldn't
So-
hurt anything.
Yeah, you had to. We actually had to go up there on top of the roof.
Did you get that a few years ago too, Sam? We got a lot of snow a few years ago here.
Not
Like,
really.
70
We've had.
like-
I think 6-7 years ago was the last time we had any deep snow.
Yeah, we've been like that here. I mean, up on the mountains, on the tops, they get their share, but down here in the valley, we've been getting very little. A few years ago, we got so
Hi,
much
blackberries.
snow, and we've had
What
pretty much nothing since. It's been so weird.
What about Thomas?
Hey, blackberries.
I'm still here. What was your question?
Don't you get
Oh
snow?
no, we don't have much snow here, so it's just a little bit. If I was a child, it was more, but now it goes it's very less. But I'm happy, so I don't need snow so much.
Like,
So years before, I just have a motorcycle. I drive every time with a motorcycle, so I was happy with less snow. Yeah.
perfect. Oh. Mm.
So, but it's cool, yeah. So the weather here in Germany is not so bad, in my opinion. If I'm looking for Spain or other countries, they have more floods and all the stuff. And yeah, so I'm happy here.
Whereabouts are you in Germany?
It's near to Cologne, about 40 kilometers from Cologne. So, you know where Cologne is in Germany?
You could send us a picture because I'm being.
I do.
Oh, go and look. Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So it's nice here. It's on the land and it's not in the city. And I have a lot of, I call it seas. It's not no big seas or no, maybe it's not seas. It's not the other word. Of course, I have water here, so I can go swim in the summertime. And yeah, I enjoy my time here. It's good.
Yeah, and you don't have any piranha.
Hey,
Like,
you're actually quite close.
Yes.
You can come and visit. Sorry, Sam. He's close.
Yeah.
You can come and visit.
Yeah, it's close. I told you. So we have the same weather.
Yeah, that's right.
Not big difference. And yeah,
Mhm.
it's not like Jillian goes to America, Jillian goes to Germany. It's very near.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, can't see.
Yeah.
Huh.
I can see just water. I don't see it what you have on your phone.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Like I can see Cologne and I can see up in Edinburgh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I understand. So I think maybe 1,500 kilometers or something like that.
Let's see.
It says it take you 12 hours to drive it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
you have to go through the tunnel
Uh-huh.
under the ocean or under the strait between UK and France, en français,
Yeah.
and then you'd have to head north for about an 8-hour drive after that.
It says if you drive, you'll be 15 hours and 36 minutes. If you went by train, it would be 12 hours, 54 minutes. By a bus, 24 hours.
Oi!
It's 921 miles.
Okay. So about 1,300 kilometers or something like that, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Take the Euro, man.
So yeah.
That would be
But
freaky. I don't think I would want to drive under the, from England to France. Thank you, through the tunnel.
I hear that it was leaking and stuff, so I wouldn't want to go either. Imagine going in a choo-choo and it's like leaking water all around you.
Oh, you should see the corridors on the on the East Coast from Chicago all the way to New York City. They've got so much underground stuff that is 100 years old. People leaking like sieves. That infrastructure package that got passed in the last administration barely got spent and then got put away. It never got paid for. It was allocated, but it never got spent.
But I hear that we have also tunnels from the ancient civilizations, for example, from America to Europe and something like that.
Cappadocia,
Yeah,
Turkey, Istanbul.
they are all connected in the underground. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, there's there's a lot of distance between us and the mantle. The upper crust of Earth is probably, not to mention natural caves, let alone dug in previous civilizations or recent civilizations of all kinds of underground things that they don't talk about, where money vanished to over the last 3-4 decades.
Mm.
Morlocks and Eloy from Time Machine.
Andrea says that it was in 1981 when it snowed in South Africa. Audrey says. 10th of
Sorry,
September,
guys.
1981.
In 1982, we had Mount St. Helens. Or was it 1980? I don't remember. All I know is I remember Mount St. Helens. Anyway. Been cleaning
No,
all
we
the
were
act
just talking about the underground and stuff like that, Sharon, and about
under the
how
earth.
far
Old
it is
civilizations,
from,
new civilizations, past civilizations, and current ones who are digging when not telling us.
Yeah. Or the
Yeah,
inner
how
earth,
far
also
away
very
Thomas is
interesting.
from me.
Oh yeah,
No.
one of these days we could talk about Agartha.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
all sorts of
It
really
seems-
interesting civilizations and
Imagine, ponder the thought if other civilizations that lived under Earth did not go through the exterior cataclysms that we have had in the last, say, 5,000, 8,000 years. Imagine if they hadn't gone through that, and where their civilization would be compared to ours, where we keep having to start over and over and over again.
They are protected.
If you wanted to avoid the Anunnaki, maybe you would go underground.
Yeah.
And how many places are there that sort of suggest that they went underground too?
Oh my God, have you
avoid
seen
those
the
kind of people?
cave works in China?
Yes,
They have
that's
tunnels
crazy.
that are so big you wouldn't believe, and they go for miles straight. Yeah.
And look at
even
all
in
the
South
tunnels and
Africa,
stuff under
those
France,
mines, they dug down like
Ukraine.
modern mines into ancient
And don't
mines.
forget the
Sorry.
one on the North Pole, Admiral
yeah.
Byrd or whatever found.
Yeah,
All
the
that.
entrance to
What
the
about-
inner earth, to the other civilizations. They have
Yep.
a whole new technology and all of that stuff. It's crazy.
Well, they had caverns in the Grand Canyon that they wanted to keep concealed, and you still
Yeah,
can't
with
go
Egyptian
there today.
technology and Egyptian hieroglyphics, plus multiple other races as well. Whistle.
Mummies, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
yeah.
giants were there, weren't they? The giants.
I was just going to say, remember the Smithsonian destroyed all the evidence of the giants that they collected over the last 80 years? Yeah,
Well,
so
they did that with
all
all
of this
the
is
mounds.
manipulated.
God knows what else they've destroyed.
Well, why do you think they made the Grand Canyon a national park? Because it's one of the largest metal resource values in the entire world, and yet they're not using it. Yes, it's beautiful, but why take the entire area and close it off? Because there's a lot going. Now, the Bureau of Land Management has done that all over the United States as well. They took all the mineral land titlery and deeds long ahead, from the Louisiana Purchase on, and they've kept all of those really treasure-rich areas for themselves. They worked for
Heck,
BLM for years.
Australia's got lots of that kind of stuff as well, hasn't it?
Yep.
There
Yep.
is.
Now, the
all
government
property,
owns
the
all the major
minerals, yep.
assets.
Yeah, well, that's what's going on with Greenland right now with the whole.
Yeah, Greenland's almost like a mystery to most of us because they
Well,
don't
I
really talk
mean,
about it.
as all of this happens, it's gonna become a very rich in resources, and it's already
Water
already
alone from the ice.
Water alone.
I
but
don't suppose anyone's mentioned the Golden Dome yet.
No, I just heard about that last night, actually. So.
In the news, Donald Trump has announced he's going to build a Golden Dome over the USA as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, which is the same thing, which is a cross reference to the Iron Dome, which is a defense system that Israel uses. He
Mhm.
wants to call his goal. Yeah, big
His
money
goal,
going
yep.
to this new new technology, and he did his commencement speech today, and claimed the might of the Army was due to him, because he made the Army better now. In actuality, we've lost so many servicemen you wouldn't believe.
Oh yeah, they're all dutiful to him now.
He made the people he gave the government contracts to rich.
Well, you should see they're doing.
Or they're going to replace a few Air Force airplanes. That's not good.
Yeah.
They want to decommission the A-10. That
Boeing and all of them are in trouble, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Lockheed Martin, they're all in trouble at the moment.
And look at another plane crashed in California yesterday.
Oh, God.
And 6 people are unalive. And there's more plane crashes this year than in the last 30 years in aviation combined in the United States.
And it's getting worse.
And it's getting worse. And don't fly out of Newark, because everybody knows that one.
Wow, I didn't know it was.
Yeah, it is that bad.
More than the past 30 years. That's insane.
Combined.
And it does have a lot. This is just me speculating, but I think it does have a lot to do with the fact that they got a lot of their funding cut, and a lot of it. But I also think it's other things as well.
Cutting corners.
Well, if you know that something drastic is coming, and you keep refunding it to fix it.
Yeah.
Why bother fixing it if you know it's crashing?
It's the same with other projects here. It's like, how often do they, upgrade our rail network? They'll commission someone to go and build all these new carriages and trains and locos and whatever. And the ones that are 30 years old are still functioning fine. There's nothing wrong with them.
Right.
It's just cosmetic.
It's a problem with building the way. Well, I mean, we have this. Everything we do now here in America it's like it's just to be recycled over and over and over.
But that's what I mean,
it's basically the economy here, and I'm gonna say the whole world, but mostly here in America because this is where I live. But we have a revolving economy where nothing lasts enough. Like even the building and say for instance, the way people build homes and buildings in Mexico is completely different from the way they do it here. Out there, it takes a little longer because they don't use drywall and all that cheap shit. They build mostly out of cement, concrete, and all the pipes and everything are actually in the wall, not in the floor. So you have a very good for fire resistant, and you have a very good structure that's gonna last forever. My grandma's house is still standing, even after it was it was ransacked by what's happening in Mexico, but it's the building is so different. It's so different, and I guess on one side it does keep people working, I guess, but at the same time it's such a waste of resources. It's such a waste of resources that we're doing.
But at the same time, the level of skilled workers is produced too.
Yeah.
I was listening to something the other day, and they said that doctors from India, and this is why a lot of students here are now getting up in arms for the medical side of things, is that they can come over from India and their doctor or piece of paper is equivalent to these people that have spent 12 years doing it through university at a cost of probably $300,000. And a lot of these documents aren't even certified documents. So how can they make them equivalent to kids out here that have struggled all their life to get to that level where they can go and practice and help save lives if they're just bringing in these people that have no qualifications, and they're the ones that put the system under strain?
Yeah. Which is weird.
This is what I mean.
This is only an India thing, I guess, because I have an uncle who was actually a doctor in Mexico.
Yeah.
Successful. Well, I mean, for a while he was successful practice, and then a lot of the violence reached where he was at. And he had to leave. Well, he works in a retirement home now because his degree is worth nothing here.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to insinuate. The people that are coming over there, that I don't know how they get their education or whatever, but we have very high standards here. And what I'm trying to say is you can't compare an apple to an orange.
Right.
They should come out here and have to, show to the rest of us that what they've learned is equivalent to ours, not just hand them the
silver have some kind of something.
But that's the way it's going now. People are getting desperate because there's not enough real people out there doing the jobs anymore. Everything's getting replaced. Everything's being robotized. The human factor is being removed from everything.
But that's the plan for the future.
We just look at China at the moment. Besides their deserted cities, all the factories are shut down. All the shops, even in the big cities, there's no one there. All the street vendors have gone. The population has been decimated, and how can China recover if it hasn't got the people? And yet people are still going on their phones and ordering from Temu and Amazon. Where are all these products coming from? Buy 3 products for 99 cents. Free shipping from China. They must be in desperate trouble if they're giving shit away like that.
Who has kids in the background?
I was gonna say,
No.
Where's the kids at?
They're not here.
I'm alone.
She must have her earpiece on still.
Must be my wife and her mother.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I got a feeling that's Chris.
Hold on.
I know Jillian don't have kids. I know yours are grown, right, Sharon?
Oh, mine are adult, yeah.
So
That better?
And it's not.
I don't hear them now.
Okay.
You're smiling. It must be Chris.
Yeah.
They're near half asleep, looking at his phone there.
I did that. I think I did that last week. I was having a
I'm just
conversation.
trying to keep myself warm.
I think I did that last week, where my entire conversation with my friend was transmitted live.
Yeah, we were enjoying it. We were going.
Yeah, I
smile about that. Yeah,
I didn't turn off my mic. So yeah, that was kind of funny.
It can happen to the best of us.
It does. Thank God we didn't say anything stupid.
You can only look back and laugh and think, oh my gosh.
We didn't say anything concerning, so that's good.
Rebecca's back.
I'm back. I'm here. I didn't go anywhere too far.
How are you traveling, Jillian? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging in here. Like,
get the second wind.
I don't know.
5 hours, 2 minutes.
All right. Katie
6
Jo
minutes.
sent me a few pictures, so I was
6 minutes
putting them
past 2
together.
in the morning. I think I probably should go and sleep.
Oh my gosh, Jillian,
Right, Jillian.
Yeah.
you should go to
You had a
bed.
busy day. You need to get some rest.
Well, I don't want to miss the fun. Like, how
Oh,
much-
man.
But I
Always
think
call
for
you in later.
I think for all people also the sleeping time changed. Or I'm not right.
yeah,
So many people have problems with start sleeping or sleeping complete. So they wake up 1 hour or 2 hours and then awake and go sleep again. I think
Yeah.
that's a big problem for all people too, huh?
In medieval times, that was normal. They called it first sleep and second sleep, and a lot of that had to do with heating your home as well as I don't know, but that was generically, and it is recorded in medieval times. You slept when it got dark, 9 o'clock at night or whatever. You went to bed, and then you woke up in the middle of the night, and you had a meal, and you stoked the fire, and you visited with your family, and then you went back to sleep about 3 a.m. and then woke up right before sunrise, so it was like a secondary nap. They called it first
I hear
sleep and
that,
second.
yes.
Must be
Yeah,
a
that
hobbit
sounds
thing.
good. That sounds like us hobbits up here. So
Yep. Well, that comes from the UK. That information.
Hmm.
yeah, it sounded just like us hobbits. I
But
don't
I
know what
thought
they do here is like you can hear people tottering about. I mean, I don't know. They can't possibly be going to shifts.
Well, I'm waking up at 3:00 in the morning, and I hang out for a couple hours, and then I go back to bed. That's what I've been doing for well over a year
Oh
now.
yeah, that's why you send us music in the middle of the night. Like you send us music, and you wonder where the hell other people are, and everyone's like,
Not that
"Oh,
I don't get
that
on the
was
computer.
my 2 hours when I was asleep. While you were up having your 2 hours of wake time, I was having my 2 hours of downtime, and then you get up, and then you're gone. And, I don't know.
Well, yeah, our
I
times
haven't
are
heard
different.
anybody all week. It's like I have to be here now, and I'm not.
Well, when it's noon here, I'm talking to people in your area, and it's like 9:00, 10:00 at night. So just off different times.
Yep.
in time, out time, you know.
And look at the
Have you
beauty
got
of what we
anything
can
else
do
for us,
now.
like Christopher's Saturn or anything else that you want to play?
She's
Oh,
busy.
sure. Yes, I do.
Tapping
I
away.
know.
I think her
Okay.
index finger on her right hand is smoking.
that finger's gonna be like that. That's gonna get like.
I do. Let me look at my notebook. I do have some.
You'll need a
things.
bandage for that thing.
Yeah, let's play that. Let's
Wrist guard to
play.
hold it up.
Have what I rounded up
18
from Chris this
fun
week.
home.
I know that's me. Let's see. Okay.
Bear stare. Okay, sorry.
And then I have some pictures from Tara to share and Katie Joe. So
Before you get into that, guys, I'm gonna head off to work. We'll see you
okay.
all next week.
Have a good day.
Okay.
Drive careful. Keep
I'll
up.
be listening, but
yeah, I know.
don't know. It might be dead now with everybody's kind of out of town for all this. Was it Memorial Day? I guess Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yep.
But,
Holiday.
So what are you celebrating?
well, why am I celebrating? Well,
No,
I'm-
I said, what are you all celebrating?
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
What does it represent, in other words?
It's,
Thank you,
Um,
Sharon. My brain's
it's
in
like
that.
a
Represent fallen soldiers.
Isn't it like Dia de los Muertos, but for Americans?
So
No, it's
So it's like
fallen
our
service
Anzac
members,
Day.
and
Oh, and
we
it's also-
memorialize
Day.
the graves of the veterans.
So it's like our Anzac Day. Go and pay homage to the fallen.
Uh-huh.
So barbecue time. I gotta go.
Yeah, it's here
Barbecue
to
shop,
start
barbecue
summer.
grill shopping because we need a new one. But anyways, all
Take
right,
care,
guys.
you
We'll
Zeus.
see
Have a
you
good
on
one.
next week.
See you.
What you getting?
Yeah.
What do you need a new one? Sorry, I'm like.
We need a new barbecue grill. It's
I
about
thought you
that
said
time.
a new Barbie.
No.
He needs
Hey,
a
he
new
only
Barbie.
gets 2 Barbies instead
Hanging
of
a
35
string
this
Barbie
Christmas.
and he's-
Yeah. Oh,
Hey,
by
wow,
the way,
it's better than
Brittany,
me.
I did end up getting a refund for your headphones. We tried it. Apparently, Amazon sucks in your side of the world. I'm sorry, but well, no, at least I did get the refund. So
Oh well. Got your
But I
money
mean,
back.
we haven't been chirping for a while, so I don't know. Maybe it worked out. So
Maybe they're not
Uh,
listening anymore. Maybe they're bored with us. We went and started
maybe,
listening to somebody else.
maybe. But
You got boring,
yeah, guys,
Julian.
Thomas, Chris,
Come on,
Corinne.
Sam. You're supposed to tell us something else. Was it the
I
church?
wish you a great day. Bye bye.
You'll have a good one, guys. See you all next week. I'll be the
See
same.
you.
Thank you.
See
See you
you.
later.
Bye bye.
Drive safely.
Bye bye.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and play Christopher's videos for the week. So
Nice.
let's get that going. Hang on 1 second. There they are. All right. It's
Count to 3.
Right?
Well,
What a beautiful shot. Oh no.
give it a go. Give it a go. Come on, guys.
Technical problems.
Yeah, stalling over in my end. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
That's a Disney.
Yes, Pete Oliver.
Thank
And
you,
this-
Pete. That was an awesome picture.
This is that video of the two suns. Our sun is the one on the right. The larger star is on the left.
I see this with my own eyes too.
Yeah.
Me
So
too.
they've changed positions too. It used to be the other way around.
I don't know, but I'll
Yeah.
I see it with my own eyes.
Well, when it arrived, it was actually due east is our star, and northeast. So in actuality, if the distance between them has changed greatly over time, it is still pretty much on the same path. I just hope it's not getting closer to us. I hope it just continues to the right. You know.
Don't forget the underground cities. For example, in Turkey, they built them for a reason, and I think the reason was heat.
I agree. I totally agree. You don't dig that much dirt out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet underneath, going acres and miles of tunnels for just the heck of it, just to hide
And it
from the
takes-
woman.
And
So-
it takes intelligent design to make sure they've got airflow, water flow, can have animals down there, can have ample room for storage.
We have
Yeah,
the
they've got
same in the
locking
world
doors.
now. Don't forget the underground city they built. I sent Sam the last time the link. They built a city for over $21 trillion in autark city, and I think they're much around the planet. So the government knows and
Why-
prepare.
Yeah,
There's lots of
and this
stuff
was
out
something
there
that
that-
goes all the way back to the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
And the Pentagon budget has not matched in 7 years. And we know that they were stacking, and they're still stacking up the DUMBs. And we were talking about last week how we believe there's a very large one under the Denver airport. At least that's the entrance, which is also can be known as the birthing staging area. So you can actually look that up in some Google information, especially if you look at Washington D.C., etc.
I
Or
shouldn't say this,
Air
but
Force
ours
bases.
is a tiny gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hello, Saru.
Amazing. Look at it.
Big
And
pretty.
these are, of course, the old shots way back 2013, 2014.
It's still huge.
Wow.
And yeah, this is 2014, 2015, right before she went bye-bye. This was as close as she got. This is 2012, 2013, where she's coming in, and you can see the bottom of the very thick glowing. There's the very much bigger 2014, 2015. You can see the very thick single base cloud. Okay, Saru is it's marked good. This picture is 2015.
The object tells
I-
you you're wrong.
I remember.
Insane.
I remember the sentence.
Not allowed to talk to us.
Great pictures, guys.
Oh, I had just been talking. 2015. The green, blue Saru on the left. Started Yuri on the right with the OCGs at the base. All the asteroids at her base. And in the upper right corner is actually Atu. That was the color different. Right behind where the last RI and Yuri is where Atu is. and this is the current green asteroid. Just give you a shot from last week, I believe it was.
Yep.
And it's pretty big, the green asteroid. For it's not that hard to find.
Yeah, she's right there.
To the right of
allowed
the
to see
sun,
my
just in
picture.
front of us, that's a yellow moon. Locked up.
Oh dear.
Rebecca, it locked up. I think she locked.
She's locked
She's
up. too.
frozen.
Poor Becca. She's got some mild weather going on.
Mhm.
You on TikTok again, Rebecca?
No.
Yes,
No.
ticky talkie. And ticky talk not.
There's Katie Joe's pictures.
Oh.
Okay. Well, all right. Good. Yeah.
Well, I
it was
need to go to
apparently
bed. I'll go to bed now because I'm going to fall out my chair.
Okay, Jillian.
Okay.
I'm trying
Good
to
night,
stay awake and I
Jillian.
can't anymore.
Good night.
I'll just go.
Talk to you tomorrow. See ya.
I'll be sleeping down there beside Theo in a minute.
Talk to you tomorrow. See ya, Jelly Bean.
Night, night, everybody. Good speaking to you all.
Good night. Good night. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, everyone.
Bye.
We'll see you next
Thank-
week.
Yeah. Well, let's try and catch up during the week, hey?
Well, yeah, for sure. Me and you, right? I meant,
yeah, it's
everybody.
been like,
I know. It's been one of them weeks. We just keep crossing paths.
like that.
I know.
Because we're so busy.
You never know.
Mm.
Every day
No,
is
well.
like up in the air.
I know, you know how it is. I mean, real life just, you're busy 1 minute and then the next minute you're sitting there going,
Yep. Life gets in the way.
Exactly.
and at work it's like, zoo, 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 get on your bike, zoo, get on your bike. Zoo.
I know. I know. Hurry, get to work. Hurry, get home, go to bed so you can sleep so you can go back to work.
Yeah, and then you're at work
Usually.
and then you wash this, do that, pack this, do this, grab that, take it down, you know.
I know.
Stressful.
And
I
then
know.
it's like, then-
For
then
me,
you're
very
finished.
stressful.
Not me. Yeah.
And then you're finished and you're walking towards your bike and it's like, finished now.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, now I just need to eat something. Oh no, I have to make it.
Mm.
Mm.
Good night, Jillian.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going, Sam. I know. And I
Yeah.
Yes, puppy. Let's
Go
go to
cook.
bed. Oh God, cook at 2 a.m. I just ate a roll with something tasty in it. It was nice. With two
Okay,
dogs looking
all
at
right.
me going,
Prepare.
Go back outside.
I think my dogs are half lizard. Their tongues were going. But I'm off. I'm talking sherbet. Night, night.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Good night. Good night, Tara.
So funny.
Good
Yeah, I
night.
try. I just can't find the little red button. Can you please put me off so I can go to
Oh,
sleep?
I can help you. Sure. Okay.
Thank
Here we
you.
go. 1, 2, 3. Bye bye. All right. That's funny.
Kick her out. Oh.
I know. I just can't finish talking. There's never an end. Not that. I'm
Well,
not
I know.
saying that.
Yeah,
You know, we can always think of things.
we've
else
all
to
done
say.
that.
This is our little social
Yeah.
group.
Well, remember,
Doesn't
didn't we
matter.
add an extra hour the
She
last
doesn't want to
time?
miss
A
out.
couple of shows ago.
Don't worry.
What?
I talk to Jillian all the time too, and it goes from I've got to go, and then an hour
I
later,
know.
hang on a minute, I'm still here.
I know. I know.
Like a
Same
personal
here.
gossip group.
Like 4 hours later, we're like, I guess I should go to bed. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's hard to get off the phone.
But we've always got something to share. That's the thing. Always something important.
Right.
What's the weather like where you are, Thomas?
Exactly. Again, say it again. I don't understand what you're saying.
What is the weather like where you
Also,
are?
the weather is always the same. Last days it's a little bit colder. Now we get a little bit rain, but not much. So yeah, the last I think 1 week before we have ever blue sky and sun, and now it's a little bit more cloudy, a little bit rain, but I enjoy it. I love it. So I have no problems. But thanks for asking.
Oh, I'm just curious as to what everybody else is experiencing around the world weather-wise.
Yeah. So
Like,
everybody has
Rebecca's
different
expecting a
problems.
storm, and I'm pretty certain it's pretty dry where Sam is right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as I said, we had 3 days of rain, and it's overcast again. We had one blue sky, which was yesterday. Now it's overcast again. So, yeah. And Gillian's heating up. She's reaching some pretty warm temperatures where she is in Scotland. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Germany a little bit, yes.
Yeah, and I think it's warm during the day and cold at night, Chris, where you are?
Oh, the red man. Every time I'm seeing he's very red, and I think, oh my God.
He's hot. You know what I mean? He's hot. He's like, it's hot.
It's hot.
Where he is, it's very
And
hot.
then it's too
Yes.
cold in the house, so I'm like going in, I'm coming out, and people are being loud, so I'm trying to find a place I can sit, and I'm just not getting comfortable.
Not your week, Chris.
Right? I mean,
You would think with
Pretty
living
sure I can
there
see
your
a
whole
bunch of
life, you'd be
asteroids
so
now.
used to it by now, but
and I
You
think
would
you
be climatized.
uh-huh.
and I think, Chris, you need to change your location. The next years it will will be hotter. So don't forget we talked about the underground cities. They built them for a reason. Yeah, hopefully.
Start digging my backyard up now. Go build an underground bunker.
You need a lot of money for that.
Well, just a shovel at this stage.
Well, depending on how you build it.
She's gonna
True.
Yeah, it depends on if you dig it exposed with a backhoe.
Well, I was going to claim it as a gold
Use a
mine,
backhoe,
so
you can do a lot cheaper.
I was going to stake a claim and call it a gold mine. They don't need money.
There you go.
Okay. Have fun.
Yeah, well,
A
they
lot
don't
of
need
work.
to know. Well,
Yeah, you
hard
have
work
to do
be
your
worth
prove-up
it.
work. So once you dig a hole, you have to bury it. And you can. There's nothing that says you can't bury a big box inside of that.
Exactly. Build a
With a
shed
secret
on the
entrance.
inside, and
Yeah,
as long as
call
I
it,
don't
it's
turn
a
out
shed
like the
for
Terminator with
mining
all my
tools.
weapons in there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's a shed for mining tools.
Exactly. Yes. Well, I'm not going to be doing any Breaking Bad down there, put it that way.
Right.
If people know what I'm referencing.
I didn't see the movie, but
No, I only hear bits of it, and then people ask me all the time, is it really blue? Is it really blue? And I go, well, why do you think it's that colour? Well, we don't know. When you don't understand the chemistry, you wouldn't understand what the colour is about. So, yeah. That was one of the first things they did in chemistry, or in our chemistry lecture, is they actually put the molecule up on the board and they said, see this? This is this chemical. If we change one little bond here and put it over on this side, this becomes a poison. And I've gone, who on earth would want to do that? So this is why we have a lot of, we'll call them backyard experiments, go kaboom, because the process, and if you don't have the process contained, kaboom. Yes. And these are backyard people. They have no idea what chemistry is whatsoever. Anyway,
Scary.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's
It is very
complicated.
scary. It's and very, very
It makes me
scary.
surprised at the people that do pull it off, for making it and it not just,
But then you've also got
immediately.
drug companies doing the same thing and infiltrating places too. Like look at the issues that the US are having at the moment. It's not coming in from Mexico, it's coming China, Mexico, US. So why are they flooding the market with that? What's the latest one now? Trank or something that's going around, and that's because they can't get the fentanyl in the streets. They're now using animal tranquilizers. So
Right.
again, you cut one supply, another supply
It's even
comes in
stronger.
somewhere else. So
And
and
it's creating
you know,
a necrotic situation in people's limbs.
and this is why people turn to those things, because they can see the breakdown in society and they just don't want to be a part of it. So they escape reality, and it's the only way they can find refuge from that. But at the same time, they're doing themselves a very big disservice for what harm it's bringing to their body. But again,
Yeah, it's horrible.
it's
And,
just another one of these things of
if you want to look
society,
that up on YouTube, all you have to do is type in the streets of Philadelphia.
Yeah, the
and
junkies,
Portland
the
or
zombies.
But the funny thing is, you have all of
they're
these
not.
things coming out from China where they sit there and they laugh and mock at the US going, look at their homeless and their drug problem. But they have exactly the same issues. It's just that they have theirs hidden behind firewalls. It's not made public.
Right. You're not allowed to film in public.
Not allowed to say
and
anything.
They're very serious about it.
Exactly. Very security conscious. So don't think that
Even the
what
natural
you see in the
citizens, not
media
just
is
the police.
correct. No, it's everywhere. And then you've got the other side of
It's a
the
national
coin.
pride in China to not release information to the rest of the world. Even the citizens will get mad at you for filming.
But look
So-
at the other things they do.
You-
The propaganda that they teach their children. There is a place in China where you can actually go and stand at a wall and you can actually look across the bay and there's Taiwan. They teach their children, Taiwan, come back home, bring your goods back home. Why? Because China's falling apart. And Taiwan is where they make all our chips for our phones and our computers and things.
mass
So they're-
unemployment. They have the do
are
nothing
very,
movement.
yeah, and they're a first world country and China's slipping behind. And this is why they want Taiwan back. So, and this is why they have all of the ships in the harbours around Taiwan, because they have to protect them, because they know what they're up to. The world knows what China's
They
up to.
overextended themselves with the Belt and Road Initiative really bad, and they've got their hands in many, many seaports around the world, especially Africa, and they've got a lot of money, and their video linked into around the world in ways
Yep.
that you wouldn't believe. And
Yep.
they've got that AI has now hooked through Meta, and
Mhm.
Meta, Chinese AI are really a force to be reckoned with. And I
Yep.
think it's going to jump up and bite us all in the ass. I really do.
Well, how many of the people have come out and said under the table that they've increased and written all these legislations and signed off on things? It was the other day that what day was it? I think it was Wednesday. We had something to sign off about public discourse and the amount of communication and misinformation and all that kind of stuff. That went public again the other day. And we don't hear about all of this stuff in the background because they don't want us to know. They make the decisions on our behalf.
Well, did you
whether
know
we
that in
like
the
it or
United
not.
States, everybody around the country got all of these new traffic cameras and new traffic lights everywhere?
Yeah.
It happened literally all over the U.S. And it was
Yeah.
shitloads of money spent. And that is linked up to that real-time facial identification / license plate tag reader. They can
Mhm.
follow you through every intersection in damn near every town in every county in every state in the United States. And China is doing that around the world.
We have the same
Using
here.
it.
You
Now,
travel from
Walmart,
Yeah, you
Walmart
travel
has
from
that
state to
same
state.
AI facial recognition.
Yeah.
And if you walk into a Walmart in Miami, Florida, and you walk into a Walmart in Los Angeles County, California, that computer will link and put you in the same profile, and they know you from state to state to state, not just locally,
Yep.
around
But it's
the United
everywhere.
States in Walmart.
All
Walmart
It's
about
everywhere.
facial
controlling.
recognition AI patterning.
We have little cameras.
That's how they're now catching
positioned.
shoplifers.
We have little cameras positioned in all of the aisles in every supermarket.
And
Nobody
in China,
knows about it. They're
there's
all
a
little
camera
hidden
every
eyes.
50 feet.
Yep.
In China, it's
We
every
have them on
50 feet.
every racking system, and our racking system would be what 2 meters, so 6 foot wide. The racking, so every 6 feet, an electronic
Yeah.
eye following you around the place.
All about controlling, and it depends always to the 15-minute cities they are talking about, and yeah, it's getting to the same system like in China. So they have a point system, and then they say, oh, you have this point or this point, or you can only do this and this. It's catastrophic in the next years.
Well, that's why they're trying to put
I remember how
everybody
about
on a
10 years ago-
universal living wage.
Yeah, remember 10 years ago, everybody was screaming about George Orwell and, you know, the Big
Yep.
Brother and the cameras. And, oh, my God, you
Yeah.
know, we're going to be militant. We're not going to allow that to happen. Well, it
But
already
in
happened.
China, it's normal.
Mhm. Yep.
Wait, and not only that, we're all walking around. Well, we all got a chip in our back pocket on our debit cards.
Yes,
And that
yes.
is linked to a satellite. You know, every person linked to that debit card, and that little tiny chip in your back pocket is linked in space. Each and every one of us.
Yes.
Yep.
And
And
that
all the
is,
data
you know,
is
it's a
going into what
microchip
deep
that links
seek and
in
things like
space.
that.
Yep, deep seek,
So
and
The-
more and more and
The
more.
computers know us better
Our
than we know
spending
ourselves
algorithm,
right now.
our body temperature,
Yeah. So they know us
our
better than we
location.
know us.
Yeah, and anytime you go anywhere with your debit card in your wallet, they know exactly where you go when you go.
That's why they
Yeah.
want to know what we're spending it on. That's why crypto and all the
Now,
rest of
there's
it
a
is very essential for
separation
them.
between state
Yeah.
and local police don't have access to that information, but the feds do. If they have a nationwide manhunt, all they do is look for Christopher's debit card, and they know exactly where he is.
Hell, your
Just look at his
cell phone,
transaction history.
you know.
Bang, he's gone.
Talked about years ago, you know, putting remember they had the little chips they wanted to put in everybody's wrist. It's in your phone.
Yeah, that was
Your
the mark of the
phone
beast.
same
And
way.
yeah,
So
we got one in our wallet.
they're in our wallets, they're our phones. We literally agreed to it.
There's
So
trackers in
but-
your car. There's switches that'll shut your car off. There are switchers that link to the cell towers, and then will down your television, your smart TV in your living room downloads after it's shut off.
Mhm.
yeah.
Hmm.
And don't forget the 5G towers and the COVID stuff. So there's also stuff going on with this. I heard about it, but I have no confirmation that the
Well, we won't talk
people.
about the
Yes.
stuff they release into the air.
Yep, Sam's right. Look at the phones. You can't pull a battery out of the phone.
No.
Before you can
No.
pull the battery out of the flip phones or whatever, and that turns the phone off. The
No, you
phones
can't.
never shut off. Even if you turn the power off, they're still on.
So
And even when you're in privacy mode on Google, Google is still tracking you.
yes,
yeah.
Even
Don't
when
like
you
Google.
hit a privacy setting or airplane mode, you're still being
yeah,
tracked.
but okay, so maybe you could get a prepaid phone.
A burner
Yeah.
phone.
And then prepaid.
Hey, I have an idea, guys.
If you
I don't
want to
use one.
lay under the lay
yeah,
Yeah, you blow them up, don't you, Sam?
yeah. That's the
but yeah.
problem.
You don't. My body has a self-destruct, bad, evil kill switch where I touch those things and I kill them.
There's a new
I had a friend bring
series on
over a brand new
Netflix.
iPhone, and I touched it, and it died. I have not
There's a new
touched one
series on
since.
Netflix where these women are now getting these electricity powers. So, yeah, so I was curious to find out about that. I saw a trailer the other day, how these women just sit there and go zap, have electricity coming out of their hands.
Yeah,
They've got to learn how to control it.
it's a
Have you
crazy
listened to
stuff.
that
But
one?
I wish.
but just a question back to the vaccine. You know that people have a IP address inside them. Some of them.
Yep. MAC address. Yep.
Yeah.
People are getting pulled up on their Bluetooth with a MAC address.
Yeah, absolute.
Because they're now
And-
antennas. We're all
Yeah.
antennas.
Yeah, and wait for the future with the 5G towers. If they rise the frequency, what's then going on?
Well,
So
think
they're-
about it.
Well, they're
We're
already up.
antennas, and they're uploading and downloading using us as the source. What are they using? What are they uploading and downloading? You've got to ask
Yeah.
yourself that question.
Yeah.
Well, we're
So-
all
Who's
tired,
picking
so
up the signal?
So I have no vaccine.
Just stuff that goes through my silly head.
how far down the
Yeah.
rabbit hole are we really? We don't even know it, and here we're screaming about the planets, and we can't even get a percentage of the masses to even watch, 5 hours, 35 minutes of our show. People, are
Yeah.
you listening yet? And we're all intelligent people, and we're not crazy conspiracy theorists. Not one of us, because we weed those guys out. I'm only joking. We bring intelligent people who are aware and awake and logical, and we don't jump into the crazy clown car at all. We work. I mean, we wait before we say anything is real, only through a lot of time-proven evidence. Sometimes it's a little bit rushed, when topic of the day, like whatever's going on off the coast of Oregon right now, which I should take another look at real fast. So anyway, go ahead, somebody.
Rebecca, I think, is waiting for showing
Oh.
her pictures. So.
You guys want me to go outside real quick? It's looking pretty wild.
Oh yeah, you want to show us, Chris?
Let me-
What's it
Let's
doing?
see if. Let me
Okay.
see what's on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, those 2 event markers are still going off the coast of Oregon.
Wow.
They've been doing this since this morning.
We had a 5.3 in Dubbo, close to Dubbo the other day, so it's definitely ramping up if we're feeling it in Australia. Big changes. are
Yeah, and the
happening.
North Atlantic Ridge or the Atlantic Ridge has been quite active. Iceland, of course, is still doing some new stuff. The crack is getting bigger, and there's been,
Had that one in
of
Japan
course,
the other day.
Kilauea has just been spewing away. I haven't checked it in a few days.
What about
Yeah,
Iceland?
Japan
Are
had
you
the
gonna
new
get
one
that?
picked up.
How's
So
Iceland?
And we're
very-
going?
watching Tonga again. So a lot of activity volcanically. And, like whatever just went off on the Fuku, if there was a subduction going on, we may see a loading of the spring. And again, for 2 days from now, this when that planetary alignment is complete. So we'll see what happens.
Yes.
A
It's
big
definitely
boom this
worth
year.
watching.
In
Yeah,
my
I typed
opinion,
in somebody
there's-
to somebody. Big bada boom. And not only that, there's the God, it's the 26th, the 27th. There's a July date, and then there's the August 13th big ta-da date that they're advertising all over the place on YouTube right now. And I mean, that's gone crazy. Before they were, they made you watch 25 to 30 minutes of video before they gave you the date. But now they've come out in a lot of other shows talking how Nostradamus is saying, August 13th, 2025. So, put a big circle on your calendar. Don't sell the farm or anything or pack up and leave to Cleveland. But
It's 4
why
days
is my mom on the
before
bus
my birthday.
on her way to Cleveland? Okay, anyway, that's from a movie. Go ahead. What?
I just said that's 4 days before my birthday.
Yeah,
Big
there
event
you go.
before my
Yeah, why
birthday.
did I just send my mother to Cleveland? Tell me what's going on, really. Yeah. So that was in the movie. I can't even remember which movie.
Yeah.
It'll come to me later. Anyway, yeah, there's all these dates going off this summer, and it's been highly interesting trying to weed my way. And I'll watch a couple of them just to pay attention to what they have to say and what Nostradamus said, or Baba Baga, or Edgar Casey, or this guy or that guy, or the Anunnaki, and some of these films. I mean, I make it 20, 30 seconds into the film, and this guy's out of his mind, or 5 minutes in, okay, maybe you just lost it. Credibility, goodbye.
And they waffle on about the same thing, and I keep hearing Nibiru, it needs gold for its atmosphere because it's breaking down, and I sit there and I go, you guys don't know half of what we know, and yet you're just repeating the same.
And the whole basis of Earth, well, they're avoiding, by saying that, they're avoiding the reality of what mankind actually is, and that's that part nobody wants to hear, that we're clones and that we're guest workers that were placed here and created not by God. Because by God, then wait a minute, what's Jesus? And then we're into a whole new can of worms.
Destroys what? 80 religions? Just like that.
Well, only two. You could say Catholicism, because there's still Hinduism, Taoism, Buddhism.
Well, that's what I meant. How many religions are there that are just going to have a brain meltdown, going, what?
Most of them are Abrahamic. You are correct.
Yeah. But the other ones, like the Buddhist and all of those, where they actually focus on chi and all the rest of it, they're completely different. They believe in the oversoul, not a god.
Yeah. Oh, that's what Christopher's got.
Look at that.
Yeah, hold on. You guys see it? Right here.
Yeah, a red nose.
Yeah, all these damn palm trees are in the way, but
Poor Christopher.
Light is to the right, and you're looking at Atu's moon, and the red asteroid is right there behind the palm trees. And Atu is the dark blue at the top.
I knew it. There's all these weird little.
And somewhere in there, right above the right palm tree, is the cube.
Yeah, you can see the cube clearly. That's why I went outside.
Yeah, right there on the right-hand side by these palm trees is the cube.
Yeah.
It's huge right now.
It's sticking up above that one white cloud right there.
Yeah.
And
wow.
I sent Rebecca a couple of photos that came in today, and then an older comparison that I dug out of the file that I hadn't seen in a long time. And if she has those on deck, we can use those afterwards.
Well,
because that is a really cool photo, and I have not used it enough. No, it's because it's not.
Yeah, I was like, I thought, okay, it's Uri, and then I looked at it for about 5 minutes, and I'm like, it's not Uri at all.
No, that's Atu.
Wild. You could see.
It is, because the sun is setting in the west, so you're looking southwest, right?
Yeah. Yep, directly southwest.
Yeah, that's Atu.
Wow.
And that's where it moves in the middle of the day as the sun rotates, because it's directly over us, and it's sort of doing this small circle over the top of us. Well, that's why Nepesity and Atu are trading places as the sun moves throughout the day. It's weird, but that's how it works. Oh, God. Cat hair. I'm sitting here getting ready to sneeze. Woo. And Yuri is right there behind all of that.
Back to the house.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at that suntan. Yeah, poor Christopher's down there getting his copper tone tan a little early. All right, Rebecca, we have a black screen. Or is it me? Am I alone? Did they leave me?
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I'm alone. I'm in darkness. Someone have a match.
Oh, no.
I was getting my kitty cats, or trying to get my cats in. Let's see.
Open your eyes. Open your third eye.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hang on. How do I get this back up here? No.
There's you. There's me. There's the chair. And there's Thomas.
I guess that'll work, but it's not how we usually have it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Rebecca.
Christopher left his
No.
laptop running.
Rebecca again.
I guess it's that for now. I guess that's right.
Yeah. Till you play your next whatever, if we have any more.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to Chris.
Yeah.
Did he just?
He said he had to go back to the house, and
Oh, it was over.
yeah,
Okay.
and so
All right. Sure. Okay. I see Tara.
boy, it's dry in here.
Here. Well, let's go ahead and play her video of pictures. And
Okay.
the first video, the first set of pictures, her and I have been like, I think it's probably either Isatum or Nibiru, but probably Isatum. And she was thinking, I forgot now what I think she thought it was Nepicity. So you have to be the one that decides,
Okay.
Sam. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead.
I won't run to the little scientist room while we're doing
know.
that, I promise.
Well, we'll see.
Even though I've drank like 2 gallons of water since we've been on this show, and 2
Excellent.
pops.
Cross your legs.
I went a little cheap this week. I had Dr. Thunder.
Okay. Right.
Oh, that's Nepicity.
What? Nepicity?
To the right there. That
Uh-huh.
is Yuri, and that's been so quickly. Yeah, right there. That's the Saturn yellow moon. That's Nepicity right there.
Which one? Like
The big one in the
That's-
dead center. The one behind it, over to the left. Up to the
Like
right.
that's
That is the
on-
Saturn yellow moon,
uh-huh.
and that is Nepicity. And they look like they're right next to each other, but they're really
Okay.
not. One's way farther away.
So-
One's way closer.
Nepicity is in front of
Right there. Yeah.
Isatum.
Okay, and the bottom weird cloud on the bottom is the big 3 asteroid group under Nepicity.
The big 3 is on the right of the sun now.
On the left. Well, Nepicity is crossing from the right to the left as the day goes by, and by sunset, Nepicity will be due north right before Isatum's yellow moon comes in. So you'll see Nepicity move out of the way, and then boom, there is Isatum at sunset. So I don't know what time of day this is. And I don't know where this is. This is Tara's,
She's in Texas.
and she's in
Uh-huh.
Texas, right?
Right.
Hmm.
Look at that.
Yeah, that base cloud pattern, planet pattern has to be weird. No, maybe I'm wrong. It may not be Nepicity. This could actually be a Saturn's yellow moon. And that pattern may be the faceplate, the crab faceplate on his Saturn. Because look where the sun is in this capture. And look what's in the background of the right corner. That's
look at
bubbly
that.
like a Saturn's yellow moon. But the pink clouds look very much like base cloud of Nepicity, but
See, here's
I don't see
okay.
Nepicity.
I think it's too little to be Nepicity. I've never
Right.
seen
You
Nepicity
could-
just a
you
little
are
tiny
right.
space. And it's
Okay, that is the
right at the sun.
base plate then of that's the base plate of the Saturn's yellow moon. Gotta be weird.
It's too little to be.
Look where the sun is. Look at the shadow
look at
right
the-
there that you just turned at.
I'll go back.
And that's where Nepicity would be right there. And actually that's moon, and then Nibiru, and then that's the Saturn's yellow moon straight. Wow, weird. There was green there for a second too. Yeah, that is the Saturn's yellow moon right there.
It
And
might
then
be
don't
in
forget
this
that the
I don't
lead
remember.
asteroid is in that mix also. Then that would be the spiral asteroid right there below.
Michelle's here. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, big 3 on Michelle.
Yeah, that's oddly the faceplate, that weird faceplate on the front of a Saturn Jello Moon, and it's in a different pattern than we've ever seen before. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Okay.
Okay, that light says that's the site of Uri,
I'm glad you're here,
the Dan
Michelle.
asteroid.
She made it. Yay! Party! We can party now. Michelle's here.
Michelle.
Oh man, she's like, that's not the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, we do sometimes have to talk amongst ourselves to figure out what the hell we're looking at.
Yeah. Well, right. I'm gonna look at the drawing. Turn to the drawings. Let's see.
And that would be the red asteroid dead center in front of. Weird. Very large. Now the light is going now in these shots. The house finally got too warm.
Yeah, I had to turn my AC back
Again,
on.
out of Uri.
1 minute, I'm freezing.
Well, it's 66 outside, but it's damn near like 78 in here. And that
Yeah.
again is back to the right hand side, so that would be that's the yellow moon. And then on the left, that's Uri and Dan asteroid,
I
etc.
have not seen Necessity that close to the right of the sun either, and their drawing.
No, it can't be. It looked very much the Necessity like, but the more I stared at it, the more it didn't make any sense.
December, your drawing had Necessity up above the yellow moon. Not in front of, but clipping it, I guess. Yeah.
Right, and it is moving further to the north than that shot. So it does not, can't be Necessity if it's a previous photograph.
Okay. Now we know, Tara.
Apologies, guys.
Yeah,
I can stay
it's
longer
at the yellow
now.
moon in the base plate.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Sharon.
It's an interesting
Hey, you.
photo.
Yeah. We're still hanging out. I got
Don't have to run away today. I'm good.
Oh, sweet.
You see the straight lines in that right there. That was long box. Wow, there's a lot right there. Still a Saturn. This is, of course, wow, this is
We
the
see-
sun is on the far left. That means this is aiming toward where Nibiru is.
I still
Where's
need to do
Can
my
you
yard
remove
work.
Michelle?
Michelle. Oh, sorry.
Remove Michelle's name off the main board. I'm trying to look at the horizon.
I,
So we see more and more asteroids now, Sam.
Why is it still there? I took it down.
Yeah, I was trying to look at the horizon where you have the Michelle Cox on the
I
screen
know,
there, and
Sam. I
couldn't
took
see
it
beyond
down. It's not going away. I'll back
Oh,
it up. I mean, I don't know why it's there. It won't go away.
It's doing it on purpose. It's messing with me. Make it quit.
You see it? Oh, wait.
They don't want you to see.
There, I can see the horizon. I need that horizon to know what the hell I'm looking at.
Let me back it up.
This is Atu's moon.
There.
Yeah, okay. The light is, that again is Uri and an asteroid. Because it's on the left.
Look how big it is.
It's getting
Oh my
hard.
God.
The light is heading towards sunset. This is where Nibiru should be. The light is coming from the left, so we're looking. We're looking northeast at sunset, and this is Atu's moon, red asteroid, and the cube. Cube's in the upper right corner. This is again facing at sunset. It would be northeast. And that would be Nibiru is back there, and this is bottom of Uri again, and an asteroid upper center.
Yep.
Again, probably Nibiru. The long finger clouds. They're really big though. And this again is where that's Attu's moon. You can actually see the craters in Attu's moon in the blue left corner. The light is coming from the left, so therefore this is the bottom edge of Nibiru. Very large Nibiru. This is Attu's moon again. You can see the craters on the Attu's moon in the dark blue center. Cube is up in the middle upper right. This is light under Uri, I believe, or under Saru, depending on. This could be Saru core. And I'm gonna go get more water. I'm a dry mouth here, you know. I need more water. Be right back.
Sam. All right.
Sorry, I was like, I can't talk anymore without water. I'll be right back.
No, go get water, Sam. Rodney likes that music.
Awesome.
It was actually music I picked, Rodney, but I think it matched the pictures just right. It's one of my favorites, actually.
It was stealing our sunshine. No.
Yeah.
Look at the time. 8:22.
Wow.
We're dark by 5
Look
p.m.
at that.
Look at that.
Amazing.
Wow.
Undeniable. Look at it. No wonder the ancients were trying to throw rocks at them. The sky is falling. That's where all those fables come from.
Yeah. Right.
Yes, Henny Penny, the sky is falling.
Sky is rolling like a paper. It's written in the Bible.
Like a scroll.
Right,
yeah.
scrolling from left inward and from right inward.
Wow.
According to Revelation. And it does do it. It blew me away for years. Look at that blue. We know the blue asteroid is right there. We also know that blue Matim is on the other side of that.
Great captures, Tara.
Those are keepers.
Yeah, she had a bunch of good ones. She's got the best view, though. You know, like she just has wide open in all directions. It's like,
Yep.
Look how the lighting on the tree is wrong. On the trees on the horizon is wrong. It's like too dark. And of course, here you can see why. Uri's cutting in from the left. Nobody's been commenting about the blue water. The blue water continues to be reported around the
Is it
world.
still happening?
No.
Yeah, it's still happening. I saw a few more reports of it this week. And by the way, since we're talking about Revelations, wormwood, part of the legend of wormwood is the reason wormwood is bitter. And in the discussion of wormwood, it talks about the waters of mankind will turn bitter due to wormwood. And then it dawned on me the other day, I was thinking, yeah, hey, we've been seeing blue rain and nobody knows what that blue rain is. So it's like, people, this is why I also encourage you. God, could you imagine trying to store good water for the rest of your life? Although, this is why people dig deep into real deep water. Oh God, guys, don't buy an air conditioner, buy a shovel. We're going to have to dig our way out of this one.
Buy a bulldozer.
Yeah,
Crap. I don't want to go there. God, I don't want to scream, everybody head for the hills, find a cave someplace with fresh water. But oh my God, and I mean, up here in Montana, we don't have a lot of caves, and you need limestone for that. And we've got granite. Now, granted, there's limestone under our granite, but we've got mostly granite here. Now, if you go to Canada, lots of sandstone and limestone and that sort of thing. But here at my subduction or rised up area, we have granite in our Rockies.
You're not digging a hole through that
no bunker.
very easily.
Yeah, no bunker for me. And I always say up here in my cave in Montana, my manufactured housing cave my
Yeah.
cave on wheels. Let's put it that way. The wheels are still under here anyway. Yeah, spooky.
Yeah, a lot
I
of
live in a
properties.
double wide. Anyway,
A lot of properties around here are just on clay. Clay.
yeah, but if I get a class 4 tornado, my house is gone. Bye. We're gonna, the new state bird in Texas, of course, is the flying trampoline, and we have that here too. Remember, we had a 90 some odd mile an hour wind that went through just a few. Was it last fall? And it's like all this shit's going on everywhere else in Illinois and Missouri and Nebraska and Kansas and South Dakota. And South Dakota, God, they had horrible weather too, and it didn't even make the news. Nothing. Zippo.
Yep.
And then Minnesota got
places
nailed with a
destroyed.
bunch. Yeah,
So many
there's a lot
property
it's not
damages.
making the news.
Did
So
you
this,
Yeah,
sorry,
Did you
go on.
see did you see the scarring of the land of the tornado that ripped through?
Yeah, the long run. Yeah, I watched that footage. That was a very long run tornado, and they didn't used to do that. Most tornadoes last 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the most. But this is something that
Touchdown,
ran
and
for an
then
hour and a half across the country.
And how much ground did it rip up? Kilometers. Absolute kilometers.
Oh, yeah, it was taking it all the way down past the dirt. It was removing the sod. They had one. They had one that was a class 4, and that was the one that went through. Trying to remember the
Arkansas,
name of
wasn't
that
it?
town.
One of them. Can't remember.
Well, no, it was in Missouri.
One of
It's
them.
got London, Missouri. I think it was London was the name of the town. I believe that was in
Yeah.
Missouri, London, Missouri.
Yeah.
And it was a class 4, maybe 5, because it left nothing but flat foundations. It tore everything off, and it had debarking of the trees and everything, and that's all debris that debarked the trees. And there was no branches left on any of the trees.
No. It was a mess.
There was also more that went on in Ohio and Nebraska and Kansas and South Dakota and Minnesota and Wisconsin and Indiana and Illinois, and it's not making the news, people. And FEMA has not offered to even fix the stuff that went off in Arkansas a few months ago, or any of the stuff that happened to Kentucky, or any of the stuff that's happened in Missouri or Illinois or St. Louis or any of that. They are not coming, people.
No.
So, and these are, of course, unfortunately, red states who voted for a specific red president. Anyway,
get used to the fact you're on your own, guys.
Yeah, and the states are already mostly bankrupt already. They have not met their fiscal budgets in many years, and are actually some of the highest recipients of government help. Yeah, I saw this.
Scary
This is
as
awesome.
hell, this bit.
I hope they buckled their seatbelts, because the possibility of that truck being grabbed and thrown is. They had trees that dropped in front of them right here,
I was just glad. they
and
got in
because
the
that happened, they're safer now because that tree went down. Glad it didn't smash them and kill them. But last week, some 50 some odd people.
Look at the shear of the
50
tree.
some odd people died last week.
It hasn't been pushed over. It hasn't snapped. It's been sheared. So imagine the strength of the. Oh, what? Good
Collapsing
night.
is happening right now.
Yep. Subduction. Goodbye.
And
Wow.
erosion from flooding. Upheaval, tectonic plates moving, guys. And I actually talked to a lady the other day. She said, "Well, this has just been the normal weather that we're always seeing." Is like, right? People, come on.
Where have you been hiding, love?
Well, because they only watch the news, maybe.
Head in the sand.
Yeah, and most people don't. A lot of people stopped watching the news. Yeah, this is class 3. Look, all the top these are gone. 2
This
to
one was
3.
so sad because
Well,
the neighbor was crying for her chickens. She couldn't find her chickens.
That's a mobile home right there. What's left of it?
Oh my god! I know. So
Literally got everything except for our house.
But we can't change it.
Hallelujah.
So
I know.
Hallelujah. At least they have a home
No, you have to
still.
plan. Oh,
Yeah,
look, somebody
but-
else's bed. I had a couch, went onto their deck. Gone. That forest will take 20 years to regrow.
Gosh.
Big tree. Big tree.
but if you live in these or those areas, the only thing is what you can do, change the area and go to maybe a safer place.
Where is that,
Well, tree
Thomas?
removal, tree mitigation is important.
Where is
Yeah,
safe on the
and build a
planet,
different
Thomas?
house.
I can't tell you. Maybe Sam know what the safe area is.
That's
But
why
I'm-
I'm going to dig a big
Safer
tunnel
areas
under
are
my
anywhere with
backyard.
old hard rock mountains.
Pictures do not do it
And
justice.
you got to watch where your weather is. Now the Ozarks are deemed somewhat safe because the weather goes around.
Sheds are
Part of
gone.
that is an example of what happens in Tucson.
Plus
She's
thin
on the
ground.
opposite side of the Ozark,
Vehicles
so the weather
destroyed.
does go around where Rebecca lives. The weather in Montana is pretty rarely real bad, but we've had some interesting, crazy shit. But mountain ranges,
Check
old
that.
rock. I wanted to move to Arizona, but was recommended not to, so I didn't. And so yeah, I stay out of the deserts and stay out of the wet areas, and
Yeah.
try to find someplace in the middle.
So I
On
think
rock.
my place is safe too. I'm right.
I'm going to pause this here for a minute. I'm going to pause, and Christopher is
Okay.
here. I'm going to look and see what he's going to show us. Hey,
Yeah, I just put
Hey.
I figured nobody wants to look at my ugly face, so I just.
Ah,
Whatever.
It's not ugly.
showing us the
Right?
sky.
I mean, why don't we
Okay.
look at? I mean,
It's only red.
It's the Texas.
Yeah.
So
I get it. Okay. I thought, well, I don't want to keep him waiting. Okay. You're good. All right. Fine.
Cool.
That looks cool. Yeah.
Oh, so what do you think is behind you in this shot?
it's the Texas Cube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what we were just looking at, right?
Yeah,
20
okay.
minutes ago.
I see it now that you're pointing it out. It's up there in the blue in the square right there in the upper right corner.
Right. And then there's like all these little asteroids coming.
Two white straight lines behind the cloud.
Now I gotta
Unbelievable.
look.
Yep.
I gotta look too. Hang on.
I got some good pictures of it.
Yeah,
before,
blow up.
so-
Oh yeah, look at that.
It's to the right.
Nice.
To the right of the white circular cloud is where the Texas cube is.
Yeah.
It's way in the back in the upper right there. Those three straight lines or two straight white lines that are kind of gray just either. But that's where the Texas cube is.
Neat.
And there's a
And
few
then we
asteroids in
get
there in the
Earth
bottom
here,
of Aptu and Aptu's moon. More water. Yeah, St. Louis really got hit. It went right through the center of a populated area.
holy mackerel.
I saw that. I think it was Italy.
Those poor people living through
Yeah,
that.
Italy.
Oh my gosh.
Sharon Cross, Villa Ridge, Missouri. It's total devastation, guys.
That's an F2 because there are still branches on the trees. Although that house is completely removed, and so are the roofs on both of those. Maybe an F3, and they, oh boy, F2 or 3.
So it's all because the jet stream, huh? So South Europe
Well, it could
gets
be
a lot of
both
water.
asteroids as well. Well, these rotational backpedaling cyclonic activity, I think they're being undertold. And then we're just seeing the tornadoes that they are spawning and the flooding that they're spawning as well. I take a larger look at these rotational backpedaling storms that they're calling anticyclonic. And because everybody's talking about it, but nobody looks above them.
Yeah, they don't know.
Gotta look above all of this stuff, guys, because there's some big stuff going on above us. And we know it. We documented it for years. I've been screaming it for as long as I can imagine.
Yeah, but these
then,
people are not connecting the dots. They're the ones that need to be introduced to this. And this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make that word get louder.
Well, we can't call for climate migration because nobody really knows where. It's gonna get. Let's get through this summer. That should be interesting to see what happens to our crops, what happens to our water, what happens to our heat.
I think if we can get through this 180-day cycle and come out reasonably unscathed at the end, there's a chance. There's a chance.
That'd be a good thing. We don't know what we could be running all the way till 2030 and still be having effect on the planet. We don't know how fast they're going to leave. We don't know what catastrophic overhead events are going to be with their
Well, this is
tectonic
true,
plates and geologic and volcanic and weather.
Well, I'd like to
Any
think
more
on a
ice
positive
storm?
scale.
But even in the earlier, like 2018, we had issues. Those are the first small course passes. But the planets got here, 6 years before, and it's some passes, but nothing monstrosities like that started in 2018. So that was made 7 years.
Yeah.
7 years. One side, 7 years, other a couple years afterwards as they leave. And God knows what the second star leaving is going to do to us and our planets, and if we're going to flip back or roll over. And I don't believe in a full pole rollover. But I think we already are tipped. Where are we going to tip more? Are we going to tip back to normal? Where is there ever going to be an old normal or a new normal? Or we don't know exactly what's going to come, but we know the event is happening.
Well, that's what the situation is about. We are living through the greatest thing that's unfolding before our eyes, and nobody's paying
Climate change
attention.
is for a reason. God, no kidding. And all more fires, of course. There's a new fire in California right now that started up again, but it doesn't have the Santa Ana winds issue that the blast furnace.
Crazy because most people are waiting for the news to tell them what is going on. There is a small percentage that follow the conspiracies, but at least they're looking, at least they're paying attention. They may not know what it is.
Those guys.
They may be really off, course, but at least they're paying attention. But most people know not at all.
Look at all the hail that we've seen this year alone, and the size of the hail. Catastrophically off the charts large hail. It breaks everything, windows, cars, you name it, roofs.
Nothing is safe.
Yeah, and I don't know why those guys are standing there holding. I'd chain those doors and get the hell away from that glass.
Yeah, and this is what I'm referring to when we look back at the ancients.
Think about that too. If you own a house and you don't have storm windows, like wooden shutters, put on wooden shutters. If you have sliding glass doors or opening doors at a business, get a length of chain and a clip lock for your business so you can, if you have an extreme storm, you can chain your doors shut so you don't have breaking doors and anything till something flies through them. But save your customers. Think have bottled water placed ahead. Have a small food storage. If you're stuck at work, you need stuff. You need coats. And always, before a coming storm, always find your coat and your shoes. Don't go into the storm shelter or anywhere in the bathroom without your shoes. Because if your house is ripped to shit and the storm goes by,
You got glass
You won't be able to
everywhere.
find a pair of shoes, and you're going to be walking on glass and nails and this and that and the other thing. So think about that during a storm. Bring in your good boots, whatever it takes. Have that stuff ready. Coats. You
I
can
don't
get
have
raincoats,
shoes.
anything like that. Well,
I call it
you
a
need a pair.
bug out bag.
No, I don't have one.
You get a pair of boots.
Be a good scout.
You don't have to
Dib,
wear
dib,
them.
dob,
Just
dob.
have them.
Get prepared.
Yeah, you got to think of survival gear. And again, if you have camping gear and everything, have it in one place. Don't have it in the basement and in the garage and in the car and in the shed and have to spend 2 hours gathering it. Have it in one nice spare room pile. That way, if you have to bug out, you can do it quickly. Think about containers. How are you going to tie those containers down? How are you going to keep them in your car? Do not drink plastic, small bottled water. Big water.
Wow.
Big plastic containers, not the little one, because they toxic. Yeah, it's just a little bit of planning.
No clear stuff. No clear plastic.
Yeah, pet containers. How you gonna bug out your dog? How you gonna bug out your cat food, dog food, diapers for the kids, extra emergency diapers, whatever.
First aid
powdered
kit,
milk. Oh boy.
medications.
Oh yeah, medicines, bug spray,
Yep.
bear spray in Montana.
Matches.
Oh, yeah, lighters.
Kindling. Yeah. All that kind of
In
stuff.
plastic bags,
Torches, batteries,
in foil,
everything.
sleeping bags.
Yeah.
You
That's
scare
all in the back
people
of my
too
dad's
crazy.
Well, you need all of that
You've just
anyway.
listed,
If
you've just listed
tomorrow,
all the contents in the back of our 4-wheel drive for our panning. So
Yeah.
we're
you
set.
have a Carrington event tomorrow, and we don't have power for the next week or forever, what are you going to do?
Exactly.
And you don't have all these things, you can't acquire them because the stores are closed too, because your debit card isn't going to work.
Yep.
And
Okay.
if you don't have
then
cash on hand,
how
Yeah.
do you prepare forever? Like you can't buy enough.
you can't.
No.
No, you can
go
only
to-
prepare for a month or a week, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
They say
this
the
is why we have to
maximum
have
should
people.
be. Yeah, they say the maximum you should hold is enough for 3 weeks at least.
Oh.
That's a nice round figure.
hmm
Now the
I
more
go to my farmer.
to have a big
But you think
year.
about it, you flush your toilet, how much water goes down the toilet every time you go to the bathroom? So, again, how much
2
water
gallons
would
or one,
every
depending on where
person
you pour it.
need?
If you
Again,
pour it in the
people-
front, it takes 1 gallon to flush. If you pour it in the back, it takes 2.
Yep. And that's what I mean. So you've got to look at the water consumption. And this is what people are unprepared for. They just think, oh, yeah, a bottle of water a day. No. You've got cooking, you've got cleaning, you've got hygiene. How much water does a person need every day? At least 10 liters just to themselves.
So do you have now so much water in your house?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, and this is why
I
people
have-
collect grey water
Right now, in
so that they can use the
I
grey
have
water for all the
over 30
non-essential
gallons
stuff.
right now.
Well, 30. Okay.
And in
I
Australia,
have
they
over
not
30
enough.
gallons right now in the house.
But it's
Yeah,
not
in
enough
No.
for 3 weeks, or?
no, but in Australia they
No, I have
encourage you
2
to put in a rainwater
over
tank.
make 40 gallons.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
at least
a
you have
large
the
industrial,
opportunity to collect
brand
it.
new plastic water tank would be very nice to have at your house. I've often talked to people who live in forest-prone areas. You should have a very large, massive water tank with a gas-powered pump and sprinklers installed over on the top of your roof. And that way you can turn all of that on with thousands of gallons of water, hopefully. It's point of view.
And again, it's an option. Not everybody has the space for water tanks.
I looked into
All right,
it.
and if you do store water, be careful on the like the first floor or the second floor. If you do not stack 100 gallons of water in one room, unless it's really strong,
Mm,
weighs a lot. That's like 2,000 pounds or something like that.
exactly.
So be careful of the amount of water you stack in one
Lord.
place, and do not
They're
put
like
it in one.
big.
Water in 1 gallon jugs lasts for about 2 years, and then it rots, and then it leaks all over the place.
So you need money to buy all this stuff.
To a degree, yes.
True. That is a problem.
That's why I'm not prepared.
It is
Okay,
a problem.
that. I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, and think about, and if you really want to stretch it, if you have young children, in a year you're going to have new shoes for them and bigger clothing. And I
Yes.
thought about all of that way back in 2013, and I started to buy little extra stuff, and extra shampoo, and I've got enough aluminum foil for the next 2 years, and little plastic wrap and laundry soap, and I have a little of this and a little of that planned away here, and a box of matches, and a whole bunch of jam. I have a lot of jam and a lot of rice, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've got all the essentials put aside, so if I need to, I can just pick them up and
Candle wax,
do what I need to.
wicks.
Yeah,
I got
people are going to get
raw
sick of
wick.
eating
I got a
pancakes, I
bundle
can
of
tell
raw
you.
wick. And you can
Pancakes
recycle your
and
candle wax if you use it. Yeah,
jam
I have
yeah.
a bunch of pancake mix.
Yeah.
I have a lifetime supply of spices.
Yep. All the heavy duty stuff.
I have probably more
I'm on
paprika
board.
than I'll ever use.
Yeah. I'm on board with you. Mine's garlic powder.
I have a lot of that too. Yes. Garlic powder and Italian seasoning and dried onion powder and ginger and celery salt, you name it. I have cases of pickles, and they're starting to get old. We're gonna have a pickle party. Who's gonna win a free jar of Vlasic pickle? Don't mind the expiration date.
You have too much stuff in your house, in my opinion. if I'm looking at my
years ago.
Look, I'm just looking at my house. I'm looking. I don't have spice. I don't have water. I don't have anything. But you're talking. Oh, I have this. I have this. I have this.
We're that generation, Thomas. We're that generation. Okay.
No, I'm fine.
I got a bunch of cooking toilet paper.
That's funny.
I have a small bank of toilet paper. I can admit to that. Yeah.
Well, we don't have phone
I could be
books
considered
anymore.
a hoarder right now.
Phone book on a hook. No more phone books.
Yeah.
Computer paper.
Look like apps.
Bit shiny.
I only have one bundle of that. Is this a Bob for Apples picture that we were looking at in the local flood? Okay, kids, that's Bob for Apples.
No, thank you.
It's Halloween, kids. Come on, let's go.
Well, after seeing some of the rivers in India, like the Ganges, where they all jump in there
all the
and do
floating
their,
plastic and you know what.
burn their bodies.
Yeah, don't
down
forget
the
the payday.
stream.
Hey, I don't know how they wash themselves in the Indian rivers in the first place, because they put their dead bodies in there too, and their fecal material and the floating payday. Yeah.
No thanks.
Thank you. I would not want to take a bath in that river.
No,
Never.
me neither. Me neither. And that's why we're grateful we've got running water with hot water tanks and
And they
showers.
do it every year. They have thousands and thousands and thousands of people all get to the, that river, and they all crawl in there at the same week. And I can't even imagine what that comes. Talk about pink eye. Holy cow!
And don't forget, most of them get the vaccine, and the immune system is very damaged, so they don't have any chance.
And they eat all those spices and all the curries and stuff too, so they must have cast iron gut.
Come on, curry. Oh yeah. Well, my parents, after having lived through World War II with no refrigeration, they could eat anything and it wouldn't bother them. And my mother fed us food that I had food poisoning over and over and over again as a child, because they could eat anything. And, it's been in the refrigerator for 2 weeks without a lid on it. Let's cook it up, no problem. Meanwhile, they're handing you a free plate of botulism.
Yeah.
My dad lived on bacon grease sandwiches.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to hear that.
Well,
story all
and
the
that
time.
bowl of bacon grease could sit on the counter for 2 months, including cat hair. And he'd walk in there, grab a piece of bread and a knife, and he'd spoon it up on that bacon grease that's been standing on the counter forever. and smear it on bread. Just yum, 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 yum. Because that's what they grew up with in Holland. You know, bacon grease was a delicacy. I mean, you were rich if you had bacon.
Yeah.
And, bacon is, right now it's expensive as hell too. So, yeah, lard. Get your lard sandwich here,
Again,
Don't
that's
mind the
what they had
bugs.
to do during the war because they had food stamps.
Right.
And I remember my grandmother telling me she used to collect all the butter and all the sugar and send them back to UK. Family back there. So, yeah. Drippings, it didn't matter. Beef grease,
And
dripping grease.
if we
That's
go
why
into a
my-
depression,
Yeah.
if we go into a food shortage, if we go into a darker dictatorship, because that's also coming. This budget bill is going to strip health insurance and food stamps from 750,000 people right off the bat, followed by much worse because they don't care.
Yep.
And
No, of
you
course
can't tell me the opposite. It's not by mistake. This is by willful action.
By design.
And
Yeah.
if we do end up in a depressionary state, you start studying what people lived on in the depression, 1935, 1936, 37, 38, 39, and the Great Crash. And they also had a drought with derechos in what they refer to as the Dust Bowl era, right in the middle of all of that at the same time. And we're also exhibiting examples of that in our weather patterns and our growing throughout the United States in our breadbasket. And so, people, be ready. Grow start gardening now, man. If you have the space, grow your own food. Learn now.
Even if it just
plant those
even
potatoes.
if it just starts starts with a planter pot on your veranda. Start now.
Right. Learn.
And something that you will eat. Don't plant shit you're not going to eat.
But imagine how much do you
plant corn? If you're going to plant corn, make sure it's sweet corn, not field corn. I mean, learn about what you're going to grow. There's better strawberries, better berries that you can get faster. Find out how long it takes to grow these things.
Yep. And
a pear tree takes 9 years to fruit. So
yeah, and look at the cycles of the sun and the moon too, because there's a lot of plants that rely on specific cycles. Like, think of all the root vegetables. Apparently, they grow when the moon is out, not the sun, because they're under the soil. They rely on the moon for their cycles. Whereas stuff above
remember
the ground,
what sunflowers
like
are doing right now.
Yeah, flowers. And
sunflowers grow towards the sun until a few years ago. Now they're turning away from the sun.
Exactly.
People were in trouble.
Yeah,
that
that's
alone
right.
should be telling people all over that something's really wrong when the sunflowers are turning away from the sun.
And I look at my roses out the front. They've bloomed 3 times this year.
Yeah.
And just in the last week,
we
they
have 3
bloom
blooms.
and then they die because the sun is so intense. They're just getting cooked.
Right. My chestnut tree looks like it's fried already, and it's spring.
Yeah. And you said the same, didn't you, Chris? You put some plants in and they just got fried. The soil.
I've been trying to water them every day, but a couple of them came back, but the rest are they're cooked.
Yeah.
I mean, they're burnt.
That's the soil
plant
too.
is
The
burnt,
soil.
crispy.
Yeah, the soil has no nutrient left in it unless we build it up. And I don't recommend putting on fertilizers from animals because all you're doing is adding toxins and bugs back into the soil. Even though they recommend fertilizer and stuff. No, you don't need that. You just need things like green tea, banana skin water, things like that. Things that you can naturally use, Don't have to buy chemicals, don't have to buy additives. Sometimes even a
learn how to
teaspoon
make
of
your own
sugar in
charcoal
water
filter.
helps.
Charcoal, sand, charcoal, sand, charcoal, sand, and then you pour your water through it, and by the time it gets to the bottom, most likely clean. Learn these things,
just
learn the tricks, learn the secrets.
Just like how water gets filtered through the mountains, it's got to go through all the different layers of rock before it's clear. So people don't use common sense anymore. That's the problem. They can't link one thing to another. They just think, okay, I go to the
Don't drink
supermarket.
water below downstream of the dairy farm. Not good.
No. Even the pig farm. Oh
Stay
my
away from
God.
farm.
If you
Go
ever been
upstream.
downstream, from a pig farm. Oh my god!
Oh yeah,
horrid, absolutely
Yeah.
horrid.
yeah. Thank you. Even your groundwater will suffer if you're downstream. Now remember, the aquifer underground runs the opposite direction of the river.
Yep.
So even if you're close by and upriver from the pig farm, you're still in trouble.
Yep. It gets in your clothes. It gets in your hair. It gets on your skin. It's awful.
You
Awful.
breathe it all day long. For those folks who live in Texas, feeder lots next to Texas. Oh boy, there's an experience for you. That's where they have thousands and thousands of cows in one place for a long time.
I feel
And
sorry
you know
for the
you're coming
cows.
to one 20 miles before you get there,
Oh, I bet.
depending on the
smell 'em.
wind.
Yeah. You can always tell.
Now, up here in Montana, we let our cows run around, and out, up in the mountains, and we hope the bears don't get them.
Yeah.
And the mountain lions.
Yeah.
But
Well, luckily,
in,
we've got a
in
lot
Texas,
of
they put them in
free-range
feeder
stuff.
lots. And it's kind of sad. I mean, those poor animals. Oh my God. Hey, I think being cows. Gee, I mean, oh my God. Look how we treat cows. Look how we treat chickens. Don't even get me started on Food Inc. Food Incorporated. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Corporations or shrimp or salmon or
And people eat this meat, and yeah, it's not very healthy if you eat meat like this.
Well, especially not
Yeah.
one that's packaged from the supermarket.
Yeah, so there's so
It comes in a
much.
plastic, comes in a foam tray covered in plastic with a label on it and tells you how much it is. It doesn't tell you
Yeah.
where
And don't
it came
forget
from, how
the
it was
packing
treated.
gas. The packing gas, so it doesn't turn a different color until you open it.
Yep.
And then it turns to brown, and it tastes like mule.
Or if you live in other countries,
Yeah,
we
I'm
won't
actually
mention
having
the C
to
word,
change butchers.
they spray colours on them.
Yes, they do.
They do. They do it with all their fruits and vegetables. They
Anything
highly enhance their
that
colours.
looks like the advertisement.
Why do you think they have wax on the outside of apples? Because they can stick them under the ground for 3 years and they'll stay exactly the way they were.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
right. And the only way to tell how fresh an apple is to look at the bottom of it to see how pinched open that little brownish hole in the center is. And in most cases, now I live 2 states away from Washington, the apple capital of the world. Do you think I can get a fresh apple in Montana? Hell no. Everything I buy is warehoused for at least 2 years.
Yep.
I am not kidding. I used to actually drive over to Seattle and Yakima and Bellingham, Washington, just to buy cases of fresh apples.
Yep.
I'm not kidding you. And then you can put them in your cold room and you can have them forever, and then they'll be more fresh than by what you give it at the store.
Yep. Yeah, I remember growing up, we used to have an orchard probably about half an hour away from us, and I remember my grandmother used to hand me 2 buckets. She goes, "You can go get plums and whatever other fruit you want, but just make sure you bring the bucket." And I'd be sitting under these plum trees eating so many plums. At the end of the day, it was like, "Oh, I'm so sick. How many plums have you got?" "Oh, half a
I've done
bucket.
that.
Is that okay?" Because she used to do preservatives and fruit canning and jarring and all that kind of stuff. And they're the old ways. They knew how to do stuff.
Right.
And that's where I sort of picked up
I
and
know
went,
how
wow,
to do that.
yeah, what a useful technique.
I even bought the jar. I don't have the lids and stuff, but yeah, you can't learn to do canning jars. Storage. Learn how to build an ice house. Learn how to build a root cellar. Learn how to build a roundhouse. A roundhouse.
Yep. Learn how to collect water from out of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
So I can tell you a secret. After this show, people will think different, and maybe will have depression. Because
Aren't we in one already?
Well, it worked out. Well, we're already working on our second quarter of recession. If we go 2 more quarters by this fall, come October, if we are still in a downturn economy, we are officially in a depression. Especially, I was looking at the stock market while we were talking, and
yes.
everything is down.
But
I just want to say, I'm talking about the depression of the brain. I'm saying this, but yeah, of
Gold
course.
is.
I sort of knew what you meant. You
Yeah,
thought
you're right.
people are going to go away and think, well, where do we go today? What's in it for me? Where's tomorrow
Yeah.
going to lie? But at the same time, look how far we've come. We can't just sit here and go, okay, well, you know, all these people are predicting doomsday and all the rest of it. But they can predict it all they want. But how often do they get it right? This is where we've got to look back at the past to look at what they were trying to tell us. Hey, our observations in the sky showed us this happening. But most civilizations collapse and fall because of what? Power control, invasions of other occupying, neighboring, and all the rest of it. Famine,
War, famine, and climate
changes.
change.
You just got to look at ancient history to see
That's
what they experienced. We won't experience the same things that they might. We have
No.
technology and all the rest of it, so it's going to be completely different for us.
Yes, absolutely.
Sandy Cheeks says the Amish. The Amish have a lot going for them.
Yes,
you know,
they do.
oh my God, those people know stuff. They have high IQs too because of their technology, because they stay away from the brain rotting media, so they spend more time learning real skills, life
Exactly.
skills, animal husbandry, how to build, how to work together as a community, how to follow rules and trust their religion and trust themselves. Their
And have
marriages
moral-
are better.
Yep. Morality and
Their children are healthier because they
connectiveness
didn't do you know what.
Yep. So
Yeah,
much
a
better
different life.
society.
Different life.
Yep. And thank goodness for them, because you know, who's going to be the survivors here? People with skills like them.
Yeah.
Because you think about it,
And they're not
in-
angry.
No, and they've got their heads screwed on right. You know,
I don't
like-
agree with their choice in fashion apparel, but I could get used to that hat. I'm joking.
Well,
I don't think the
Jewish
Amish are
with the
ready
long
for me.
curls coming down.
Yeah. Hey, I can rock that.
They-
I can rock that. I have Jewish blood. You know, I actually do have curly hair, so it comes naturally. It depends on if you comb it or not. If I comb it wet, then I don't have curly hair. If I leave it and don't comb it after I wash my hair, I have curly hair. I'm not lucky like Thomas, but
Yeah.
If
I
it's
have
highly
too
humid,
much.
my hair looks like Thomas.
Yeah.
I have to notify you, Thomas. I shaved yesterday. I had a couple of long months beard going there, and I couldn't take it. That my neck itched so bad, I went in the middle of the night and shaved the whole damn thing off again. So I'm clean
Oh,
shaven
man.
except for my mustache. I got my Custer goatee and my Custer mustache though.
Oh, I'm sad. The hairs are like antennas, and they have a reason.
I
And
know,
yeah,
but I can't handle. I love the chi factor. I've got my long hair, but I do not like an itchy chin. Thank you.
okay. So my chin is not itchy, so I'm okay. I don't have these problems. But
Well,
yeah.
I'm blonde. I'm blonde, and you're dark haired, so you know.
Okay.
If it makes a difference.
No.
Hang
I
on.
don't think so. No, that. So I told you, use olive oil for the skin, but
Yes.
yeah, I really don't
Yeah,
have sketchy skin. I'm very. I look, and you all guys talk about your problems from the planet with my bones and my neck and all the stuff. I don't feel anything. Sorry, but I'm just listening to you all, and I think, okay, what do they have? And
yeah, and you're not living in an electrified house either. You're living off
correct.
grid, and that's making the difference. Is we're all
difference.
living in these electric boxes.
Yeah.
Okay,
We've got
that's
these
the
little
only
cages
difference. You think?
Yeah. Well, you think about it, all
I
of
think
our
it's a huge
appliances
part
are
of it.
electric and all that sort of stuff. phones, computers, TVs, everything around us is electrical, so it's all giving off
Our
a
gas
buzz in some
meter.
way. Everything.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Even
are.
your
Okay.
power box. does that.
Maybe it's the reason.
Well, would that and the high sense of the planets too, because they're also exhibiting some charge, and when you have two counterpoint charges, what happens?
You have problems, yeah, in
Yeah,
a short
so
way.
yeah, and as Sam said, we're positive beings because we're full of water. You come across all the negative charges that are hitting us, and it sort of mucks up those systems. So, and everyone's different. Everyone feels it differently. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
Do
I have
grounding.
studied off-grid living for years, and if I could afford, if I didn't have children, that's where I would have ended up, and you guys wouldn't be talking to me. I'd be in some side of some mountain right now and living off-grid.
yeah, yes, I've
Because
often
then I
thought
would
about
be
that.
comfortable, and I know it.
Yeah. I've,
But
I've,
my kids don't
I've
want to
had,
live, in a tree stump, and they like their internet. So
Yeah, they want a PlayStation and all the stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Escapism, you see. It's better
Yeah.
to be in somebody else's world than in your own.
Yeah.
And think about it, especially when they're role play games, when you are playing a character and you're doing all these things, you're immersed in what that character's doing. You don't care what's going on out there.
Yeah.
yeah,
You don't
You're
care
Dungeons
where
right.
the
and
money
Dragons
or the
is awesome.
food's coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dad, we need another card. Our PlayStation card is empty. I need more allowance, Dad.
But Dad's not going to tell them
Yeah.
that he's under stress because he's trying to find all the means to keep these things going, even though his hands
Until
are
I'm broken
tied.
and I yell at.
Yep.
No.
Because
I
my
told
nephew
Sam,
does the
I-
same.
I
He
get
came in
cranky when you're broke.
Oh,
There you
look,
go.
man.
because my
I have
nephew's
mail
the
today,
same.
but
He
I'm
came
gonna
in the
mail
other
it today.
day. Can I have $130? What the hell for? What?
What? Yeah, nobody ever handed me $130 in my life. What are you talking about? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no. And these days in birthday cards, kids expect nothing under $50. When I was a kid, you'd be
Right.
lucky if you got $1. $1.
Hey, remember the Tooth Fairy? You know what my
20
kids
cents.
got from the Tooth Fairy? They were getting
$10.
$5 at a pop here.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
big
Tooth
time.
Fairy, boy, I should say she had a good bank account. Man, I
Yeah.
brought them the envelopes here. I cleaned out my old file cabinet like last year, and I pulled out like 30 or 40 little white envelopes, and Nova's tooth date, Shiloh's tooth date, and
Yep.
you lied to us, and I went, what, the Tooth Fairy? Went, yeah, and they were mad at me because I lied to them about the Tooth Fairy.
Same
Meanwhile,
as
they
Santa
got
Claus,
$5
same
a
as the
pop.
Easter Bunny.
Yeah, they actually got
like
mad at me for
everything.
Santa Claus too. They did.
Well, that's what I mean. We get
Don't
lied
forget
to
the
our
elf on the
whole
shelf. Oh,
lives. So
they got
imagine
really
that
mad
setup.
over the elf on the shelf.
Again, we get lied to all our lives. And that's why I'm saying this leads into this stage right now. And this is why there's so many people out there that go, I'm not believing none of this crap because all these setups have been done in the past where you lied to me. How can I take your word for it now? So this is
And
why
then they
this
listen
is
to
so
QAnon.
hard to get out there in mainstream. I really want someone to either interview you personally, because I know you used to do your Radio Wasteland, but we need someone now to get you out there. And we're doing the best we can, but we need someone prominent to take you on, Sam. We need
Yeah,
that.
I have
Oh,
contact
I
with
would-
someone, but I'm still waiting. And yeah, he looked that up, and he have all the friends in the Agent Alien team, and he know them personal. And yeah, I have the contact already, and I wrote with him, and he say, "Hey, yeah, cool, interesting stuff." And I look it up, okay, and I understand it, but I don't have another answer now. I wrote him, and still waiting for his answer. So yeah,
Yep.
I have
I've
one
done that.
contact. Yeah,
I've done that about 30
awesome.
times, Thomas.
I have
Written in
contacted
people's
God,
channels,
the
you
people
need
that
to
over.
speak to Sam. And it just
Well,
goes
I
silent.
have talked to I have talked to Ben of Suspicious Observer. I have talked to, God forbid, we don't hear from Marshall Masters anymore unless he's still out there. And I tried to swing him into reality. He didn't want to hear it either. And not that he's not more famous than I am, but I mean, I just use him as an example. I have reached out to religious people, and Bobby Allen actually tried to get.
I meant the people that are bringing out all this information, this new information about the Anunnaki and the Palladians and them groups. Why aren't they hooking onto it? You know, not these other ones.
I would,
unless they're sold out already.
Even if
like
Joe Rogan would contact me, I don't like the man. If I got contacted by Joe Rogan, I'd go, and do an interview even over the phone.
But look at all the people that Joe Rogan's really had on too. They're all sold out.
Well, Radio Wasteland was a great series, but not too. I was their highest rated guest that they had.
And how many people have heard of it?
I mean, one of my most of theirs.
Yeah, and see that again is a targeted audience. We need to broaden the audience, and we need to find a way to do that. And we need to get these ones that are actually promoting ancient aliens, Anunnaki, Palladians, Syrians, Andromedans. We need to get them together and make them realize that these collective groups that they are talking about are the same people responsible that are trying to stop all the other bits and pieces that are going on.
I have a suggestion. Because I can't contact hardly anyone through email and stuff, but you guys, and if you, I mean, he would probably butcher us, but there's a guy out there called Mini Minutemen. And Christopher, I recommend that. I was going to send you a copy of his works, but you should write that down. Mini Minuteman.
Mini Minuteman.
Okay. And if somebody can contact him, he would probably chew us into little, candy bar pieces. But in his opinion,
doesn't matter.
We can't be proven wrong because we're right. But and then there's a couple other people out there that and then Rebecca and I were both cut up by this one guy called Dan. I don't even remember his last name or what his show was, but he had millions. Excuse me.
Well, that's
sci-fi.
Like I want to
sci-fi.
That's like
sci-fi
I want to. I want to send Tyler from Secure Team a message because I think he needs to know too. There's plenty of people out there.
Well, I'm still waiting for even Dave's Waffle House to come on the show and visit with us because Dave did such a good job in England in the early years. And he was, he did a great show. You're going, Sam Hoffman's right, and he didn't even know me back then. And excuse me. We used to have people at the Berlin Polytechnic that were on board. We had people in observatories on the East Coast in the early years. We had scientists left and right. And all of those people have vanished.
But you lost your account, huh? Your Facebook account.
Well,
you lost
that had a great deal to do with right. I used to talk to people in Europe on other encrypted channels, and that all is gone now. And
Rebecca,
after I lost my link with YouTube, I couldn't control my own account with YouTube. It really went south from there.
How's your site development going?
Oh, the website. It's coming along. Yeah, it's coming along.
Nice. See, imagine how much traction imagine how much traction that can bring as well. Because that's what I mean. Everyone. See, things that you can't talk about on here can get put over there, and you can have a larger audience because you can involve much more. So that is going to be another.
Kara, it was Mini.
Right.
MINI Minuteman. Mini Minuteman.
And I feel like I can, speak my mind more, in writing or whatever. Whatever I share, it's not going to be.
The reason I mentioned him.
Police.
The reason I mentioned this guy is because he's a debunker, and he's brilliant for his age. He's a brilliant young man, and I watch his stuff. I watch his show. because
Who
he
is it?
actually spends the time. He's got a research team and people work behind him, and I like his point of view, and it's just sarcastic and semi nasty. You know, when he wants to razz somebody, he does, but he's not cruel. He's not rude. He's not a redneck or anything like this. He's kind of a hippie guy. So you can watch his material, but you know, maybe if you guys have some way to contact him, say, hey, we've got this guy that we want you to look at.
Yeah.
And
We'll look
he
into
says, well, you know, I dare you to debunk me or anything like that. And then maybe we'll get the attention and the media people to come visit us. We don't know.
Hello,
Nellie
Nellie
Dean
We
Dean.
is
do try.
here. Nellie Dean. That's a new name.
Is that it? I was going to say, is that a new name?
Yeah, I have never seen that name before.
Yes. Welcome along.
Yeah. Well, I am glad you are here.
You always
Yeah.
home. Do you always this welcoming? I think there's some part of that sentence is missing. We do try to welcome everybody. We want everybody to get on board and be our friend and listen to us because we're not trying to
Been
tell you
there, too.
anything. No Fuller brush or Tupperware is being sold here, and we want you guys to get the truth. And again, for the record, no hamsters were injured in the making of this video. And we would
Oh,
like
you
you to
took the
like,
words out of my
subscribe, hit the notification button, mail me a letter. By the way, I noticed that Christopher has now got his Buy Me a Cup of Coffee site up and running. I
Yes.
encourage you to go to Nibiru Systems Skywatcher and see this man's awesome collection of videos that he's created just for you, or Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube.
TikTok's good.
Like, subscribe.
TikTok.
Excuse me.
I just thought it was so funny
He's on
when
TikTok
I
too.
saw that
All
website.
these TikToks. They all get loaded on the TikTok.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, mail me a letter. I do need donations really bad. Not even anywhere close to that new lawnmower. If the grass is getting grown again, I'm going to have to borrow somebody else's lawnmower. But here on the scroll, here is my personal address. I pay quite a bit of money every year for a P.O. box just so you can write to me in my cute little P.O. box. So send me a letter. I'll send you one back, and you can get a gold card while supplies last. And I thought they'd be gone by now. They're still here because nobody's writing me any letters anymore.
Oh.
I have to admit this. Well, my donations and my mail have dropped off since I started doing this show. You guys have me so free each week that you're not writing me letters anymore.
Yes,
Dang
get
it.
one of these guys. Your
Yeah.
own personal little gold card, signed, and even a happy
And
face.
I'm going to get a new batch that includes our links on YouTube, including I'm going to add Christopher's site to my card, as well as Nibiru Followers and Montana Skywatcher 1.
I mean, don't
to
leave
my
home
I
without
was
it.
gonna-
and my P.O.
I
box.
was going to say, if I list all the
Yeah.
sister sites, there'd be no room left on the back of the t-shirts.
Right.
That's a good thing.
And I'll have you know, I did before even the show today. I was playing Star Wars, so I was like getting just total. That's where my mood came from. I was just getting total buzzed, shooting stormtroopers and robots on Battlefront 2. Anyway.
Yep.
Hey, we're at 5 hours or 6 hours 52 minutes. I am getting officially a little silly and dingy, so there you go. Please write me a letter, Samuel Hoffman, P.O. Box 625, Lobo, Montana, Montana 9598447. See, I say a word twice. Wow. Reset. Maybe.
So I'm gonna play
Your
this
turn.
other clip. Tara sent me
Cool.
a few more things. Let me get it pulled up here.
Yeah. Donations are really needed right now.
I think she's talking.
Small, large?
I wanted to know if that was Matem. Like, what is making that blue illumination?
Yeah. Now look at the size of that. And I would have to say that's a Batim cut in causing the blue, because if the blue was on the bottom right, then I would say blue asteroid. But that is blue on the upper left, and we know right there is Matim. We know it. And if you look above the sun, there is a dark circular shadow right behind that shaft.
Yep.
That's where Matim is. It's getting bigger.
Get it, Tara. She got
She may
it.
cut off half of the sun, remember, a few months ago, and is Saturn, Christopher? Get ready for Matim to cut off the top of the sun.
She's doing so good. Like, she's so determined on, figuring out what she's catching and stuff. I like that.
Oh God.
Like,
Good job.
Hey, remember how we were when we were like 4 years in? We were insane. I mean, we were vigilant as hell. We were eating it up as fast as we could get it. And look at the shaft lighting. It shows you the angle of the cut in. It's coming in from the left.
Yep.
And it should change as you zoomed in
If
and out,
it
right?
wasn't being cut off, you wouldn't see the refractive shafting. It's darker blue on the right, lighter and more hazy on the left.
Yep.
Notice which lens flares are moving and which lens flares are not moving. If it's stable, it means it's a stellar flare refraction. If it moves, that's a camera lens refraction. Now, sometimes what shows up in the lens flare reaction or refraction can show you other objects. I believe that purple dot that is moving back and forth may actually represent the blue asteroid as a light refraction that is affecting the lens. But we can't prove that, but it would account for the size and the fact that there looks like there's a little dot in the center of it.
True.
That purple thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stable blue circle. That is a light refraction from Matim, which is more upper left, cutting in. That's a light adjustment, I believe, correct? Ricola. I can talk again.
After this, I'm going to play
that
Katie
light
Joe's
shaft is very important, people. Very important. I was amazed last week. We saw the black dot a couple of times again. We haven't seen that in months, years, which means, it's an asteroid or the Empire orb in front of the sun, because that's where they were hiding prior to 2019. The cube and the Empire orb were in front of the sun or to the right of the sun, which is also where the space tube was for a very long time. That was below and to the right of the sun. And, if you watch and you watch and you watch, all of a sudden, boom, it's refracted light. Boom, there it is, like Christopher's discovery of the Texas cube, where you sit there, you can stare at it, and it's like you don't see it, and all of a sudden, bam, there it is. So people, a lot comes to it has to do with the light's angle. Go ahead.
Nothing. Sorry, Sam. I saw somebody earlier. I don't know who they were. I've never seen them before, but they said that was from a video game. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and argue with this person, but like we all know, it wasn't. Yeah.
Name the video game.
Well, we have.
Name
it.
We have become experts, Rebecca.
I don't remember the name. Huh?
We
I know,
are experts compared to everybody else out there. I mean, if you're 5 years into this, you are way above the guy, Joe Facebook or Joe TikTok. And I'm not saying that in a down manner, but we've learned all of this stuff to get where we are, and we've spent thousands of hours doing this.
But that's like all the other games. I watch my nephew play Zelda, and it's exactly the same. You look at it and you go, look at the towers, look at the sky, look at this. They've got cubes and all that kind of stuff in there too, Rebecca. So they normalize it. That's why people can't see it, because they normalize it, so that it becomes. It's like I've got within 5 kilometers of me a train, but guess what? I don't hear the train going past anymore, because our subconscious has blocked it out. Same thing's happening here.
And I'd be grabbing the chair, going, "What the hell is that?" I'd be freaking out over it, because I hear airplanes miles away. I feel cars drive by blocks away.
This is the thing. I'm the same. I can hear music from down the road, and my kids go, what are you singing? And I go, can't you hear that? And they go, no, we can't. We can't hear that. And they've been calling me crazy for decades. So, and I just go, yep, just the level changes.
Old school is better.
Very, very old school. But see, I think I was in my 20s. I got called a cynic, and I sat there and I went, a cynic? I wonder why I'm so cynical. Look at the world around me. So I embraced that and I went, I'm going to be a cynic. So that's why I've always got an answer. Somebody throws something at me, I've got an answer for everything.
I saw a comedian. You remember those little paper games where we opened them and closed them and folded them and right, left, where you had the little numbers on it, and then you go stop, and then you open up, and then you choose the number.
What number you want?
Inside, and then you open it.
Yes.
Right, and then you open it up, and the rhetorical, answers to the questions are on the inside flap.
Yeah. I remember them.
We just have to remember that we've been around doing this, and this is part of it's been a big part of my rub all week. We have been doing this for so long that no matter what jab anyone even throws at us anymore, I laugh at, because they can't push us off the pedestal that we've created. I mean, this is solid ground.
I tell my nephew all the time, we invented video games. They were at Time Zone yesterday, and that's like a just big video arcade and all that kind of stuff, coin machine, whatever. And I was just sitting there watching this big 50-foot screen with Space Invaders on it. And I'm just sitting there going,
I love Space
my
Invaders.
God, who'd have thought that we'd have a 50-foot screen just to play Space Invaders? And that was the one that you had to put your 20 cents in and then try to get to the next stage.
Hey, I remember Pong. And when Jaws came out.
Yes.
That was still when Star Trek, the original or first through third season, was playing on TV, when we had 3 channels.
Yep. And you had to get up to change them.
Yeah, there was no such thing as remote control.
And it's Saturday mornings were
Dial,
glorious.
12 channels total. 13
Saturday
if you were
mornings were
lucky. You
ours,
got a
kids'
TV
time.
with 13 channels, man.
At least
Just
until,
spin that
at
dial.
least until noon.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Or
Some of the
old-fashioned
crazy
rotary
cartoons
phones,
we had.
guys. Rotary
Jetsons.
phones with a 12-foot cord in the kitchen.
Oh. Hide
where you
behind
can
the door so you
physically
cry
strangle
for
your
boyfriend
siblings with the phone cord.
Right? I mean, multiple uses there.
I gotta go.
Does
get my-
anyone know how to dial on one of them?
Yeah, I
Oh,
do.
dang.
Hey, what really dates me is all you have to do is when you talked about old people, you just mentioned the Sears and Roebuck catalog. And what you did with the outdated ones, the ones that were no longer current.
Yep.
Christopher, do you know what they were used for? You don't. Well,
He's
in the
gonna
days
regret
of the
asking.
outhouse, the Sears and Roebuck catalog ended up out in the outhouse, and you tore away one page at a time. And by the way, I'm using women's lingerie today. Thank you. I
Right.
just finished my orange.
You can have a
President.
read
Anyway.
while you're doing it. What was the
Yeah,
event
right.
on
And
this
you
day?
read the Sears and Roebuck
That
catalog.
era of cell phone, right?
30% off stockings. Woo! Us, it was the phone book. Oh, we've got a problem with our plumbing. Oh, let's call ABC the plumber.
Right. Yeah,
No
you
more
can't even
phone
get a
books.
decent phone book anymore.
They
Oh
don't
God,
print
the
them
phone books
anymore.
are horrible. And I still use the phone book. And you know what my friends say? Well, why don't you look it up on the internet? And I go, oh yeah, I forgot. Seriously, I grabbed the damn phone book.
Moving away from landlines to
no.
these silly things.
I'm speedy dial, man. I can grab the phone book and it open up right to the letter I want almost automatically after, viewing it 5 or 10 times. And which is kind of what my files, my My AA file is currently well over 15,750 some odd. And I scroll down now, and I literally stop exactly where I want to just about all the time now. I've been using that file for so long now that I can reach down and grab an area just by thinking about it. Now, granted, that's a computer skill, but that's the same way I was with the phone book lately, which has really been weird. And I want to kind of brag about it. I have all these, let's see, there's how many phone numbers in each phone number of area code 1406, and I've got all of these phone numbers that are automatically stored in my head now, better than they used to be, which is weird to me. I want to call this number, or if I want to call in a to-go order, I know that entire number, and I here in Lola we have to dial 1406 anything.
Yeah,
because everything is long distance from me.
Yeah,
I don't have local. I have long distance everything. Anyway, I digress. Rebecca, show us something. Look at that picture. Let's see.
Rebecca's
That's the bottom.
Before we go forward, Tara wants you to see these pictures, Sam. When Rebecca comes back. So.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's why we're talking
Okay,
about
well,
it.
that kind of looks like core of necessity at the bottom. That kind of looks like necessity core at the left side. But the question is it in front of
multiple planets, I think.
And there's a white illumination just at the edge of the left center pick. And then normal clouds, and then maybe asteroids coming in underneath the bottom of Uri, which is the bluish area, not the light blue area.
Can't believe that says 9:13 p.m. and it's still that light.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing illumination of the bottom of the planets after sunset, and I think that the sun is rising far too early here for this time of year. I noticed that the other day that the sun was up at 5:30 in the morning. It's like, what? It's not supposed to be
from
light.
the west. It's like more northwest. It's setting in almost the northwest.
Yeah.
That's
We're
what
getting
I was
reports
saying,
from
we're getting-
down under Australia. It's setting in the northwest to them.
Yep.
So yeah, the arc of the sun is different.
Yep.
And of course,
And again,
we are watching. I think we are watching the standard red. And remember, the standard red is a separation away from our normal due east to due west normal star. Although that too has changed since the tipped axis since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
And that alone should be enough for anyone to realize that all of this is wacko. Is that in 2011 the sun started coming up in the northeast sky, and that's like instead of the due east sky. That should tell you everything right there, people.
Yeah.
My God, that alone is direly important. And then we talk about the moon cycles. They're all wrong.
Just that small shift has so much potential to create so much havoc. Just that small.
And when the second star got here,
1 or 2 degrees.
All the normal earthly planets tipped. Everybody tipped axes. The ring of Saturn isn't like anything I ever watched from growing up. Now it's different tipped axis.
It used to be
everything's
like this.
wrong.
Now it's like this. Yeah.
It's
And then
wrong.
you've
It's
got
wrong.
Neptune
It's wrong. It should tell you.
Neptune's completely backwards now. It's all happening out there. It's like a game of billiards. When do we go in the pocket? We must be the black ball.
Right? Better be the black ball. If it's gonna happen, might as well be the last one.
Yeah, might as well be the most important one that wins the game, yeah? We're the only ones here. Has everyone left us?
I don't know.
No,
Are you still here, Thomas?
I got up and sneeze.
Oh gosh.
We're all back.
Sorry.
We're
Okay,
all
Rebecca,
back.
we gotta rewind.
Yeah, I went like 5
For
steps
Tara.
away just so I didn't sneeze
Okay,
on my
listen.
Like 4 or 5 pictures
Okay.
from last night. There you go.
Got here.
Nice.
Okay.
Look at that. The banding effect.
Okay, we are looking. If this is sunset, we're looking north. No, if this is sunset, we're looking south. And in the south, sky at sunset is at 2.
Oh, it's not moving. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't see a lot in this, so you could go move
Sorry.
to the next
Okay.
picture.
It's like, what's happening?
As you wish. Okay, now that is the bottom of Uri for sure. And
It's
it's
spread it
asteroid
is.
because it's on the left-hand side post sunset. I don't think this is sunrise. Yeah, that now you can see the stripes of Uri there plain as day.
It
That's
says
Uri above on
909.
the dead center. Yeah.
That's PM.
And we are still looking right. And so if this is setting in the west by northwest, Uri is really over the top of us at sunset. Now that bottom on the left line at the middle looks like snorkel of Nepesity, but with Uri behind it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Smaller Nepesity in front of bigger Uri.
Okay.
And all of that's changing. And oh my God, we're gonna have to change next month's drawing. Woo! I just got past the last one, and I'm already ready for the other one, which is weird because usually I'm not ready. Usually I just read the 15th because I want to be accurate. I want to I want to be sure that I'm giving you guys the right thing. Not only that, I don't want to screw up. I don't want to lose my accuracy ratio, which is important to me. And I the other day, Rebecca says to me in PM, well, you did it again, because I drew the Saru picture the moment everybody starts coming up with
Let
them
you
the next
know.
day.
Thought you'd like to know. You got it right again.
It's a
Tell these
Nelly.
guys, I don't want to sit here and brag.
You are welcome to send us
It's a
pictures,
nap.
of course. Let me show you a email address. Here it is. There, you can send me pictures there, Nellie.
Again, we
Yeah, we don't generally type
together.
to everybody in comments.
Yeah,
We try to say hi to you.
Yeah.
Even if we create like a manga, I was sitting there thinking, Sam's daughters are into manga. I wonder if we could sort of come up with a manga with an idea like, here's Samuel, and he wants to express all this to the world, and he's doing it through his drawings. Like I thought, how can we get all these ideas active and out there? And because that's all I want to do is just get you out there, Sam. Get more recognition.
We have to write.
For you.
We have to write the new duck song or the baby shark song. Baby
Well,
shark, do baby shark.
I don't know how to do that. Like
Well, if we do some silly cartoon, if we figure out ways to
anything,
do some silly cartoon, and
anything
then
to get us
make this
viral.
fictitious Professor Nibiru,
Yeah.
it would probably skyrocket. And if we had
Yeah.
cats, God only know how far that would go.
Well, you could actually. Well, stupid thing. I just had a picture of all the planets with an individual cat sitting on it, sitting there going, "You spin me right round, baby, right round."
Oh my God.
Well, remember Schoolhouse Rock, where they were
Yes.
teaching,
Yeah.
junction, what's your function, or and but and or and all of that, hooking
Yep.
up words and phrases. And,
Oh, there's Audrey. Good
if
night,
we
Audrey.
had,
Good night,
if
Audrey.
you lay it out in a
I've
simplistic
seen.
song with a cartoon character, people will
Yeah.
pay attention. If it's me standing there going, "Hi, I'm Sam Hoffman in Montana," I sometimes you gotta have
Phenomena.
to catch. Okay. And I loved Beekman's World. I loved Beekman's World, and they had a silly girl and a rat, a 6 foot tall or 5 foot tall rat, so, and Beekman's
Yeah.
World was awesome.
Yeah.
And
We have
it's sold
the
because it was
equivalent.
crazy with soundtracking. Crazy sounds, wugga, 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 and all that,
Yeah.
And the guy was a nut
My
job, and
favorite.
I miss Beekman's World, and I use it to today. I have a bunch of stolen pictures from Beekman's World I've overwritten labels on. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
got to
we
be
could
some
get
hook.
Professor and
Some-
Baker or something. Me.
Right. or Professor Nibiru and his magic crayon,
Well,
his talking
went to a
magic
steam-
crayon.
I went to a steampunk festival and I went as the mad professor, and my daughter was the failed science experiment. I put her in I handmade her a what do you call those devices where a straight jacket. I made her a straight jacket, and I had my lab coat on, and I had all of these glowing fluorescent bottles hanging out of it, and yeah, it was and she actually got the prize because hers was
Right.
better than mine.
The silly stuff always wins.
Of course.
Yeah,
The lab
we
experiment
one year
always
we did a
wins.
Halloween costume contest for money. It was a big contest, and we had built armor and made Viking outfits with battle axes and swords and fur and tied boots and bare legs in the middle of November in Montana and all of that. And we get in there and we look fantastic compared to all the costume contests. And 5 minutes before the contest
So
comes in,
it's a bit active. We don't know what to do with it.
giant
Okay.
colored
Also, the black and white
crayons.
one's trying to escape the cage.
It's all right. Okay, thanks. Kittens.
So we got beat by crayons. There were big plastic bought at the store crayons. And I always say the silly shit always wins. And so, if we put a cartoon or something strange out like this, or a jingle where we teach the Nibiru Planet song, who knows where we'll go.
Yeah, but Nibiru doesn't just quite roll off the tongue like it should. We'd have to
No,
start with
it's not
something else.
it's not a vowel-friendly read. And, Nibiru or Nibiru or Nabiru. And, oh, God, I've seen,
Yeah.
I don't know how many different spellings of it over. And don't forget Planet X.
Oh, yes.
That rogue planet that
Well-
flies around in the dark all by itself.
But I think they confirmed
Big and
Planet
blue and
X,
coming
or
to you. It's Nibiru. It's Nibiru.
Planet
That's what I
Nine.
meant. We've got to come up with
Don't
something.
forget about the wormwood. Or we're gonna
But-
die. No, bet. I'm joking.
but didn't
But it had to
Pentagon
be- It
but
had to be
didn't Pentagon
wormwood
confirm
or
Planet
bird.
X?
Well, yeah.
I
Did
asked-
you know that Holland and Russia and Sweden have all told everybody that Nibiru was here well over a
Yes.
decade ago? And then they told it once, and then they let it go by the wayside, and nobody caught it. Oh, okay, that planet's here. And a lot of people go, well, what can I do about it? It doesn't matter. So it's off there someplace. Planet Nibiru's here. Okay. And then they're done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so they are not interested in this. So they also confirm that the Anunnaki will arrive here on 2027
Yep.
on Earth, but nobody talks about it.
Well,
so
they're already here.
They're
yeah,
gonna
I know,
arrive
been here
I know, I know. I'm just saying the Pentagon said official, and
Right.
nobody talks about this. This is what I want to say.
Well, maybe
Oh,
that's when
sounds
the
like
blame
Mars
game
Attack.
comes out. And, well, they're going to have to account for the world gold
Missing
accounting.
supplies.
Right here, this is the year that they're supposed to turn in that report from 9/11. And
how many
the
people are
world's
defaulting
gold
at the
supply.
moment? We've got
Right,
businesses in
and
China
right now
that
they
are
said that
defaulting.
they're not ready for that report. And of course, this current administration is not following any of the lawful guidelines of when government reports are supposed to be turned in at all. Zero to date, and there's been zero trade negotiation accomplishments, even though they're saying there are. You got to watch the worldwide media, including Japan. What's going on with Japan right now? The administration claimed a deal with Japan, but there is none. They claimed a deal with China. There is none. They claimed a deal with the UK. There is none. They were originally claiming 90 deals in 90 days, And now new tariffs are coming out again. So anyway, let's get off that subject. And there is no deals done at all. 0. It's all bullying.
Collapse.
And you can't.
Again, it's to trying to
we're
keep
seeing-
everyone in this spin. Spin you some bullshit here, spin you some bullshit here.
Distraction.
Anyway, guys,
Meanwhile,
I have
what's
to
gonna
love and
happen?
leave you. Thank you for
Oh,
having
okay.
me again.
Of
I
course,
hope
Sharon.
everyone has a great week.
It's been fun having you.
And if anyone needs me, just direct message me either on Facebook or on my email. Anyway, see you later, guys.
wait
Have
to
a
see
great
your mail.
Sharon. We'll see you
Right,
next
bye-bye.
time. Bye bye.
Stay safe.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye,
You too.
Sharon. Take care.
Say hi to everybody down there in Australia.
Right. Nice. All right. There's Katie Joe. Okay, so there's one more thing I need to show you all from Tara.
Okay, cool. Well, we got something to do.
Because there's something that she wants you to see. I'm not sure what it is, which part of it, but this is a reel that she made. Bear with me. I think I'll go back and look and see. I think there's something about Saru she's curious about. See what I tell you, she's trying to figure it all out. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Tara. Oh, Matem and Mary.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Huh.
See, I don't know how to recognize Mary yet.
Now
It's still-
there you could be seeing it. Blue again. There's blue again. Wonder what that white on the left side was. Okay, over there on the right in the middle, that was where Casper is. Yeah, blue asteroid is lower right of the sun. That is Matim blue. See the size of the flare.
Wow.
Yeah, go back one pick
Oh,
or two now.
tough. I can.
That's 3 pictures. Go back. One more. See that? See the? No, just forward. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
passed it.
I got it.
One more.
Oh.
The other direction, I believe. One more. One more. Yeah. Okay. Hold it right. Yeah. Go back. Yeah. Okay. Well, look at the size of that right there. It literally looks like it enlarges. Forward, backward, forward, backward. Yeah, in one of those pictures, you could see a side illumination, literally of a larger Matim on the left.
Oh.
Yeah, keep watching, everybody. Just keep watching. We're gonna see way more of Matim because she's literally going to either cross in front of the sun and black out the top of it, and we'll get one of those, NASA announcements where they're telling us that Mercury's in retrograde out of the blue again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a cut-in halo going there. There's a black square right there. Look at that. And it's still in the clouds there. Phew, I just got warm again. That's odd. Cutting in from the upper left, see that rainbow color, and that blue dot in the center could be the blue asteroid quite easily. It's hard to call. Oh, look, there's the side edge of Uri and Attu on the left. The blue dot is a flare. See it because it moved. Yeah, it's kind of barely illuminated. Ooh, I tell you, I need a fan. I'll dig out an old-fashioned piece of paper and make one here. Good job on catching the blue. Look at that. Yeah, there was a definite circle above the sun, like right there. See that smaller dot? Yeah. It could be Mary Moon popping out and saying hi to everybody. We'll see more. And then look at those. Those are asteroids right there, including those white dots above. Yep, you got asteroids.
But you can't see the separation here in this picture.
Yeah, look at the flaring. I'm smelling tropical shampoo. I don't know why. I wonder if one of my daughters took a shower. I don't know. Yeah, see the light shaft? It's angled. It's being cut off from the left. Okay, where are we at?
Where are we at?
The reason I'm wondering,
Go ahead.
have you got a bunch left, or where are we at?
No, I think it's about done.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be short on this, but
You're good.
There's no way I could really.
It had like 5 seconds
Thank you,
left.
CapCut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that Tara's?
All right. That was it.
Okay, thank you, Tara.
But why we can't see the separation of the sun, and we see it in England, and I think Texas is more south. So,
Well, it is during that capture that was it Peter? Was his name?
yes,
Chris,
it
were you
was in
the video on it?
England.
Well, no, but he may have had the right time at that right half-hour increment where it would show. You have to be there at the right time to see the right angle, and I think a great deal of the larger star is overshining the smaller star. I think it actually out illuminates the viewability of it, which is why we don't always see it. However, we've had enough examples of it from the southern hemisphere, the equator, and now that it's being captured in the northern hemisphere, like the UK,
I see it with.
and we've had reports from the UK as well.
Yeah, I see it with my own eyes, and I think it was lunchtime or maybe before lunchtime, like this.
It could be just that golden hour that within this period of time and that period of time that is visible, and the rest of the day we can't see it. Now later on, over time, I'm sure it will be far more visible when we see where they go. We know that the sun is behaving completely freaky weird right now, including bombarding us with mass radiation through our atmosphere. It is breaking our magnetosphere. Which is why our internet's being screwed up, which is why they're warning about a Carrington event. Because if we do have a Carrington event, we could be sent back to the Stone Age, people. And your phones won't work, the internet won't work, your car won't work, your electric in your house won't work, your bank card won't work, your water
The car.
won't be
You're
pumped.
talking about the car. Why the car?
Your battery.
A Carrington event will it'll fry your battery. It'll also fry all the electrical components in your car, all the chips. And in old-fashioned cars, it would fry your points, and all you have to do is replace your old points, and then you could be back on the road. But in these new cars, it will fry microchips.
Okay, yeah, absolute. I'm not talking about the new cars. I'm just asking the old cars, but the batteries make sense. Yes.
It'll affect your battery, and it'll affect your points if you know about distributor points.
Okay.
And all you have to do is keep a spare set of old-fashioned engine distributor, brand new in the box, and then you pull out the old one and put in a new battery, charge a new battery. If you kept it in a Faraday cage, it wouldn't be affected. Your car, if you had a Faraday cage and you parked your car inside of a Faraday cage, it would not be affected. So it's learn about Faraday cages. If you made your home, your undergrad, if you learned about Earthship homes, it's a term, it's not an actual ship. But if you learned how to build an underground hobbit home and a Faraday cage inside that hobbit home, you would not be affected by electrical. You would not be affected by radiation from the sun. You would not be affected by a Carrington event. So think about that. I mean, we do have to think about what if, because that coronal hole is going to go around again. It'll be number 10 if this thing goes around again. And we don't know what it's going to do. We don't know what kind of CME is going to hit Earth. We have seen activity that is far above anything we've ever seen before, even in that last week's X Class 2 flare. The one we have to worry about is an X Class 10. Anything above that will actually fry us, depending on the direction that it is sent into. I have pictures from this week where there was a very large flare, but it went away from Earth. So, and that was not even, I didn't look up the class flare size, but it was quite sizable. And if you ask me, there was a direct CME towards the larger star, depending on which one they're showing us. I still don't trust NASA any longer at all to provide me with accurate information. I have completely been fried by them. I don't trust them anymore. And that might be, on purpose. I don't know. That way we stop, checking up on them, for one. And what's going on? This is not the sky any of us ever grew up with, people. Unless you're under 20 or under 25 or under 30.
Nellie Dean sent me this. Okay.
Okay.
Nellie Dean. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on this, Sam?
Yeah, thank you for your pictures.
Mm-hmm.
More water. I'm so dry. It's amazing.
You say what? Napicity and Saru?
Oh, this photograph? I was waiting for the next one.
Oh no, it's this one.
Well, we have yellow. We have Saru yellow, orange, and Uri would be the white area.
All right.
See the bubbly white, and then the yellow in the background is like Saru, base cloud, orange, yellow. We've been watching it for months. That's how we knew Saru was coming close. And let's see that. Yeah. Uri, white. Saru, yellow. Bottom of Saru is yellow.
Nice.
Of course, the orange comes from the far right where Isatum is, which is that red cast. Woo, back to warm again. I'm getting menopause. Well, I'm getting hot flashes. The house got warm. It's getting cool outside, so it's getting hot in here.
All right.
It's now 59 degrees outside.
Okay, moving right along. I hope Katie Jo is still here because she has some pictures for us to look at, and they're really good.
Andrea, I actually just reminded me. I have the movie Moonfall. I own it, and I've never watched it.
What?
It's sitting on my shelf, and it's never been even opened. And you just reminded me. God, I did, but I do actually sometimes avoid watching things that are too spooky for me to even want to view. But I watched Deep Impact the other day. But no, I do need to watch that. Thank you for reminding me. I'll brave the rapids.
All right. Let me go ahead and
Drink some apple cider. I'm joking, and then you go watch the movie. Smoke some sticky ganja. Man, I'm joking.
The first
I
picture
hear people talking about that nowadays.
Sorry, Sam.
I hear people talking about. Everybody's just openly talking about smoking weed nowadays, and it's like, oh my God, dude, do you ever want to get a job? Yeah, your employer said, oh yeah, I smoke some skunky. What do they call it? Nugs. Yeah, gunge, man. I'm probably way out of the lingo. After all, Christopher, I'm old now. Yeah, look at that. That is Saru red. I mean, shit, I'm brain dead. Wow. That is it's Saturn red. God, we've been talking for 7.5 hours, and I don't have a brain anymore.
Oh, that's what happens.
Porky Pig. Or Daffy Duck, whichever. Now notice where the light is coming from, behind us. That's why you're seeing, this is the outcropping of a backlit Christmas flare. I think Christopher's falling asleep.
Oh, I'm good.
Wave, Christopher. Let us know you're still here. Can you imagine if tomorrow you guys don't get to use your phone?
No. It'd be
What would
even
you
for
do
me.
if
I
you
mean,
don't have a
I was
phone
30
tomorrow?
before I had a phone, right? Like 30. I lived 30 years without a phone. I keep thinking I could go back and be fine, but then again, it's like part of me after this long.
Oh, and,
too.
I think it's really had a huge effect on
And I've
society
had
in
a phone for
2025.
25 years. Yeah.
Have you ever noticed how people freak out when somebody else takes their phone away from them?
Yeah, right.
It's almost like you stole their underwear.
Can't find your phone or something. It's like,
Give me back my underwear.
I know. Man, that's so pretty, Katie Joe. You're so lucky.
Yeah, I think that's the direct relation to Saru, yellow and orange, and
Right,
Yuri.
Rodney. No phone. Yes.
Yeah, I don't. I don't even know how to use a smartphone.
Yeah.
Now, my last phone was a flip phone. I had a BlackBerry, I think it was. After that, and I killed that, I think, in about a month. And that's when I stopped, because I bought, I don't know how many cameras, and I kill them. I kill them electrically. I don't know how. I kill watches. Someday, if you're around me at a party, I'll put the spoons on my forehead and dance around like a crazy man.
That's awesome.
I hope everybody tries it. When you get a tablespoon and put it between your eyes to see if your third eye is activated. If it stays there and you're standing straight up, if a metal spoon will stay in the front of your forehead. Magic power.
I don't hear that before.
The human heart is also a very magnetic.
That could be your new trick for TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
But really don't hear that before.
I'm gonna try it tonight. I'll try it
Look at
tonight.
the light blue illumination inside that.
Try
That's the bottom
no,
of the
no.
very green.
Rebecca, try it now. Not later. We want to see it.
The pressure is on. I already know it. I don't feel like it would. Now, if it did, I'd be blown away.
Oh yeah, that was one of those party game thing. When I would read people's
There's no way.
car keys, and I'd show them that the metal spoon that stays on my forehead. I one time had 7 spoons on my forehead.
Oh my god!
And
What kind of
above my
metal?
eyes, and it stayed there.
What kind of metal does it have?
Household utensil, iron. Silver, of course, is not magnetic, but
Yeah.
I believe in you, Rebecca. Do it.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, and welcome to Ripley's, believe it or not. Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that!
And
Oh,
Chris,
look at that.
you can do it too.
I can do it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you and I are both behind our secretive black circles.
Absolutely.
we're vibrating. Yeah, we're the smart guys. We know what we're doing here. We don't have to wear pants through the whole podcast, guys.
Correct. Absolutely. Just chilling.
Yep, there you go. Us old dudes, and I'm joking by including you in that, Thomas. You're not near as old as I am. Dang, what happened? God, I spent 15 years sitting in this chair, you guys. Holy crap, where'd the time go? Yeah, those are normal. Those are clouds, Christopher.
Yeah, normal clouds.
Yeah, those are not normal.
If you are tripping, they are normal.
Yeah. Well, I'm still chuckling about, somebody was arguing with Christopher and he said, dude, you've discovered clouds, and, it's slam. Stupid.
Congratulations.
I wonder if they ever stop to think about whether or not that they're actually being the idiot. I mean, is it you that's the idiot, or is the idiot that's calling you out as an idiot the idiot? If that made any sense.
It never dawns on them. It never dawns on them. Never.
These guys are 5-minute scientists.
They don't.
Christopher, scoot forward so we can hear you.
Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, but you're echoing.
Yeah, that's wrong. I can fix it.
Yeah, you need one. Hey, I'm telling you, you need to set up your own little foam backdrop, or blue screen, or green screen, or whatever, and promote Christopher. I like that you're sticking your face in your videos more. But what you need to do, that's why I was pointing out Mini Minuteman, because he has his own set, and he walks in. He has his own genre about how he does things. I particularly liked his vampire video where he talks about the legends of vampires, and he even did it on Halloween, and he brought wine, and I mean he's left field, and I like his young person media that he promotes, and he's got people behind him, but he doesn't show them. It's just him, which is great. But you can do that too, and you will find yours, and get your cameraman ready and all of that, or just tripod. I always recommend tripods, but of course you use the laptop for a camera now, and get your backdrop set up, and we'll go from there. Think about it, because you're actually
we're helping my mother.
You're now famous internet.
So
I have thought about doing that as well, but my camera doesn't work well enough at the same time. But I've thought about trying to do videos and get them somehow posted. But and I need to talk to my tech guy and get him to help me. But if you have like 2 pieces of like 4x8 sheets that are folded together with 2 hinges, you can put a cloth background on it, or just use the wood, or glue on small pieces of foam that will deaden out your sound level.
Yeah.
And a lot of famous YouTubers just use that. They have a screen behind them that deadens the sound. Even a plant, or like what Rebecca has behind her, she has that cloth, and that deadens the sound behind her.
Yeah.
And if you look at my photo, I have the cloth behind me as well that deadens the sound.
Have a cloth. You have to.
Well, you need a studio, man. You got to have Chris's Nibiru System Skywatcher studio.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah, you're with the big dogs now. So
cool.
Look at him blush. He's blushing.
Okay, Rebecca.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a spoon. I don't.
Okay,
it's really heavy
Sam.
too. There's no way.
Now, and this
Teacher.
turn it
Already
where
knows
you.
What?
Okay, just sit straight up. Put your index finger in the bowl of the spoon. Put your index finger in the bowl of the spoon.
My index finger in.
Turn it around. Yeah. Okay, and hold it with that hand, and now press that just slightly above the middle ridge of your eye. Right, that's it. Up a little bit. Up a little. Now put the bottom of the spoon up, not down. Up. And let it rest on your nose. Let it rest on your nose.
Got my nose.
The handle.
There's no way. It's like it's already sliding.
And
I'm not.
Well, you must believe.
hey, now let go. Now,
Can I tilt my head
you
like
got to
that?
be very calm. You exhale when you let go.
It's the pressure. I have everybody looking at me.
Be
No,
very calm. Let go.
you gotta show us.
That's a
Sam.
big
You gotta
spoon.
show us. It is a big spoon. It is
Yeah.
big.
It does move.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I want it to work. Get up there. Stay. I need a little spoon.
Yeah, maybe that's too
Yeah,
big.
you can start out with a teaspoon.
All my
work your
spoons
way
are
up.
that size. Like,
Oh
take
boy,
big
no
bites.
wonder Taylor's that tall.
I'm not
Remember,
magic,
there is
y'all.
no spoon.
We proved it tonight.
On Matrix, there is no spoon.
There's no spoon. Darn it. I'll keep working at it.
But-
No spoon.
If it happens,
But maybe,
I'll let you know.
but maybe it's only work with the Sam head. So I don't hear that before. That was the first time I hear that.
On Sam's head. Is
I
what you
will.
said?
I will do it. I will do it, and I will take a picture of myself with the spoon on my forehead by next week.
Okay.
Seven. We want to see 7 spoons.
Oh, I am. I no. Well, that was. Hey, that was at a party, and I was in my 30s. Okay.
Yeah, now you're stronger, or not.
Okay, I'll get out the old-fashioned flat iron and put it on my. You know, I'm joking.
Yeah.
There are Asian people. There are Asian people that have been documented that can take a cast iron skillet and put it in the middle of their chest, and it stays there
Wow.
because their heart is such a strong magnet. Now, your forehead is also a strong magnet. If you exhale and you balance and you reach for the force,
Okay.
your head becomes a very big magnet,
Video.
and you can hold spoons on your forehead, and they will stay there. And you can. I've even jumped up and down before, and they stayed there.
Okay, Tara said it works.
Hard, and
No,
if you jump hard
did
enough,
it.
they'll
It's
do.
magic.
You know, if you jump hard enough, they'll catch. But go ahead.
We
I'm
need a
sorry.
video, Tara. We need a Tara.
Yeah, absolute. Now the evidence. Send it with the email.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'll do a still picture. I will actually do a still picture with a spoon on my forehead. If not,
How big is your
no.
spoon, Tara?
No,
How big is your spoon?
Sam. At least 5. At least 5.
you. Okay, I'll get out the glue, man. You know. Oh yeah.
You said 7.
News at
Okay,
11.
if you said.
Idiot super glues. News at 11. Idiot super glues 5 spoons to his forehead. Internet trick.
Yeah. No super glue.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I was joking, of course. I would never. I'm not the type of person to create a ruse.
I mean, I wonder if makeup has. I don't know. I mean, makeup.
It might have something to do with it.
Battery.
A lot of it has to do with how calm you are. When you're calm, your brain electricity is
I'm
actually.
gonna work on it.
We are magnets. We have a magnetic. We are positively charged, and I have found that if you are wound up, it doesn't work. But if you are calm, it works better.
And this is stainless
You
steel.
have to read it. You know, read the
Yes.
calm, and then
Stainless steel.
it sticks to you.
Stainless steel sounds correct for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll keep working on it, y'all.
Okay, Chris, what about you?
I'll try.
You're still laughing.
But I don't know about my forehead.
It doesn't feel like it's
Yeah,
gonna
you know,
work.
our show is degrading to the point where we're starting to put spoons on our forehead, people. We are, you know, we are at 7 hours 47 minutes and have lost our minds.
Oh wait, Terry sent me.
I
something.
told you those guys were crazy, Ethel. We shouldn't have watched this long.
Oh
It
my
might rub off on us.
God, right now, Tara. You guys, she did it.
Oh yeah, cool.
Whoa!
I wouldn't tell you that if
Imagine-
it wasn't real.
I know, but wait till you see this. Wait till you
But
see
really, hear the not hear that before, first time. But interesting. It makes sense, of course.
Okay.
This is an old
It's a-
party game. I mean, I read tarot cards. I read people's car keys. I can read palms. I'm the get out my gypsy hat. And my crystal ball.
Yeah, she could go.
After all, that's why the government recruited me.
or something do this.
Yeah, Sarah, the calm thing does make a huge difference. It does. And I found that out too. When people are going, oh, see how many you can put on your head. Well, you got 3 there, okay, and then you start laughing and joking, and then they fall off. But if you were really calm and in a meditative state, one time I achieved 7, and it's not. I mean, I've done this dozens of times.
Okay,
but it was always a good party joke. Most people can't do this, and I've had.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah. And you can actually semi-bend over, and it stays there.
I am freaking out right now. That's so cool. Wow.
That's exactly what I was talking about. A tablespoon. If you put the bottom of the spoon, the bowl, right between where your third eye is.
Right there.
Yeah. And your spoon is a little bit bigger, Rebecca.
Hey, I'll keep working on it.
And if you put it there and then you place it with that index finger and you tell yourself that it is bonded with the thought process, you exhale, you close your eyes, you roll your eyes up in your head, and then you relax. It will stay there.
Yeah.
And
maybe after the show, Rebecca.
Talking slow breath makes you have to be calm, and it stays there.
I'll keep practicing. One of these days.
After the show, maybe you'll walk down.
Oh, toothpicks. You said me toothpicks.
That Sam guy, he's out of his mind. Talking gluing spoons on his forehead. What is wrong with that man?
Fair enough. She's got the magic. Here's another one, y'all. Here, one more. 30 seconds apart, she said. So.
And if the moment you break your calm, it will actually fall off your head.
So how long did it stay on altogether, Tara? Like how long?
Well, how long do you want it to stay on? If you sit there in a meditative state, it'll stay there as long as you relax and forget there is no spoon.
Oh man,
that's kind of a Matrix joke, but in reality, as long as you're calm, it will stay there because you're at a state of a magnetic. Now, the human brain has an electrical field, but the human heart has an even bigger one. However, I've never tried to play that by putting metal on my chest because usually I'm wearing a shirt.
There it is again.
I'm not going to whip my shirt off in the middle of a party. But,
cool, Tara.
Yeah. Wow. Good job. There's one first.
He got the magic power.
Dang. All she did is tell it to stay. Just talk to the spoon.
Yeah, you just come in.
Oh, great.
Funny show today.
Yeah, well, we are in the moon in Gemini, and this is my month coming up, and got my birthday, and we're growing here, people. This is going to be it's going to be a good and a freaky year. Oh my God, here we go. And Sarah is here, and so the electricity and the power and the magic and all of the shit we've been spending our lifetime studying is coming to fruition for you closet wizards, and ninjas and all you other whatever cool names I can come up with in the next 5 minutes. But yeah, I'm glad that you did that.
Right. Yeah. She did.
Yeah, and by the way, we do expect that some of you guys will be elevated in harmonics by listening to our shows. So it's a good thing. The longer you listen, the smarter you get. And again, if you find something that I've said that's wrong, please tell me. I will not be offended. No. So, if we do something wrong, we want to know. How can we do this better?
Yep, absolutely.
How can we do this? Again, maybe we should come up with, a better cartoon. And I've thought about going to the Professor Nibiru routine, and all I got to do is get my tech guy over here to show me how I can do it. Because we have uploading issues. I can record movies, but I can't upload them. Like I used to do with the Understanding the Sky series. And everybody loved those, although they're very embarrassing for me to listen to now. But God, that was a decade ago, and I was still just a loathsome little Facebook guy. Trying to peddle my meager trade. to my friends whom I care about. Baby shark, do, baby. Okay, all right. Lost my mind now. Baby shark. Do you know how much money that family made off of Baby Shark? Oh my God.
No.
I hope you're
Is that
retired
good?
well.
Show? I'm guessing it's a kid's show. Baby Shark.
You don't know the Baby Shark song?
It's a song.
No.
It's a song.
Oh, great.
Oh my God! Look, okay, go to your phone.
Oh my God.
She
Okay,
she
you-
don't know Star Wars. She don't know this.
You don't know the Baby Shark song? Oh my God! Grab your phone,
Yes.
type in
okay.
Baby Shark
But-
song.
Baby Shark.
But she do this show here, Rebecca. You must do your homework.
Why is this a show?
And when it comes on, you can play it on your microphone.
Oh, I know.
By the way, they have a 10-hour version.
Oh God. Okay. Oh God. Baby.
Mm.
I can't believe that you made it to 2025 without hearing Baby Shark.
I know. It looks like a kid show.
Play it.
It's a song.
Uh-huh. All right.
Yeah, watch it. Yeah, look for the moves. What they're doing with their hands. They're doing this in real too. If they sing this. Look for the real people. Then you will see what they're doing with their hands.
Oh.
Do
Really?
original version. Yeah,
Oh,
you type in
okay.
original version. Yeah, it's a totally different song.
Oh.
That
Okay.
is somebody who's copying and cheating their money.
Oh boy, it's gonna
It
be
was
hard
done
to
by a
find.
Japanese family, and it was written by, I believe, a 6 or 7-year-old little girl.
I mean, these are real people.
Chris is in the mood. Yes.
Is that the real people?
No.
No, it's not the original, but the moves are correct. So, but it's not the original one.
Okay.
Well, that's
Okay,
okay,
Chris,
the duck song.
prepare it. Chris, your
Oh, the
hands.
skeleton
1, 2,
man.
3.
That's for-
What are they doing?
Yeah, that's
shark.
that's the problem if you have a camera here on.
Huh. Yeah, everything that comes up on my end is mostly CGI. Like a CGI.
Type in
picture.
Japanese Baby Shark,
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to YouTube.
because it was originally made by by a Japanese family. It was uploaded and it went mega viral.
Ew, really? When?
Yeah, it went mega viral.
When?
Te-
How long
10
ago?
years or more.
Yeah, 10 years
Oh
ago.
my God.
No, I mean, this
Okay,
family,
Where was
18.
I?
the entire family can
Where
now
was I?
retire off the residuals of that song.
That's so cool. All right.
There are toys out. There's a toy line. There's a merch line.
Huh.
And I'm sure most of it is pirated from the family, but anyway. Closer, yeah. That's it.
Chris,
Yep.
and now.
Okay. Am I looking for something in particular, or?
No, you
Yeah,
got it.
the moves. You can copy the moves and
Oh,
do
yes.
it.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Yes, all right. I can do that. I can do
Some-
that.
There's some entertainment here today.
Dance and sing and dance. Yes, you all would be in this store for a
And the
treat.
scary thing is sometimes it gets stuck in your head. And you'd be walking around,
Yeah,
the grocery
I
store
know.
going, "Baby shark."
That's funny.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need the Nehru song and the like Schoolhouse Rock of the plan start at the end. At the second verse, we can talk about the asteroids and their names, and don't forget the two suns. Something.
Yes.
So all of you happy songwriters out there, let us know what you
Just
come up
need our
with.
own song. Hey, there is a girl group. Oh, I thought that was that's my cat. I thought that was your cat for a minute, Chris. I am tripping. Okay. No,
Yeah, we've been, we're almost at 8 hours right now. So yeah,
I was
we are,
like,
at the end of the shift, we're
still-
tripping, man.
no. Anyway, there's a girls group. They have a band in the UK, and they
Uh-huh.
made up their own dance on TikTok. And man, they are just blowing up. I mean, nobody really cares
Yeah.
about their songs or the band, but when they're on doing their little, dance, they're just all you need is a dance and a song and your own little moves. So I get it. We can get Tara in there and
Oh,
she can do the spoon thing in the background.
Christopher, I remember who else I was thinking about that I couldn't think of beyond Milo and Mini Minutemen. Do you know? Did I send you the Furs guy, Colin Furs, and the Secret Garage?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
For me,
This is one of the YouTubers that I watched. He's English. His name is Colin Furs, Furze, I believe, Furze, and he has a secret underground garage. Of course, it's not a secret anymore because he's been YouTubing for 2 years about it. But he has his own brand, and he's a very popular YouTuber. He's been around forever. So I encourage anyone out there to go watch Colin Furs on YouTube, and there's tons of videos. And he's an inventor YouTuber, and he's crazy. And I love the guy because he's absolutely just nuts in front of the camera. And again, Christopher, I encourage you to watch him because you're getting famous now, so you need to find your catchphrase and your logos. So, and wow, you too can be a star.
yeah.
And he's still shy. I can see it. He's still shy.
I know. It doesn't take much. I mean, just gotta catch your big break,
Yeah, you're before you know it, you're going to be as famous as me and Rebecca. You too can get your own group hat and your own troll groups, 4 or 5 of them. And then they'll pack out your teeth and they'll put poop hats on you, and then they'll accuse you of horrible crimes to your family.
He makes all these nice comments, and then he'll go to other videos and he'll tag me in them, and then he'll make fun of me for it. It's weird.
And what do we say about that, Rebecca?
I can't hardly hear you good. You're away too much, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Chris, not about you.
We always say that you've made it when you get trolls.
Oh yeah, you're doing good when you got a hate group.
I've got a few. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you know what I tell them back? Like the one I did with the Montana Sky Watch shirts, plural. I said, jealous much? I mean, that's all you have to say is because they get jealous and they want to come after you. It's weird. It's weird. But there are some weird people out there that get off on harassing other people because they think they're, hiding behind some fake name, some fake profile picture, whatever. But anyway, you've made it when you have your own troll group. And we are 8 hours, 2 minutes. I wonder if S. Ricolette is still with us. He's always there cheering us on, because we went past our 8 hours.
Yeah.
It's 9 o'clock.
I've not seen him in a while.
And we all got dingy in the process. We've all lost our minds. We're talking about Baby Shark and the duck song. And again, I sent everybody a copy of the Stoner Cats, and I encourage you to watch that. It's hilarious. It is slightly adult, so don't watch it with children in the room, please, or impressionable teenagers. And not that I advocate the use of thereof, but I used to, so I'm too poor to afford this modern lifestyle y'all are living. But anyway.
Oh, my face hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm making, he has smile damage here,
Stern
people.
man.
We have hit the nut job mark at 8 hours and 4 minutes, 5 seconds. Yeah, we're officially dingy. The spoon will slide off my forehead. Okay,
I
and
know,
by the
Sandy,
way,
you gotta try it.
Oh, I'm doing it.
this is what we do in
I
the
mean,
future.
look, she's
All of it.
showing you the
With
way. This
a
is
spoon.
I do like Tara. She looks like she's concentrating really hard about it too.
A little drop of Elmer's glue or mustache glue.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's going to be really
Yeah,
satisfying once it sticks to your forehead and you realize it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It is. It's kind of magical because the metal does enhance the electric field of your brain. Oh, you got it, guys! I could show you how to talk to Earth. I've actually often thought about teaching how to reach enlightenment and charge money for it, but then that would be not a good thing. So I could teach it, and someday I will teach other people. I've even raised a few Darth Vaders in my time, so I have to be careful of that. But yeah, this is the opening door to a larger world.
Absolutely.
It really is. Body electricity is very important, and grounding and home chanting and chakra towers and all of that.
I can confirm that.
What, that I've lost my mind, or that you can teach that, or that by charging money would be bad? There's like 3 different questions there.
Well, but I think you need some abilities before you can do all the stuff. So not everybody can learn it. I think, but I'm not sure.
You have to learn in stages. There's no instantaneous fix. And learning about chakra towers and learning about grounding. Oh, look at this!
Oh,
there you go.
Oh,
There you go, Tara. That's your next goal here.
look, Sam, you can do more than 7. He's
got a
better than
background
you.
very similar to Jesus's. Look at that. That's a very close to Jesus's background.
How do
So
you
who
do
is
that?
this guy? Yeah, that's what you do right there. I don't know about behind the ears. That's silly, but. And the
Oh my
next question
gosh.
is, did he use a moisturizer? But anyway,
Oh no! Wow.
that's what you do, people.
His name is Marcus. Marcus Monroe.
Hello, Marcus.
Wow.
Good job, Marcus. Well done. He's got my record beat.
Yeah, good job. I'll
Tarot
research
cards,
more.
palmistry, clairvoyance, psychometry, all are real, people. I'm a direct example of that. Rebecca and everybody else and everybody that's been my older friends for many years now have seen my accuracy in my drawings, and I do the drawings before it happens for everybody, year after year after year, people. And that is a direct reference, and this is proof. And we don't do indigos do not do tests. We just prove it, and that's why I don't give out dates. And the track record of Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru Systems, Skywatchers, Jesus's, Jillian's channel, all of our other sister sites, Nibiru Watch Africa, all of those. They've been around long enough that they know the accuracy of what's really happening is really happening. We're not just a bunch of guys that get together every week and go, oh, we think we know what's real, and oh, I heard about that red planet, the winged destroyer Nibiru. It's parked behind the sun, and someday they're going to come here, and the Anunnaki are going to get off it, and they're going to terraform us and eat us. None of that. We know what we're talking about. And I'm going to go get another Coke. I will be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Now we can look for Chris. He has a fork, and he can do it also with a fork.
I'm sure it doesn't have to be a spoon, right?
I see it, Chris. Sorry.
Happened. I'll tell you, I'll be dropping it real fast.
I know. I mean, I already knew.
Rebecca, do it too.
Do it too.
Wow.
Right.
Right? I'll get it.
It's funny. There's not very many people doing that. I mean, you know, I'm looking for videos.
Hey, Chris, come try it one time.
I always have a cold one.
I need to have 1 ounce of dignity. Okay.
Hey, we lost dignity after hour 5.
I know.
We went into nut land, and oh God, I swore I didn't get on the clown car. Okay, we're on the crazy train, not the clown car. Look at poor embarrassed Christopher going, I have to work with these idiots. Oh my God.
No, I think it's not this. It's because I said every time, Chris, try it. He has the fork there, and you say, no.
Childhood trauma, and yeah, it's not.
Like, that's a lot of pressure. Right.
You got to build up to these things. You can't fly. You got to learn to walk. Flap
I'm
wings first.
disappointed.
Tara says to play the video you just sent. She just sent.
There is so much to actual mysticism that modern day American or European or Australian or Canadian people don't know, that I'm at awe. I mean, and you guys probably over the years have had your jaw wide open. Well, I've been standing here discussing something that I learned about, the river of life and the Buddhists and the Taoists and the Hindus and how they do this and what's that is, and, and Wiccan magic. And I'm sure that I completely lose people regularly, but there are so I was talking to somebody recently, maybe it was Thomas, about meeting elementals. There are older creatures in the earth, people, that I don't even talk about, that I actually have firsthand knowledge of. And I was again watching those people on TV on YouTube that, oh yeah, I'm a former insider, and I can tell you that the government actually has for the longest for decades had interaction with extraterrestrials. And I can actually, and I skip past that stuff because I don't want to get in trouble. But I can actually tell you that that's true because it happened to me. I have met face-to-face with extraterrestrials. I have met face-to-face with demigods. I have met face-to-face with two members of the Federation. And I have met face-to-face with Greys more than once. And I'm a former abductee from the government and by ET. And nobody... I think I glossed past that too quickly. But the fact is, though, that all of that is an absolute fact. I am not kidding. It really happened. And, and people go, well, why don't you want to talk about it? And it's like, oh, shit, you have no idea why I don't want to talk about it. I spent 30 years in hiding. I finally came out once I saw the planets. And I said, okay, I have to talk about this. And when I first started in 2010, right after I gave it a few months extra after my non-disclosure agreement with the government ended, I sweated. I actually would sit here and just bring out tidbits of what happened to me. And I'd be sweating so bad I'd have to have a napkin and then go change my shirt because I was soaking my shirt trying to tell you guys this stuff. And then I did umpteen number of interviews over the years. I'm on my 4th show series now, 4th. And trying to get this message out. So it's easier for me now, although I still pay for it. I'll be talking to you guys till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
get
y'all,
on this
Tara
gear and I
has
can't quit.
video
Go ahead.
clip. Now she's really gonna prove it. Look at this. Let's
I
see what it
believe
says.
her.
I know.
And I believe you too,
Record.
Sam.
This has already been on my forehead before I picked up my phone. I bent over to pick up my phone, and it's still on. Ah, there it goes.
Oh my gosh, Tara.
I forgot to hit record. This has already been on my forehead before I picked up my phone.
She need to turn the spoon.
And it's still on.
Turn the spoon up.
Ah, there it goes.
It won't work the other way. You have to have enough mass of the central metal to actually hold it. On the tip, it won't hold it.
Okay, so you can't turn on the spoon to the top.
You mean like this way?
Hold it off the tip because the weight ratio for skin.
No, I know. I meant turn it up. So 180 degrees or 180 turn.
It might.
Is it possible?
It might work. Oh yeah.
No.
Although the nose probably does help.
Yeah. That. So you don't have a nose for the experts. It should be work, or
Oh yeah, it should, shouldn't it? Right.
maybe Tara can prove it.
Yeah, you have to put the flat central flat of the spoon in between, in the middle of your right where your third eye is supposed to be. That's where the magnetic strength is, for the magnetosphere of the brain. And again, study magnetospheres, study the brain, study the human brain, the medulla oblongata to the pineal gland and the central and the frontal lobe and parietal and all of that. Study the brain, study all of this and neuron receptors and how we sociology, blah 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 blah. And the more you study, the more you know, the more you learn.
Yeah, true. But I think if you have the possibility, one man or one girl can film you, Sam, and you can teach it in a video and maybe upload for the other people, and other people can listen to you. Maybe it's interesting.
Well, the problem is upload. I can film it. No, I can save it on my computer, but I can't upload it.
No, you can't upload. Look! What I'm saying, you can't upload it on your home, but you can put it on a stick and upload it anywhere else, but not from your home.
Oh, right, and then mail it to somebody.
Yeah, that's the same solution for your email. You can make an email on another computer, and then you can also write emails. You don't need to be at home for emails. Just a tip.
But leave home? Go out there in that world of people? Are you kidding? I can't leave my cave. How can I go to that town over there? There's people there.
Sorry. I know.
I wear my space suit when I go to Walmart. And my thinking cap. And I still get a lot of people going, "Oh, you're wearing your thinking cap." Okay. And I live in that thing. It's either that or Led Zeppelin. However, I've been given a new hat from Sharon. She gave me a Sydney, Australia hat. I might have to wear that for a while. It's also black. And, that's my modern cowboy hat, is my black tractor hat, whatever. Anyway, bad joke. I'm still chuckling about the cowboy hat lately. People, God, the Wild West ended in, the 1875. So anyway.
And
I still keep
putting their keys on their forehead. I saw people sticking keys, and I saw a lady had a spoon hanging off her arm.
Yeah, I have seen a flat iron. I have seen a metal cast iron frying pan on some people. On foreheads and the chest. The Asians are the best. They can put an actual frying pan in the middle of their chest, and it stays there.
I believe it.
And that has to do with the the magnetosphere of the heart. The heart is actually, okay, if you were an alien race and you were looking at through your eyes of another alien, because humans have horrible eyes. We only see certain spectrums, and we see way limited spectrums. Birds see better than we do. Dogs see better than we do. Anyway, if you're an alien and you land, okay, there's a human, and they see our heat spectrum and our magnetic spectrum and our black and infrared and all of those other spectrums, or gamma or whatever. Our heart glows. This is why ghosts are attracted to us as well. If your heart is very strong in enlightenment and you glow, we are luminescent beings. Some people can see that, others can't. And when people talk about, I can see your aura, and their horoscope is a real thing. It's real. Mine's purple blue, and I had people years ago professionally pay to have mine done for me, and I rate very high in the aura, which is the purple, which is the floating chakra above the skull, which is one of the 7th or 8th chakra, depending on how you view it. And so learn about these things, people. If you want to learn about enlightenment and grounding and listening to Mother Earth. I was talking to a friend of mine recently. He says, God, all these things are happening to me. And I said, now shut up and learn to listen to what Mother Earth is trying to tell you. Stop you telling me what you're doing, what you're learning, and start listening what she's trying to teach you since the day you forgot when you were little. Because Earth is talking to us. The space is talking to us. Everything I see with my far-seeing skills, how I can smell things, and I know things I know things, and they come to me, and I've stopped worrying about it, and I've started listening. And that's what enlightenment is. Not like, hallelujah, I see everything, I know everything. No, what happens is you learn to listen. And then all of a sudden, once you start to learn to listen, the stuff you hear changes. You start to hear more. You start understanding more. You connect more easier. You can reach source easier. That spoon will stay on your head easier. All of this, it's just a process. It's like flexing a muscle. The more you use it, the more it becomes an automatic body language, automatic thing. And for far seeing, for me, and I've been doing this for 15 years with people around, and I can look into you guys out there, and occasionally, yeah, there you go. See, I told you the Asians were good at it.
What?
That is chakra development of the electricity of knowing and learning and developing.
Oh, with a car is impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
And I bet you anything, that guy is as comfortable and as wonderful to sit in a room with and have tea with as you've ever met.
Oh yeah.
Look at his eyes. The eyes are the mirror to the soul. And that man has no frown lines. He only has smile lines. People, there's so much more going on than that. We're at a transition. We are at a human evolution right now, today, tomorrow, the 27th.
But you need really do videos for the people, in my opinion, because you are a master, a high master, and you know all this knowledge, and maybe you can help some people to find their powers, inner powers. It's just my opinion. So yes, of course, you know all the planets, you know all the other stuff, but I think it's also good for the force, and if you tell people how it's going and how they can connect to Mother Earth and all this stuff.
My problem with that is I've avoided the metaphysical for many, many years. Christopher the other day typed a tag, a name, to something that he sees me as. I am okay. We'll talk about tarot cards. The first stage is the Fool. The Fool blindly walks off the edge of the cliff without knowing his actions and interactions or the ramifications. Followed by the Hermit, because the Hermit separates himself after being the Fool. followed by the magician. Once the hermit learns what he has been watching for a long time of the activities around him, including Mother Earth and the people down in the village below, and he learns the sociology and the oleologies and the wisdoms of hermetic wisdoms. Once you learn the hermetic wisdoms, you then become the magician, and then once you become the magician, and then you wish to share your trade outward rather than inward, you become the Hierophant, and that's a tarot card growth pattern in enlightenment. And Christopher called me in one of his videos the Hierophant. Now, in the Hierophant card, the male version in the Rider Tarot deck, the man sits on a throne and opens a book, and he shows you the two suns. I have never tried to claim to be a guru. I've been called a guru. I've been called the Antichrist, but I've been called Jedi Master. I've been called the Professor. I have actually, through Rebecca and our work here, we have literally earned our internet doctorate in science. We are doctors of internet Nibiruology. That's a rough mouthful, but we earned our doctorate is 10 years. If you study for 10 years, that's a doctorate, and we're working on our second doctorate.
Right.
So I can teach all kinds of stuff, but the problem is I've never tried to claim to be that wise guy that knows everything. I've never wanted to do that. I want to be the guy that is sharing everything we learn together.
Yeah, okay. Then forgot the name, but you can do this and make a video and teach people. I think it's quite interesting.
I've been slowly reaching to more of the metaphysical stuff that I've learned. I started studying Buddhism when I was 9 years old. I went to ashrams. I sat there in the rooms, doing meditation in front of Buddha statues with so much incense burning you wanted to puke. And I did a lot of that all my life, and I still I regularly go into Buddhist videos and learn about grounding and chakra tower, and anyone who has studied Buddhism knows that you say, "Hi, I'm Buddha. Are you Buddha?" Because Buddha is it's a stage, it's a phase, it's not an individual, it's a way of being. Now, the Buddha has existed from the last cycle, people. Buddhism is not new. This is from the last cycle before and the last cycle before that. So is Taoism, so is Hinduism. There's also other previous religions blended in over the dynasties of the passing of the Nibiru planets. But the Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism are not Abrahamic religions. And I suggest you learn. And even if you're not a firm believer, or if you're a Christian, or if you're a Baptist even, or if you're a Mormon, or if you're a Scientologist or a Seventh-day Adventist, just read it, look into it. Maybe part of that grabs you with something that you already know inside you.
So there are different versions of Yeshua, for example.
Oh boy, that's a tough one. Yeah, but then you're running off an Abrahamic religion. And as long as you're running off an Abrahamic religion, then you have to realize that the Old Testament is a copy of Egyptian lore and Sumerian lore. The names have been changed, but it's the same old story, and that goes all the way into even including the Muhammad, and don't forget the Sunni and the God, earth the brain. Okay, there's the Sunni and the Shia, and that is a mostly Abrahamic religion as well, but that has been rewritten for the Quran and all of that. So. And those guys are fighting because they're fighting over an argument between cousins, which is stupid, by the way. The Shihad, and I tell this to every Arab out there, whether you're a Shia or a Sunni, stop fighting over your cousin's illustration, whether it's written in Montana or North Dakota, depending on which book you read. So stop fighting each other. The holy war is not necessary. We have to start treating each other as all of us. And I posted a video this week, and it's called Playing for Change. Go to YouTube, type in Playing for Change, and you will find people making music from around the world, putting their efforts together, internet harmonic music together from around the world. And that's what we have to do now. We have to stop fighting and join, because we have an exterior, I'm not going to say enemy, but we have an exterior anomaly threat that we have to, as humans, no matter what race we are, American Indian, Indian from India, or somebody from Vietnam, or somebody from China, or from Russia, or from Germany, or from America, or from Montana, or from Timbuktu. We have to stop fighting each other, stop hating each other. We are one damn race. We got a big cause. We have to save this damn planet, because we're in deep shit. Period.
Yes,
Change your
and if you
focus.
can't-
Stop being mad. Start working together with people, because time is now. That's the whole thing. We have to. Bobby Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, people, go look up their speeches. We've been working for 40 years for this. We have to now. It's almost too late.
Yeah, and you need to love yourself, to love other people, and otherwise. So
Yeah,
that's
and you can't
important.
live in fear. You have to go back to that 70s happy populist movement of hippies. You guys have to love each other. We have to share the goodness in each other, not our shortcomings. We have to embrace everybody else's, and they're talking about wokeism or DEI. Well, that's a good thing. We have to be awake in the needs of our brothers and sisters, because we are our brother's keeper. Because for the last 40 years, those people with all the money were not their brother's keeper. They were their keeper to get their money, to step there, to get there on the bones of everybody they stepped on to get those millions. And people, the millionaires, own the world right now, and we don't. And there are 10 of them that are on the top of the list, 10 billionaires, that we should not be allowing them to be billionaires. We have to take it back. Rome is burning now, people. Okay, here's my crazy Gandhi speech for this week. But we can't let this continue. We have to change. And you start by changing inside you, how we view these people. Every time you point a finger and say, well, that guy's an asshole, you can't do that. You have to go, that guy might be different than me, but I don't understand why he's the way he is, or just because his skin color is different, and maybe his education's different, and maybe he grew up in the Sudan, maybe he grew up in India, maybe he grew up in Arab countries. And including the Arab people, you have to stop being prejudiced towards women. We can't be prejudiced towards gay people. We can't be prejudiced towards a guy with one arm, or a guy with one leg, or a guy with, a really extra large chin and an eating habit problem, whatever. We can't be mean to anybody. We have to be nice to the world. It's time. We are running out of time. We really are. Where are you going to go with this? What are you going to do? Are you going to jump in the pile of angry people? Or are you going to be a person that is careful, loving, and not freaked out, but not underwhelmed by the importance of our job? We all have a job. All of us need to, what happens 6 months from now if we say we have no food and our neighbors are hungry? Now, they're either going to attack you or you're going to get along together. That's your opportunity. That's your choices. Or they go away, you go away, whatever, displacement, just like what happened in the Dust Bowl era, where people had to leave their farms in Oklahoma and Texas and go to California. Are you going to do that? There is, climate migration going to occur. How are you going to do that? Are you going to kill people, or are you going to work together? What kind of world do you want? Because we are right there right now. And if you don't listen to me right now, you will regret it. I don't often make mistakes. Christopher, your turn.
I completely agree. I don't want to live in that world.
What are we going to do? We are at a parapet. Look what the climate's doing right in front of our faces. There are people dying every week.
And we can't understand Christopher well.
Yeah, you have to scoot forward, Christopher. You're going really bad, and you're not loud enough. I know that chair does not work for you, or maybe it's your table. Okay, time to earn your cookies. Pay for
Right.
the green room M&Ms. He's lost reading. Hey, if you're so tired you're ready to quit, let us know.
Oh,
I'm 8 hours 33 minutes. I'm preaching to the choir here. I'm preaching to the choir.
Yeah. I mean, not that you are, but I'm just saying. Whatever you want to do. I mean, it is a little.
If you guys, I'm running out of things to say other than, I think about the show every week ahead of time and try to what we're going to talk about. What do I want to? What's my message? Mad Max is coming, maybe. Yeah, Rodney, I love you, Rodney. I like your political outlook. It's different than mine, and I'll leave it at that. Glad you're still here. Thank you. Yeah, we are already in some ways kind of Mad Maxy right now, and those I have been saving different things because I've got this little bug that says this may not be available later. Sam is our candle. Thank you, Sharon. I'm trying to point out stuff. Yes, it's uncomfortable, and maybe I'm a little bit loony, but guys, we got to look at things in a different way. What we're doing is not working. And I've been screaming for 15 years trying to point out this is something I've known for 45 years. And I was not allowed to tell you before. So now I'm trying to do that. What are you going to do with the information that you have learned? Because we are a small group of people. And only you guys, you citizen scientists out there, and all our sister sites around the world can make this go viral. I'm trying to think of little happy little bunny clown cartoons that I can maybe get your attention with, or cats, or God only knows. The fart jokes don't work. Although I think Rodney liked them. Guys, we gotta do stuff. This is our job. I mean, we're here now, so and I'm not going to say army, but you guys are the citizen science people, and it's all of our job to get this out there. Sharon knows that. I think Thomas knows that. He's working real hard. Christopher's working real hard. God knows Rebecca is. We count on you guys to send this further. And if you have found my words interesting and hopefully cosmic, or even perhaps guru-like or enlightened, I've studied Gandhi. I've studied Charlie Chaplin. I've studied Garrett in the Farseer, Wayseer movement. I've studied Buddhism. I've studied religion. People, we have to change. Another great guy I don't talk about often enough is Prem, P-R-E-M, Rawat. And this is one of the few people on planet Earth that I listen to as sort of my mentor. And through Prem Rawat, I have learned a level of patience that I never used to have. I've also learned a new outlook on the world about many, many, many different things. And so I encourage you to look up Prem, P-R-E-M, R-U-W-A-T, maybe A-T-T, I don't know. But, YouTube will correct you.
It's the Chinese man, right?
Yes, correct. And actually, I believe he's Indian.
Okay.
Yeah, I very much and start at you are the source. That would Prem Rawat, you are the source. There is so much that you guys, enlightenment in front of you. You've known it since 5 years old. All you got to do is shut the rest of the world out and listen. It is that simple. And I have taught people how to touch source, quite a few of them. And the ones that really get it, they'll all of a sudden discover it, and they'll almost pee their pants, and then they cry. Yeah, actually physically open up right in front of you. I mean, 30-year-old people, big tough guys and women, and they cry because they are turned back into that 5-year-old because they found something that they put away. They closed that cabinet. They shut that away because they were taught not to think that way. So guys, it's so possible that you can learn this and you can become quite easily a very good farseer, remote viewer, mystic, psychic, guy that can read through telekinesis, or, but you can move things if you're that good. We're talking about the girls with the electric fingers. I mean, there is so much stuff that you wouldn't believe is real. I am a remote viewer. I was recruited in 1980 by the United States government for the Remote Far-Seeing Project. You can look that up. It's now declassified. I can now tell you. I'm a former insider. Look this shit up. Anybody, go ahead.
It's
You
real.
said it all.
It's real.
Hey, you know that Warner Brothers singing frog?
Hello, my baby.
Hello, my honey. That's what
Now
I feel
that
like
I
right
know.
now.
Hello,
That
baby
one, that's
shark.
what I feel like right now. My brain just went to that cartoon. Hello, I'm the talking frog. I'm gonna dance. Put me back in the box.
Yeah.
Here's my cane. Here's my top hat. Hey, that's the cartoon. We'll take that guy. We'll AI my voice into the talking frog on the Warner Brothers cartoon.
That's it. Are you gonna dance with your top hat and your cane?
Yeah. Have a little cane and, hello, my
Okay.
baby. Hello, my honey. Let me tell you about Nibiru.
Uh-huh. Yeah. With a little lab coat on.
I think, with the, if it's a short lab coat, because you got to have those frog legs. That's important for the dance
Right.
step.
You don't want to
I
trip
mean,
on your
no.
head.
But
what
I
was
think I
better-
remember.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, I think I remember there was a cartoon which talks about Nibiru. It was maybe a shortcut, but it was with the Snoop Dogg or the
No,
dog.
Scooby-Doo.
I don't.
No,
Scooby-Doo, yeah.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo,
They
yeah.
actually
That's
did. Yes, they did, and so did Star Trek. But they gave the Red Planet, and but they did mention it, which was awesome. And I've had 20, 30 people ask me about that over the years. It's like, did you see that where they were actually mentioning Nibiru? And I was like, yes, I did. We are the real information, not the Hollywood.
Yeah, but we talked before. The Pentagon said officially, and nobody react to this. So
Yeah, they said that
That's-
the Anunnaki were coming back, and they are freaking
Yeah.
here now, people.
and-
Of course, the Pentagon
yeah.
always gives you old information late.
yeah,
Always,
and nobody
always.
and nobody talks about it, and no newspaper write about it. So this is what I'm saying. So
Yeah, grab that clip, people, put it on a piece of film, then add, 5 minutes of my voice telling you that this shit is real. I do, I am ready, there are days that I want to actually scream this and be angry, but I don't usually lose it's rare that I get mad. But I mean, I've been screaming this for 15 years, and I've known about it for 45. I waited till my non-disclosure agreement was over, and I have handed you guys the extra star, the binary solar system, Imru, Nibiru, Saru, Uri, Atu, Isatum, Nepesity, Matim, all of the asteroids. I've handed you Wormwood. I've handed you all of the orbit models. I've handed you the crop circles. I've handed you the research that goes all the way back through Greek lore, Egyptian lore, Sumerian lore, Abrahamic lore, Germanic lore, British, Pictish lore. As a matter of fact, I was talking about you guys got to look at all the Pict rock carvings in Scotland. They talk about the two stars.
and
Hell,
also
the
the Hopi glow.
Guys, people, all this shit, we've connected all the dots. We are not wrong. Wake up. Wake up, Alice.
And,
Wake up, Alice.
and
Wake up, Alice.
also the Hopi prophecy talked about it.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot them. The Hopi, the Incan, the Mayan, the Dogar, and oh god, I could go on and on. I mean, it's in the damn the country that was starving really bad. It's in the early real Bible that's in Africa. Country name escapes me right now. Anyway, guys, I've handed you 8 or 10 religions. I've handed you the planet names. I've handed you the locations, all ahead of time by Farseeing, and I draw this for you. When are you going to listen? Go tell a friend. I mean, get on your damn horse and say, the British are coming. By the way, there was a girl that outran the dude on the horse. One by land, two is by. I cannot pull names out of my head. I must be tired. Paul Revere, Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. There was actually a girl that ran the other direction, and she outran him in distance. I think maybe he stopped at the local pub and had one, but anyway, she didn't. But guys, with the Wayseer movement and with the Enlightenment and all of this stuff, and Gandhi and Buddha and being really cool, and the Farseeing movement, you guys, you're all out there within the sound of my voice. You guys are all responsible to share what you have learned. We give this to you for free. Now, please pay it forward. Go out there, whether people believe you or not, because yes, we're elevated because we know stuff, and a lot of people say, well, they're calling me crazy. Well, no, if they call you crazy, it's only because you know more than they do. That's it. It's that simple. Ethiopia, thank you, Katie Joe. The Ethiopian Bible. It's in there, man. All of this shit, which is secret, is in there. And it's the discounted volume after volume. I mean, all the crap they've got hidden underneath, the St. John's Basilica, and all the hidden shit the Vatican has. It all matches. None of this has a bad loophole. Not one in 15 years. Not one. Once, excuse me, dry throat. Once we attained that Atu was purple, and it came in and it matched our names and it matched all of our information, and the shit I got from off-world information and the shit I got from 2008 off the internet, which still blows me away. It was a Pleiadian. I still chuckle about that, and I go, did the Pleiadians really actually post on YouTube? I mean, no, I don't believe that, but guys, all of this, and Christopher, he's new. He's the youngest members. And have you found one loophole and one black hole in any of this?
Nope. Not one. Not one. Not one hole.
I grab my
and I expected to find something wrong with it. I had expected to find something wrong, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, we are number one. And I tell people that all the time, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what we are and what we've become and what you guys are a part of. All of you guys are part of this. And you heard it, you learned it, you've taken the time, you're still here, 8 hours, 46 minutes, 54 seconds. And you are earning all of this. So Andrew, Joe, Tara, all of you guys, share what you've learned. And don't take no for an answer. And anybody who harasses you, you just go, well, excuse me, but you get to take the time to learn. And you're a 5-minute astrologer or astronomer, and I'm a multiple hour learned citizen scientist. And that's what we do. We do citizens. The greatest scientific discoveries have been done in people's garages, not in major factories, not at universities, not in Einstein's back pocket. The greatest discoveries of all time have been done by the citizen scientist, including Samuel Hoffman, 1978, in the binary solar system. Whether I prove it or not, I know it's real. That is my comfort zone. And I've spent 15 years endeavoring to persevere and tell you, and so I've done my job. Whether you believe me or not, I did my job. And my ears are ringing. And if it was Monty Python, we'd going, and the flying hogfish. Okay. That's from the Holy Hand Grenade part of the Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, I have to watch it again. I haven't seen those movies in a long
And
time.
the flying, you EASU Domine. Wow. And then, and the Donna East Requiem. Wow. And then, meanwhile, they're walking into town as these monks, and this lady standing there taking a cat, beating the rug dust free with a cat. Wow. Love it. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, one of the greatest cult classics of all time. So, check those things out, people. We got study time. All right, anybody talk, please, God. I'm going to grab another.
I'm like, have I ever seen it? I think I maybe have seen it, but maybe like 20, 30 years ago.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It is available on YouTube. You can type it in. Another great one is Jabberwocky. I love Jabberwocky. I have purchased the movie on DVD 3 times, and twice they have been stolen from me. I should look that up at the merch store. I wonder if they do have a copy of Jabberwocky. That would be cool. I think you can actually still order one from Amazon. Monty Python, Jabberwocky. Great movie. Excellent
Never
movie.
heard of it.
Oh, God, guys, what you're missing in life.
Oh my God. What is it about? No.
Oh, Dennis, it's about medieval life with the humor of Monty Python. And if you really want to take a really big, deep step off the edge of reality, in fact, I'm laughing. If you really want to go off the deep end into cult classic history, look up Nick Danger, Third Eye. And that's done by Farsign Theater. And it was done in the 70s by a bunch of law students that decided to quit law and actually go into recording comedy on old LP records way back when. Yeah, Nick Danger, Third Eye. And that's where they go, oh, you mean Nancy? And it's a great comedy old record, like the radio programs talking about a detective in the 30s. Nick Danger, Third Eye, by Firesign Theater. Cult classics. Oh, and then, of course, while we're at cult classics, let's talk about The Day the Earth Stood Still, the 1950s version. Awesome. Love it. The modern 90s version was good too, but I still like the old one. Let's see, is there anything else in this top hat that I'm wearing? Okay. Oh, rabbit. Excuse me. Anyway, I've EBD gone crazy. Anybody talk?
I don't know. Talking 9 hours might, cause you to have symptoms
Are
of
you
craziness.
entertained?
I'm ready to start practicing with the fork on the head.
I know. Me and you both.
I can talk so much in my language, no problem. You can't believe how much I can talk, but yeah,
He never stops talking. When he's rambling on and on in German, I'm like, why does he? I don't know what they're saying, but he's talking.
It's awesome,
Yeah,
right?
I can talking like Sam. A lot. Talking, but English, no, it's not my language. Sorry.
I'm
And
gonna have to start speaking fluent German here. I don't know how I'm
Yeah.
going to do it. Maybe by the end of the year, I'll know like 3 words. Maybe some numbers.
It's pretty complicated sounding, yeah.
Ach, so kompliziert wird das gar nicht klingen. Ich kann fließend Deutsch sprechen und ihr würdet bestimmt irgendwas verstehen von dem, was ich sage, oder? I think you understand nothing, huh?
Right.
I can tell it's German.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Well, if we wanted
question.
to put the jocularity to the side, we could actually warn people to maybe start planning to have a little bit of extra drinking water. 25, 30 gallons of water would not do you bad if you had it in the basement. And I encourage you to buy the big 5-gallon jugs from Culligan Water.
Right. We
That way
bought
the
a
plastic
5-gallon
doesn't
jug
decay
last
over
month,
time.
and it was gone in a week.
And
I couldn't
I mean,
believe
you-
how fast we went through that water.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
that-
and 2 gallons per day per family member is bare minimum. That does not include septic, as in a gray water flushing of the toilet. And we've talked about this before. Practice with your family one day in your house. Take a day off. If you want to do a vacation day, do an emergency bug out day where you just actually walk over to the house and you turn the breakers off on your electricity. And then you can fill up your bathtub, but don't, if you have running water, because normally there's no real emergency, so you'll still have running water. But actually be aware of the water usage that you go through for that one day. I dare you. It will wake you up like you have no. We are so lazy. We watch shit on TV. We use our cell phones all day long. We jump in our car. We go to the store. We come back. Don't do that for one day. Your entire family, and stare at each other in the living room.
Oh, they are big ones.
275-gallon water tanks.
And
That's
how
why
much?
they-
All those are awesome.
$50.
As long as they're new. Don't buy them
Okay.
used, because usually they'll have an industrial bacteria or industrial waste on the
I don't
inside,
know.
and you don't want that for your water. But
Oh,
yeah,
they use
if
it
you
for-
have a
they use it
garage,
for rainwater.
if you have a garage or a basement, and you can get 1 or 2 of those or 4 of them in your basement, they're not that horrendously expensive depending on your family budget. And I'm not asking you to spend that on and not feed your kids, but
I
never
mean,
put clothes on them or the dentist or whatever.
I-
But yeah, those are awesome.
Um,
I wish I years ago I did try to get all of this together for people, where we could have a compound where people would put their money together. And I got a lot of talk, and I spent a decade doing it. And I finally just said, okay, I'm done. I am not going to bring people up here. And I've had actually people behind my back plan to take advantage of my money and live off of me. And then people came to me and said, well, so this is what's happening. And then we went through the Steve Olson bullshit where he vanished with a whole bunch of people's money. And after that, I said, okay, I'm not even going to go there. And he vanished with a great deal of money from what I hear. Now, it's not absolutely proven, but I heard the police were looking for him. And he was in a vacation island with his girlfriend while his wife was looking for him. Anyway, she called me, but that was years ago. People, we are in many years of doing this, and if I could have done better, I would have had a place for you guys to come. We'd be doing this in one room, doing a show together across one table, sitting up in our log cabin foundation here in Montana. But I did not find my philanthropist yet. So if you are a philanthropist out there, by God, we need your help. And if not, send your cards and letters. $5 at a time. Buy me a cup of coffee, as they say. Send Rebecca a $5 bill so she can keep this show coming for you for free with this information that we all work every week to gather for you. And we've been doing it for 15 years. We are number 1. And another sip off my Coca-Cola.
Okay, Sharon, I think she's in the process of sending me something.
Oh,
to
an
show
AI
you.
song.
Yeah, I guess it's sending.
Cow.
Check this out.
Oh God, what
Oh no, she's just telling me. Okay, that she created a
good.
song.
We'll work on it. We'll look into it.
I can't wait,
Yeah,
Sharon.
it's created.
Something cutesy and yet, sort of History Channel at the same time. Yet, at the age level of a 7-year-old in Japan. I don't know. Pikachu. Anyway, yeah, or my daughter's shark with a top hat named Steve, and he sits in the living room. He watches TV with me regularly. Oh God, I could do a show with me and Steve. Ooh, I've lost my mind. Yeah, people. God, we have to do something, and we got to get this word out because the planets are here, and this is literally the most important damn thing to happen in 4,000 years. It really is.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh, I heard my name.
Yeah. I'll try it again. Hang on.
Yeah, I'll get embarrassed ahead of time. See my cheeks glowing? Yeah.
Okay. It's like, yeah, my mic is right here. Okay, let's try it again.
Barry, you already gave us your information, and you work hard regularly. You're okay. Kind of catchy.
Yeah.
Okay, Rebecca, what you do is you mail Christopher a copy of it, and Christopher will ponder and chew on it for 3 days, and he'll come up with a killer video to go along with it. I know he will.
Cool.
Right.
And you can do a short CapCut video of that, and do some layovers and grab some pictures from here and from there, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
Still wait.
He's smiling. He's already on it. His brain's already going there.
Still waiting.
The production engineer is calculating. I see little cogs turning above his head there next to the smoke.
I sent you a copy, Chris.
Christopher, still waiting for the end time video.
Yeah. Well, this is not the end time. This is the beginning time.
Okay.
We've already stepped over the threshold, and we are now in the other room. We are in the area going from one galactic cloud to the next galactic cloud, and we're about to enter that really soon. So we are in the other room, guys. This is no longer it's coming. It's now. It's already passing. It's happening. And on Facebook? So I'll look on Facebook and see if it's here already. And then I'll try and save it. Oh boy, look at that sun. All right, I have 5 notices. And there it is. Okay, I will listen to it really quick. Pardon me if this makes noise or doesn't.
You're good. I like it. I was trying to figure out if I could save it. I can't really save it. I could just share it.
Screen record it while you play it, and it'll.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You'll
Right.
have to listen to the whole thing.
Quiet.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm impressed that, whatever AI is can think that fast.
It's incredible.
It's kind of crazy. It's like, what? They can do all it.
Okay, now, Christopher, you will hear this song 50 times. I want to scream and pull your own ears off, but it's actually catchy.
I heard it. I got a chart on
Yeah.
the phone, but yeah, I think we should do something with it.
It's a little bubblegummy, but it's actually catchy. Turn it down.
I know. I was already picturing like a video when I was listening to it. I was like, okay.
I don't think I can save a copy of it, and so
Yeah, we'll have to
I
figure out.
will keep it open for a while, and I'm going to listen to the laugh stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Christopher, oh, there you are. There you
I hear you.
I don't know if you get heard because I actually pushed my mic closer to my speakers, but I don't know if you guys heard it in the background or not. But I've got my damping on. It's interesting, and it ends interestingly as well. All right, play it once. Partially embarrassing and partially intriguing.
Right?
There's secrets, twirl.
Right.
Samuel sees a hidden world. Shines with color, right?
Yeah. It'll go viral, Sharon. Okay, here is also for you
Visions dance
this.
beneath the stars. Samuel the dreamer here. Never calls with whispers. A whimsical journey where wonders repeat.
And
Yeah,
there's the
we're aiming
lyric.
9-year-old. I got no.
I sent you the lyrics too, Sam.
Excuse me.
I sent you a copy
that
of the lyrics, the
Oh, okay,
written
cool,
lyrics.
cool. Awesome. Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Blackberry.
Oh, Sharon, you do so good.
Oh, dear. We're having a good time. We've been like trying to put spoons on our forehead, and AI wrote a song, and I'm sure I'm missing a bunch. What else? I mean, we can talk about sky stuff too, of course, but
Of course.
we got a little sidetracked, off topic, off topic stuff.
Yes, we are silly. You know, I mean, it's been many, many hours. We've been talking straight. So we're 9 hours and 5 minutes, by the way. So we just blew another hour off the charts. Did get silly, and I actually have a voice again.
I found that too. He's a magnet.
Yeah, there you
as
go.
well.
Told you.
I don't know,
See?
guineas and silverware.
They're putting money on him.
Uh-huh. I saw somebody else putting keys all over their face.
Right. So, and when I mentioned this, you guys thought I was silly.
I did not. I thought it was silly for me to try.
Oh, okay. Well,
No.
then we can blame Thomas on that one.
I know. I was like,
It's all Tom's fault.
It's his fault, man. We're gonna blame him.
you wait. Tonight it'll happen. Nobody will be here to see it. Yeah.
I did it, and for me it works also. So for me, no problem.
Well, that's
Okay.
what goes on with me with, when I touch a phone or when I
Yeah,
when
cool.
I go to the store and I pull out my debit card and I put it in the machine, it doesn't work. See, if I don't tap it on the counter in front of me
Yeah.
to discharge it to a negative out of my pocket, it will not work in the machine.
Oh. Yeah,
I have
you are
to-
too
I-
magnetic.
Right. I have to actually tap it on the countertop in front of me and then stick it in the machine before it will even read. And there are times I walk in stores where their entire computer system goes down. And that's happened dozens of times.
Yeah.
And when I was with when the kids were little, one time I got really, really angry and I fried a stereo, a TV, a microwave, a radio system, a DVD player, a VHS player, all in one bank of electronics around me. I got mad and the shit blew up next to me. And so I learned years ago, Sam's not allowed to get mad.
Like the Hulk.
Hulk smash, but I didn't touch anything. I just got mad. I got
I
really
understand.
vent screaming at the children mad, and the electronics in the house immediately next to me blew up.
Yeah, I understand you.
Well, don't piss me off, Frodo. No, bad joke. I don't get mad anymore, hardly at all, ever. It's rare that I get mad.
It's the stage of the consciousness. So if you are on the higher stage, you can't get mad because you are always in the lovely stage.
Right, you smile at the hilarity of the event that's occurred in front of you, rather than get upset about it. You just go, oh, of course. You just, well, of course. That's how it's going to be, and that's kind of how our life has been for a long time. We're skiing on this snowstorm of magic wonder on a regular basis, which is how we do this week after week after week. 100 and later, and here Rebecca looks locked up again.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just frozen.
Okay, all right, now you move.
Yeah.
You're, I hear your voice, but your picture's patching.
Oh, is it frozen?
So if we don't have any more,
no, it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're
all right. I'm better now.
It's probably my internet. You've been I can hear you, but your picture's locked up.
Oh, cool.
Well, then it's your internet. I can see her moving.
Now you're moving. Yeah, now she's moving. It's no problem again.
Yeah.
It cleared up. It was stalled for. Yeah, Andrea, if you laugh and drop everything, that's a different thing. That's that's awareness. Nova was like that when she was little. If she would talk, anything in her hand would fall out of her hand. Anything, plate of food, you name it, glass of milk. Oh, Dad, turns her head, drop right out of her hand. Anyway, that's associative. Yeehaw! Here we are, 9 hours, 9 minutes. What are we going to do? We got the
Shark
Die Hard
song,
still
Rebecca.
here.
What's that? What?
I just said make the shark song with the moves, with the hands.
The moves in the hand, the baby shark. I don't know.
The baby shark.
I gotta get the moves down, right? I can't believe I missed out on all that.
Yeah, you
10 million.
You could use my Simpsons photograph for starters, Christopher, on your
Okay.
on any song vid, and you can add random pictures to go along with whatever the song is suggesting, and shoot for a baby shark level. I'm only kidding. You'll figure it out, and if you don't want to make a movie, don't. But you'd be amazed that you hear a song enough times, it'll actually either drive you insane or make you genius. One of the two.
That's funny.
It'll give you, well, it could be hilarious. We don't know. And you can, I always hate I catch myself right before I tell them all the time. I said, yeah, go ahead, use full license to do what you want to do, and excerpts and statements from me, go ahead. And then I hear them and I go, oh shit, I said that. Oh God, how embarrassing. I still have trouble watching our shows when I talk. When you guys are talking, it's great. When I listen to me, it's like, oh my God, dude, you got so sappy, you're so distracted. What the hell are you saying, man? Shut up. Every show. And we've done 116 shows, and I did 87 before that, and 50 before that, and 300 before that, and and I still get nervous before every show.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, and then Rebecca plays the startup. We're in the green room. I'm nervous. She plays the startup. I could be exhausted, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm on the air, and I've got magic power.
All the time.
Fairy wings on my heels. I'm flying around going, yeah, hi guys, how are you? And here I am 9 hours later doing it.
I understand, but yeah. But if I could the show making in German, I wouldn't be nervous. And in English, I'm also not nervous. But yeah, it's just funny to hear it. So you get nervous, and I think, why? He's so good.
Well, thank you. Do you know how many times Rebecca went, God, I don't think I can do the show. God, I don't think I would always go, buck up, little camper. The show must go on. And she was like, really,
There's been a couple
it's
of
been a
times.
long time. Yeah, but it's been a long
maybe
time since we had that
4
happen.
times. Yeah.
But Jillian, Rebecca, and myself have also been sick before, where we could barely even do the show, and then the startup plays, and we get on camera, and all of a sudden, boom, we change. It's like, oh, show face, okay, off we go. And then then we're excited. We want to share everything we saw this week, which is what we do.
It just flips like a switch, usually. But I mean, honestly, how long is it? It'd be 2 years in October. Okay, we haven't missed a Saturday. We haven't missed a show at all, but we haven't missed a single Saturday, which that's pretty impressive. That none of us have
we all
been
work hard.
sick or we couldn't. I'm impressed.
And people from around the world, and our friends, and we get to great listeners who are here every week. But guys, you've got to send a copy of this. Don't just watch tonight's show, the live. Go back and watch the recorded on YouTube. Get those views and the likes up. Go to Christopher's channel. Go to Jillian's channel. Go to Jesus's channel. Go to Katie Joe's channel. We'll give them the views. We've got to get the word out. Only through our participation will this continue forward. I post the crap out of Christopher's stuff to many different sites that are still waiting for approval, and they're still putting me on hold. And I chuckle, Montana Skywatcher 2 is still putting me on hold for some reason, so my posts aren't even getting out there. My own site that I no longer control. Oh Lord.
You know what? My Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, I can't even post in it. So
I forgot.
It's running rogue. There's no admin. There's no moderator.
I have not been there, I forgot about that one. I've not been there in forever.
I can't rejoin it. I can't get back in because
That's
there's no
right.
way to
What about
in.
what about Nibiru Followers Off Topic?
They're good. They're
Okay,
good.
I haven't been
They're
there
fine.
for either.
There's Off Topic 1
I
and 2, and they're both fine.
I did not know that.
So
And then there's
it's a
Montana
rogue account.
Skywatcher Anonymous, which I regularly post at.
Yeah.
And then there's the also Skywatcher Anonymous, which is Nicole's new site. And so there's lots of people, sister sites out there.
It's fun.
Get to work. We all have a job to do. Hook up, little camper. The planets are here, and the Anunnaki are here. The gods are back. Quick, teenagers, clean up the popcorn off the coffee table in the living room or the TV room. Yeah, we are. Woo! Oh my God, the cubes. We don't
I think
ever
they
talk
would
about
be
the cubes.
happy with our show, right? Right. They would be happy with us and our show.
Yeah.
They should be.
Well, we're
honored.
still getting a lot of likes, but very few comments. Go in, watch the show tomorrow on YouTube. Watch 20 minutes of it. Give us a comment, even if you're telling us how warm your town is wherever you are. Hi, I live in Indiana. It's 60 degrees. Put that on a comment. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe. Check your subscriptions. Go to Christopher's channel. Go to Rebecca's channel. We gotta get this info out. And if you have an argument with me, say so. We don't take it personally. We hopefully can read it. And if you have a comment or an idea for the show that we could do it better, we'd love to hear that. Or if you don't like something we do, tell us.
One chip challenge. One chip challenge.
Yeah, right. No way.
You first.
Yeah, no kidding.
No problem, no problem. I have no camera on. No, I'm just kidding.
Like
I am not.
The Try
You've
channel
never-
the Try channel where people try all of these foods, and they do alcohol once in a while. That's a bad joke too. But they eat all kinds of food they don't want to eat. They even ate Thanksgiving dinner from America. Go to the Try channel, where Irish people eat different foods. Love that bunch of people. We try to promote other YouTubers, and we are YouTubers. So people share, watch our stuff on YouTube tomorrow, and next week, and the week after, and go back all the way back to show number 1. I watched that the other day again, Rebecca. show number one
yeah.
with you and Jesus. Yeah. And I even recommend, if you can't do the live show, start with one and binge watch to 116.
Yeah.
It's a lot of viewing.
Only like
That's a couple
700
hundred hours.
of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to binge watch? There you go.
Yeah.
It'd take like a month or so.
Longer.
I know.
Yeah, we have more series than King or the Throne of Swords or whatever the hell it was.
The problem with
Oh, sorry.
I just want to say the problem is the 9 hours. So you can't sit there and watch the 9 hours regularly. That's very hard, in my opinion. For other people too.
I watch them. I write it down on a piece of notepaper when I quit, and then I come back to it at that time later. And I do try to watch most of the shows. And I do skip past some of the crazy moments of me, and then listen to you guys talk and what you're showing, and the videos, the important stuff, and not listen to me going off about metaphysics or what my cat did this week or bird poop. Oh God, the bird poop on my car today was insane. Anyway.
And the last show, I watched the last show. Okay, so Eureka, you want to say something? Go on.
Yeah, there's 730 hours in a month, and that's about what we have in Showtime. It'd take you a straight month to catch up on all the shows there. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. What else you got to do? Yeah.
Yeah, if you kept it on 24 hours a day, it would take you over a month.
Right.
Yeah. Just turn YouTube on while you're going to bed and let it play.
Yeah, who needs sleep? Yeah, you can sleep learn. Yeah, go ahead. I'm talking to you guys 24 hours a day, so yeah, why shouldn't you?
But that's what I want to say before. So the last show I hear, and every time I hear, I slept after 20 minutes or something like that. So it was impossible to look the complete show. Every time I was very chilling, and I said, okay, let's do the show. And after 20 minutes, I'm go away. It's not boring, but I closed. No, it's not boring. But I closed my eyes and I'm relaxing, and after I go and sleep. That's my way. Sorry, because I'm a different. But it was fun, and it's more. How can I say it? I like it more to be here in the show, so I wake up and I don't sleep.
Yeah.
So it's not boring, guys. It's like, so I know the information, I know you, and it repeats every time, and it's not boring, but I know this, so that's only what I'm doing. Sorry.
Well, you are, after as many shows as you've done, you are now an insider on the group. So yeah, you have a different outlook than the outsiders do, and you're right. And I love all of our people that come here every week, and I'm sure that some of our personalities have actually partially become addictive to some people. I'm sure people like one person over another, or all of us, or whatever. It doesn't matter what, but I'm sure that our personalities have actually gotten partially addictively. People might be used to us and miss us if we were gone. So I'm glad you guys are all here.
I think
you
a lot
bunch
of
of characters, you
hanging out with us.
Yeah, and they do.
With all of us, not just us, but people in the comments, everybody. I look forward to it.
Guys, could you imagine what our trolls would do without us? What would
Sam,
they have
they're
to
not
do?
doing anything anyway. This newsreel over there, they have nothing going on. I feel like actually our achievements have made it to where they don't even try anymore. It's.
Well, let's hope.
I mean it. I feel like they feel like it's just pointless. Honestly, I mean, we're just leaps and bounds, above and beyond, and they're not doing anything. Just saying.
That's true.
I mean, I feel like
knock on wood, we have a massive decline
used
in the
to they had it.
participation of those hate sites. You're right.
Yeah.
And
if we're
I need to let
we
it go.
can't.
I need to just forget that they're out there.
I do.
Don't feed the
I don't even
trolls.
think about them. No, because they're really like
I,
they're not
I,
even
I,
doing
popped,
anything.
I ran across the
Right.
Facebook site the other day and just popped in there only because I was going to send one of Chris's videos there, and then I decided not to. I was just going to throw something in their face, and then I thought, no, that's spiteful.
Right.
And there's no need to, no need to raise the hackles on the sleeping trolls.
Yeah, because they will never see otherwise. It just
Yeah.
they'll just be
Yeah.
nasty.
Hey, look, you've discovered clouds. Yeah. Okay.
Right. It's a waste of everything.
I figured that must have been like a young teenager or something. It just
Right. Yeah.
it's
Somebody that
like if
it's like
somebody tells me something and I'm not with that information and it's making me not feel good or
Oh,
making me
boy.
feel unsettled. I'm gonna research all that I can about it and then make a decision. I'm not just gonna jump in and tell somebody that they're freaking crazy.
our information is
This is an incredible event.
everything
Why
that
would
we
you
share
not
is
find out
documented.
happening?
Everything that we all share and we all talk about is regularly documented and debated and controversially discussed, over many years. This information, we did not come up with this in 6 months or 2 weeks, or I'm a 5-minute Nibiru knower. I know the Nibiru is behind the sun and it's the destroyer and it's red and it's going to kill us all and going to crash into Earth. Yeah, we know better than all of that. And we took, I have probably 75,000 hours of research time. And I think I'm underestimating that total.
Let's see how
Because
many
years ago I had 50,000, and that was also an underestimation. So I easily have 75,000 hours worth of research time, which is 15 years. And I'm saying probably 4 to 6 hours a day, skipping some days over the last 15 years. Somebody can do the math if they want to.
70,000 hours is 7.991 years.
Right, and I've doubled that, and so that's
So you got more than 70.
including, sleep. No, I had sleep in between there too. So
That's true. Okay.
it's approximately correct. Because
But
I spend 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 hours a day, 6 days, 5 days a week, doing this for 15 years.
yeah, that's kind of like me. I figured mine one time, and it was several thousand hours.
Yeah, and
Because it's like you, it's
many
like
years
every
ago, I
single
came up with
day, holiday, Sunday, it doesn't matter. I'm still like every day's the same for me. So, and
I
there's something
have to
else I
check.
really
I
want
have
to
to
do.
what everybody's up to. I don't. There's days I don't answer people because there's days I don't want to talk to people. But then there's days I can't even stop talking to them because at 3 o'clock in the morning when I start at 10 a.m. And I've done those. Then I look out and go, God, where'd my day go? And I did not get anything done. And God, I need to do the dishes and holy crap, the laundry built up. And now I got to go to the store and get dinner for the kids and all of that.
Life.
But anyway, life, yes.
Carrie is planning us a camping weekend retreat in Montana in 2026. That's the goal. So, wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, Nibiru. Okay.
Party right now.
Yeah, where
Let's do
are
it.
we going to go to Yellowstone or something? Or are we going to go to Crystal Park?
Oh, where at? We gotta find
So the
we
mosquito
gotta find a
can eat us
spot.
up? Yeah.
We gotta
We got to find a spot, and then we got to get a permit for a large gathering.
Good morning, Jerry. We're still here, Jerry.
Hey, Locksaw Lodge. Locksaw Lodge is awesome, and it's right at the Idaho-Montana border. There's many different places we could go, as long as it's not over there on eastern Montana. You don't want to be there. Maybe Yellowstone is sort of eastern Montana.
Yeah, we're still here, y'all. These people went to bed, and they're like, getting their morning coffee going, and we're still sitting here.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
the liberal part of
I-
Montana is
okay,
western
and-
Montana,
okay.
and the non-liberal side is what is eastern Montana, and so it, you know you can call it red. We're a red and blue state. Although we're
Yeah.
considered a red state against better wishes. Yeah, there's I've actually had a few public talks over the years where people actually flew in for special dates, but we had extra people show up that we didn't want there, and so I stopped doing it publicly. The kids were little back then also. I was concerned about the ramifications of doing it, where I would say the wrong thing and maybe talk about something classified, and I would end up in the Huska or gone or disappeared. And that's, with the current administration, there may still be an issue. We don't know. Maria sent a PM to Becca. Okay.
Yeah, I just now saw it. She sent us
Yeah.
a
2026, we can maybe make it. I have
2026.
to
Oh,
start saving ahead of time.
she sent each of us some money.
Yeah,
Sam.
my kids may be old enough I could leave them alone for the weekend in the house, but then I could actually leave. And I wouldn't have to take them with me, and and of course, they might want to come or not. They probably don't.
Did
want
you
to
hear
come,
me,
but
Sam?
anyway.
Right.
I might have to put
Maria
on pants.
sent
My
us
God.
some funds for both you and me. So I'll send you your portion
Oh,
tomorrow.
Excellent.
Isn't that nice?
Thank you very much.
I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that lawnmower. And
Well,
I have also this month's house taxes, and I've had trouble with my benefits, and so and this month was no exception to the rule. It's all screwed up. The whole system is broken, people, and we oh boy, and again, study the Great Depression era. Go look it up on YouTube. Even if it's an extreme shocker, you may need that shock right now to start pre-planning about what we take for granted. You would be amazed what can happen. My father taught me about World War II and how when the Nazis came into Holland and they took everything and they had nothing and they had to survive on nothing. In 1 year, right before the end of the war, most of the Dutch lived off of tulip bulbs, baked and boiled in many different varieties of ways just to eat food. So, and that could happen again. We could have a crop failure this year if it gets really hot. And we know that our shipment of food supplies is interrupted. We don't know what's going to happen with that. We don't know if we're going to go into depression or we're in recession. We already know food costs twice what it used to. I mean, $5 and some odd cents for ketchup. Hello, people. We're in trouble. So, think about these things.
Things
Study
that
them.
match.
I didn't hear what you said, Christopher.
Oh, I'm just saying, I can't get two things that match. Milk and cookies, no.
Oh yeah. For what money we have right now, yeah, you have to pick and choose now. We can't buy this and that. We can only get this or that, and the money is not going to get better. But if you have a few dollars, mail it our direction. If you don't worry about it. Just pass on our speech, our spiel, our song, our cartoon, or these guys are crazy. You should see how nuts they are. Whatever, pass it on. If you believe it or don't. But we work for free, mostly, for a reason. Because it is that important.
We love it.
Yeah. We are obsessed.
Like they say, a labor of love. Most people would never work for pennies or nothing, but I don't really think about trying to bank off of it. That's not my, main thought. I don't sit around and think about how I'm going to make money off it. No, I don't even like asking for money, so.
I don't like asking either, but it has been an occasional savior that we kind of need because
right.
house taxes and no lawnmower, and oh my God, with our budget, with our economy, I don't have any extra. There is no extra, so I have to. I had friends talk me into doing that years ago, and every time I did have a fundraiser, I got shit from the trolls. But they're worse than I am, and not that I'm worse in any way, hopefully. But people, mail us a cup of coffee. Write us a letter. Even send me $2. Write me a letter. I'll write you one back. It's my time and the 75-cent stamp and a really cool gold card, with my signature on it.
Do that. If you haven't got a gold card, that's worth having. I don't know. I think it's pretty neat. I got mine over here. 6. I have 6 cards. So that's pretty nice. But I love them. Just a little memento, a memory, and put on the
You
memory
can put them in a
board.
little cheap frame from Walmart, and that way they last forever behind glass.
Yeah, exactly. I need to do something like that. Right now, they're
And an authentic Samuel Hoffman signature. Oh my God.
I noticed that. I was like, I'm not going to brag, but 4 of them are signed. Okay, so
Yeah, I have not signed that. I have not signed that many cards over the years, but if you got a signature, then
yeah.
Clint Eastwood didn't even do that very often, and I actually had coffee with Clint Eastwood. So for well over an hour, we sat in the Red Lion restaurant and had coffee together.
That's pretty neat. What year
My
was
God,
that?
is he old right now? Oh man, have you noticed how old everybody just all of a sudden got? Holy shit! What happened to Hollywood?
Yes and no, because some of people in Hollywood are reversing their age. Like they're turning younger, and it's not possible with plastic surgery. What's happening with these
Botox.
people?
And some are clones. Don't forget that.
I'm sure. No, trust. Right. I'm sure there's something going on. Have you ever seen a movie called Death Becomes Her? It's from the 90s. It had Bruce Willis. And anyway, these Goldie Hawn, and they drink this little drink and they start aging backwards and getting perfectly beautiful. But the catch is they never die. They can't die. And so if they don't take care of their bodies, they're out of luck. And they're like patching themselves up. Anyway,
real
I
magic,
just wonder.
and metaphysically, you can actually get younger if you learn about grounding, Om chant, and chakra development. You actually can self-heal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Andrea. Andrea. Ugh.
And that's why
Probably.
people say I look like I'm in my 40s when I'm now in my 60s.
Okay, and people tell me I'm looking like 54 or something like that. Because my beard. They're saying, oh no, you're looking old, but no, I'm not.
You're missing the Viking bead, in your beard. You got to put little.
Are you
wooden
in your
beads.
40s? 30s?
No,
I don't know.
37. I'm 37.
Okay.
Oh, you're just a baby, Jesus.
Yeah, he's young. I didn't know that you were that
yeah.
young. Okay. I hadn't really
Yeah.
seen you, but
But I
That's
feel
really young.
20.
30s was my
Okay.
best
There you go.
period. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's still living off grid, not complaining about how bad his ass hurts.
Yeah, I'm just relaxing the complete day.
Yeah, you wait, mister, man. You're going to be sitting in your chair when you're 60 going, oh my God, my ass hurts, and oh my
No,
knee. and
no, no. I don't think, because I told you it's about the alignment of the body. So I can chill the complete day. I don't need to go for a walk or something, and I never have back pain or something like that. It's
Now,
it's a,
now.
yeah. Okay, let's see what happened.
Wait
All right, tell
13
me.
years.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you tell me in 30 years. Yeah.
I started like feeling it at age 50. Things just really.
Yeah, 50
Age
changed
15.
you.
It's like, ow.
60
The
is
weight hurts.
rather. When you hit 60, things start growing on your skin. Your skin changes. It's weird because you don't have the you don't have all the stuff. Your skin is no longer healing itself. Now, I did actually when I learned about chakra development, Om chant, and grounding. My hairline did grow back, and I got younger. My hair went blonde. I mean, I did physically probably a couple of times get younger already. Thank you, Calgon. That's an old Calgon joke for bath salts. Calgon, take me away. Soaking in stuff to keep your skin moist and supple and young. It was a product in the 70s for women. It was bath soap. Anyway, old joke. But no, I actually did experience my hair grew back at my hairline, and it doesn't do that. So it does work. I know it works. And I lost a bunch of weight, and I felt healthier, and things changed. And my abilities got way stronger and better. My precog even, which is weird still. You see things twice. You see it ahead of time, and then you see it happen. It's really hilarious. And it's like, it's your own little personal private joke, because if you told the rest of the world it happened, they wouldn't listen. Anyway. Another magic sip of Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Really good show. Show 116. I already got my notes started for the next show. So we're already, I'm already getting started. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably could go play Star Wars right about now, and we could wrap her up and say good night to everybody out there. And I'd really appreciate that you guys all stuck. For those of you who are still here, thank you.
Good sized crowd still here. Really. So nice. For, this late. It's almost 1 a.m. So for me at least. Yeah.
No, it's 8 a.m. in Germany.
Yeah, the sun's been up forever for him.
He's been up all night. Oh my god.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, well, you're young. You whippersnapper.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm young.
I used to stay up all night too.
Back.
Right. Thanks, Kate.
Yeah, I was running mountains when I was your age.
Oh no, yeah. But now I don't want to run mountains. Sorry, but I want to chill and relax. I have too much weight for running, so it's about 100 kilograms like that. So it's not the weight. I don't know in pounds, but it's not the weight for running. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I've always been, roughly anywhere from 185 to my top weight was 204 pounds. And that was like, I saw a photograph of me and I went, who is that guy? I didn't even recognize myself at 200 pounds because it snuck up on me in a very short time. And I don't do a lot of photographs. And I went, who is that guy? And they went, that's you. And I went, what? And then I immediately lost the weight just out of shock value alone. I think a lot of that was back years ago with beer. Anyway. And I don't drink beer now. Once I stopped drinking the beer, the weight just vanished.
All right. Yeah, we'll do that.
All that lovely grain.
Yeah.
Okay. I've said enough, and I'll try to wind it up. Remember, everybody, again, like, subscribe, check the thing, do comment, talk about the cubes, and then we'll see you next week.
Okay, I Google it, Sam. I have 220 pounds.
Yeah, my top weight was 204.
Okay, so you can imagine why I don't want to run.
I used to be 6'1". Yeah, right. Yeah, you're not running easy, no.
No. Anyway, okay. Good night. Thank you for having me here. It was funny, and I wish you all a good night. And and the people in the chat too, of course.
Yes.
And we'll see you next week, everybody.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Get some good pictures this week, everybody. We'll see you next weekend.
Yeah, we'll see you at Facebook too in the comments.
We'll see you next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Sam. Bye, Thomas. Bye, Chris. Bye, everybody. We'll see you next week, next Saturday, 3 o'clock. I can't wait. It'll be here before we know it. So y'all take care. Hey, bye, Michelle. Yeah, and Katie Jo, and Tara, and Blackberries, Andrea. Making sure I see everybody. And Jerry. Who else? I think that's most people here. But anyway, yeah, we'll see you all next Saturday. And it looks like Tara's coming to Tulsa. I got to find out the scoop on that and see when. But it sounds like she's going to be here on a Wednesday night. And we could hang out and go live together on our Wednesday night show. Wouldn't that be fun? Me and Tara, we have our own show. Anyway, so I can't wait. All right, guys. Good night. I'll see you all next week. Bye.